hired the key person on that and a small team.
Yes.
And those are the guys who are going to work in the plant.
Right.
So they will do it exactly because they're going to work with the future. If they don't build it, somebody else come, he will change all the specs. Okay?
So,
He'll
yeah,
come to starting point again.
Do you have Nitesh here? Yes. Nitesh, can you just talk about the role? Because he's from, so Rajiv is also from Biocon and Nitesh is also from Biocon. And Nitesh, if you get this, we have our chief consultant for this project. He's not with Biocon anymore. So Nitesh, how much is the business? So why are you excited about this project?
So there is a lot of need in this particular area from the capacity side. We had a chance to talk to a lot of startups yesterday and day before in the stalls which they have put up. Everyone is talking about that we are at 2 liter, 3 liter, 5 liter scale, and beyond that what? And when it was kind of told to them that IKP is coming with that, they were actually quite excited. And the opportunity is not only in the biopharma side, there's a huge demand in the smart protein area. Wherever you have the fermentation, the downstream is required, there is a need for it. We also had this cell and gene therapy session, and I was talking to some people from the industry, and my question was that the way we have seen for monoclonal antibodies, that when people wanted to go to a CMO or a CRO, there was initial resistance. What is the same today in cell and gene therapy? And it has changed a bit, the confidence has gone up, but they are industry and a lot of other people are also looking at, we can see that the opportunity for startup here is much higher. For them to do something like that at this scale, certainly there is going to be a little resource intensive. So, and I can be doing this, which is an integrated part of it. There are a lot of, selling innovate in cell and gene therapy. And it has changed a bit, the confidence has gone up, but they are industry and a lot of other people are also looking at, we can see that the opportunity for startup here is much higher. For them to do something like that at this scale, cell and gene therapy is going to be a little resource intensive. So, and I can be doing this, which is an integrated part of it. There are a lot of unique selling point for IKP. If I'm talked about intellectual property, there's a lot of comfort which the companies or startups would have when they come to places like IKP rather than going to maybe some other kind of a setup. So I think it's a facility which is going to cater to a large number of people. Of course, but a lot of first-in-human studies, let's say people who are doing it, many times they are into discovery stage. Confidentiality and IP is very important. These centers could be really enablers for them to do it till they see that, okay, this particular NBE is, good to take it to the market. So I think it's very exciting. That's something, I think it's a good start point. And once we have that, hopefully the whole will backwardly integrate or forwardly integrate what government trying to do with bioengineering. So I'll stop here, and I'm really excited to be with IKP to help them to do this.
What's with the data with and other doing our community now to see actually the capacity because without that we will not be able to have the delivery absolutely right. Hopefully, by the time the facility is ready, we have the right people, and we will have the right people before the facility is ready. We cannot have, as you said, somebody else will somebody else tries. So, any other comments? And I look forward to support from everyone in this room to make this a reality. That I think it's a good charity.
Thank you, everyone.
Anybody has any other comments?
Remarks?
Fundraising for the biggest challenge.
Yes, I think that is what is.
Well, I know somebody said, he had money, he gave it to some people to do it. And he said, those guys are selling more than
That is
I'm just saying. So now, if somebody who doesn't know what the subject is dealing with, it just has, and you have this before the technology develops. So you get a process, it doesn't work, but the guy has the right process. So that is very
I think coordination is critical, and we have to build those firewalls. We have to really make it, and that's why we need people from the industry.
Coordination is a huge problem.
Specific focus on cybersecurity and all this confidential.
We have to have those walls built.
That's the challenge you have.
Since at least 5 people mentioned about capacity building, I would like to introduce, we have a very strong team having background. Myself, I have worked with UCB Pharma, UCB Celltech in Germany in a Marie Curie program, developing interleukin 4 analogs for asthma therapy. And we have Ranajit sir. He has been our business mentor.
I'm very shocked about it.
I come from the industry side. I work with NACO Pharma, I work with Shanta Biotechnics. In fact, I joined Shanta Biotechnics as the investor for the very industry. And we grew, and it was acquired by Sanofi. And the kind of, the evaluation that we made us all very rich. So, then of course, Deepanita ma'am, she advised me to join as a startup mentor 11 years ago. So I've been with IKP. Now, of course, not only a startup mentor, I'm engaged in various other interesting tasks which come my way.
Ranajit, you didn't talk of Siva guiding because that is the thing that you can.
Yeah, I started my career with Siva guiding, which is now Nova. And by training, I'm BCom from this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we have Dr. Amita, he is heading ITV brand.
Hello. So, with respect to biomanufacturing, I have worked in 5 years company where I worked for 10 years, mainly analytical R&D and quality control part of 5 years. So that will be directly utilized for this industry.
So we're all very excited and we have to build that capacity.
I was thinking that line.
Yes. Because I think we need to move forward from what we have done so far, and that's it. Yes, sorry.
And we have Dr. Priyankana, Dr.
Yes.
Caesar, and Jaditya, who are biased.
So it's a large team now we have. Yes. And we have Dr. Sanjay join us, Dr. Sanjay, sorry, he's joining from November 18th. Not hard. That's also we're very excited about. Sanjay, do you want to talk about your background and what you're looking for?
Thanks, Iman. I think it's a very humbling, sort of. I'm pretty humbled today, and I think have been overwhelmed over the last 2 or 3 days about the ITMC and also the 25-year journey. A lot has been achieved, and I think it's great to not only hear from the ITB staff, but also more importantly from those who have benefited from the ITB engagement, nurturing the startup ecosystem, and obviously great to see the icons of the industry here who have been such a pillar of support. So from my side, as well as my background, I have PhD in biochemistry, but I've been mostly on the technical, commercial, and access side of the things. Obviously there's a lot to learn as far as I'm concerned, and I'm pretty excited about these initiatives. I was already thinking on how I can, probably enhance my knowledge as far as biomanufacturing and the various other aspects and associated with bringing this up to speed, and more importantly, putting this to use. I come from FINE, Foundation for Innovative New Diagnostics. So we are a Swiss product development partnership and with operations in about 32 countries and offices in 5 countries. I was managing the operations directly and also the access portfolio globally for FINE. So it's a pleasure to be a part of this meeting today. Thank you. I'm looking forward to starting soon.
Thank you. Yeah. I think that's how we have to formally welcome Dr. Sanjay Sari to the park, because if I welcome you, that's not enough. All the companies have to get, and maybe we'll take an opportunity through November, December to actually take you to all the companies and introduce, definitely. I came to know Sanjay when we were doing the TB program with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, TB control program, and he was one of our reviewers. But of course, that was not how he was selected. There was a whole committee that went through the selection process. But he didn't talk of BD, Becton Dickinson. He also founded the Office of BD in India. So he has, as he said, technical commercial. What I'm also looking at, apart from the biomanufacturing, we've not discussed this, and Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. Ashok Ganguly, Kiran, all of them in their part of the visionary exercise that I had with them, they said, Deepalita, now is the time to do global footprint. And Sanjay has a really good connection globally because he was working with how many countries? 32 countries or whatever. So that you will bring to the fore. And we really want to see in the next 5 years IKP Global. Thank you. So with that positive note, we break now. And of course, if there is any other questions from Adama or PI or Essentia or other, please go ahead. Is there anything that you would like to talk about? Well, otherwise we'll just break now.
I just joined Adama and I think.
Yeah, because I know Dr. Biju Pillai so well, so this, yeah.
And I'm seeing that a lot of people I've been using and coming from companies here. I take all this going and
Sure.
And thank you for this invitation to the end and listen to all the future startup founders from being at the new location. One thing I felt the commuting distance, which is actually driving. I came to Adama,
very few women represent this. And I asked them, because in all other places I've seen, why they
Yeah.
all women, yes, I saw because of the community. And only the roadways, there are no other ways that
Yeah.
comes from.
We have tried, we'll keep trying. We've not got a multimodal.
But there are other government officers who work with them. And you, madam, are good that should, have a good, real connectivity to.
Yeah. We've had discussions with the government, multimodal connection, metro connection. That's in the plan, but in the fourth stage, which will take time. We're not seeing, but all of you make Genome Valley big, and they have to put it. So I think we have to just go ahead doing what we are doing. Government will do their part. Yeah. And USP has shown the way. They have, I think, 30% women, or 37% women. So USP has shown us that it's not the gender, but the will to do makes a difference.
Yeah, I am going to play
How
many?
many?
Many.
I don't have got.
and,
Our entire biology is
All women. Oh. So we have, yes, please.
we have just started a few months ago, and I am here only for 3 months since I was here. But I have not witnessed the growth story of IKP, but I remember that in 1999, in December, when I finished my PhD, my seniors were talking about this thing. Then I went to US, and then it's actually 5 years and in the chemical industry, pharma, agro, and all those things. So that way, this IKP story is very familiar to me, but good to be here after 25 years at this very important moment, and looking forward to be part of it and contribute to the growth story and finally for the country also.
Sure.
So definitely we have to contribute to our country.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here, and let me begin by thanking and congratulating Dipanvita for creating an institution that truly has become a role model, not just in India, but across a number of geographies that aspirants are today looking at emulating. She has set very high standards and really, created something that has no equivalent today. A milestone is a moment where we look back, as well as it's an opportunity to look in the front. So this reminds me of SEBI's statutory warning that Dipanvita's previous performance is no indication of future performance. Please read all offer documents before investing. After celebrating the tremendous achievements of the years gone by, it's now time to chart the course for the future. IKP is unique in that respect that it does not exist for itself alone, like any other entity, but really IKP's success is measured by the numerous stakeholders it touches and impacts. Its success, therefore, can really be measured, and some of the data Dipanvita did put up. So in Indian lexicon, as luck would have it, and I don't know whether it's by design or default, that we have the same word both for yesterday and tomorrow, which is kal. So after having a kal that's gone by, let's look at the kal that is ahead of us. And when we look at the kal that's ahead of us, I couldn't have thought of a better panel to paint a picture what lies ahead of us. And as as I've told Dr. Balram, he's our opening batsman for the session today. And we are really going to leverage, because they see far ahead than what we can envision. And so on basis of what they see, we look at what course IKP has to chart in the future ahead. So then may I please invite Dr. Balram to paint us a picture of what he sees ahead. And you can either, sit and talk or come up to the podium, whatever suits you better.
The last thing you should do is to ask a professor what's going to happen in the next 25 years or what should happen in the next 25 years. They're the wrong person to have on the panel because I've been an academic. I have very little experience in sort of envisioning the future. And I must say that when I saw the video which Dipanvita projected, that it was heartwarming to see many of the people there. Dr. Ashok Ganguly was truly a visionary. He thought far ahead of his time. I have interacted with him, and each time he was several steps ahead of everyone else. Dr. Mashelkar, of course, you know, was also a person who always had very high aspirations for the country. And at the time that he began to lead CSIR, we were transitioning into the new period which followed Manmohan Singh's famous budget of 1991. And that took a few years to take effect, but that was the time when India really began to change. And I must say, by that time, I was already well advanced into middle age. There's a great advantage in having someone like me come up and say what should happen in the next 25 years, because even if I give you the wrong advice, I won't be around to see the results. And this is why you should always take visions with a certain pinch of salt. Visions are visions. And I think you know best the way forward for IKP. Here I must tell you how short memories are. I knew that IKP was started with the initiative of the ICICI. And at that time, ICICI I don't think was a bank. I'm not sure. I don't think it was a bank then. And it was the Industrial Credit and Investment Corporation of India. I knew that name. I've forgotten. So when you invited me to this, I always wondered what the I was. And I thought maybe it's India or maybe it's international. It's one of these, which is usually what the acronym use. And I realized after coming here that it was ICICI. And that was, in fact, I think, a step far ahead of its time, because this was done 25 plus years ago, when one would not have thought what would be the requirements for incubating and fostering an economy which was going to be based upon startups in a new area, which was just emerging then of biotechnology. The Department of Biotechnology set up by the Government of India was only a few years old at that time and was still largely engaged in the task of building capacity in the universities and in the institutions. We've come a long way since then, and I was briefed this afternoon by Shivram, who said what was the IKP thinking about. It was really thinking about how to do everything that they've done so well for the last 25 years, how to do it in order of magnitude better. I could see from Dr. Mashelkar's projections, he had, of course, a startup. He said that you must go from from idea to IPO. And that is a very good slogan. And the IPO, of course, must be a very large IPO. So your valuations must be very high. But there's one thing which I have learned over the last few years in retirement. And in retirement, what happens is you're old enough so that nobody feels uncomfortable in coming to you to pour out their woes and occasionally seek advice. And it turns out that I have interacted with a number of people who run or start startups and who struggle along for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and so on. And I think their problems were really, again, articulated very well in that video by Kiran Majumdar. Because you ask yourself this question, when the new liberalized economy began and India began to transform, the information technology sector boomed. The biotechnology sector also began to boom, and we had success stories. But today, after a long time, the major biotechnology company, the one large company associated with biotechnology, remains Biocon. It isn't any other company. And you have to ask yourself the question, when are we going to get there? What's the difference between IT and BT? Karnataka has a minister for IT and BT, but I don't think we've really understood the difference between the two. The requirements for the life sciences sector are different. They require, the most important ingredient here is patience. Once you've made your judgment on which industries or which startups you're going to support, you need to stay with them. This is almost like not changing the Indian cricket team too frequently. So if you take someone into the cricket team, you should allow him a few years of failure before you throw him out altogether. This is needed. We should not get people who score 300 runs and then are dropped from the test team afterwards forever. We need to ask the question, how long do we have to wait? Today, the Department of Biotechnology has set certain yardsticks. BIRAC funds startup projects for some time. Very often, the initial funding is 18 months. And 18 months goes by in the blink of an eyelid. And the young people who have just come out with an idea from universities and institutions don't have enough time to get where BIRAC wants them to be. Most committees are very unrealistic. And most committees are composed of academicians like me. And they are unrealistic in assessing startups. The result of this is that many startups flounder even before they're given a chance to flourish. And that's where I think places like IKP are going to play a key role in really incubating them. Incubating means much more than simply providing facilities for them to work. It also means hand-holding them and also taking them through their difficult period. Financial difficulties are the most common. Technical difficulties are the next. In both of these, I think the knowledge parks need to really come in, really as collaborators of the startups which they are incubating. But I think it would be very important, and I think Kiran said this very well, that you do need a capital fund. You need a fund which is in fact managed by the knowledge park itself. And however it does it should be the business of the knowledge park. But there must be investments which come into the knowledge park and not investments which go directly into the startup. Each startup has difficulty in dealing with venture capital, has difficulty in identifying them for long-term support. And today, the way the Indian economy is, the kinds of numbers that we are talking about as investments in the capital market, they're huge. And I think a little bit of that must be invested in the vision for the next 25 years in different sectors of the economy. And I think the biotechnology and life sciences sector may be one of the most important ones. And I think maybe private entities, together with government, must work to create this kind of capital fund and manage it in such a way that the scientific realities of taking a startup idea to a successful stage. I'd like to see the stage where a startup, once the idea looks good and everybody signs off on it, is now supported at least for a period of 5 years, not for a period of 18 months as the first BIRAC grant does. And the amounts of money that one must invest are significantly more than what is available today. And I think you must think about this in the future. And I guess it is also important to have a combination of people who have practical experience along with a few woolly-headed academics in advising on which kind of projects might be fruitful in the future. We need to encourage the only resource that we have, and that is the younger generation of scientists who are coming out with an entrepreneurial bent of mind. I hope your vision will include some of the thoughts that I've expressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deeparita, for calling me for this session. I'm very, very honored to be part of this session. And we have two, three, very, few words to add. I'm not someone who's, had a long stint of association with IKP. So my words are, in a sense, an outsider's, words around the understanding of how IKP has, functioned over the years and how it should function later. And the first thing and most important thing, I belong to the institution which I think created this. And, when I look back and, the several, as big part of that, ICICI for a very long time, mostly in business. When I look back, I find, something very, very similar to what IKP has done, to what ICICI, the mother thing has done. They've operated at two levels. They have, ICICI always had some very, very visionary leaders who look far ahead, while the rest of the soldiers like us kept on working on their, their vision. But some of the very important financial institutions got created, because of their vision. But also, as we move forward, institutions like this, they were part of ICICI. The mother gave birth to the child, but various reasons, I think the child, had a life of its own, but it went out of ICICI, and just created a life precisely because of one simple thing, which is, I think a very important decision, which is how leaders select people to run institutions. That's extremely important, and that's something I learned, that you need to, when you found something, when you try to create something, it's also the people who stay on for a long time, who bring that vision into practice. Let's put it that way. But having said that, I just wanted to, I'm not digressing, I just wanted to say, what's the kind of vision I have for IKP, I'm not sure, because of the simple reason that in the long run we are all dead. But that's not the reason. But this is one institution which is proved, and ICICI as being the other one, and various other similar institutes which have lived on and which have kind of moved on to create a name for itself and a purpose for itself, which will remain for a long, long time. The only way I look at it is very the way it's morphing. And when I looked at what it was doing earlier versus what it's it is now trying to do, I see one simple difference, and the difference is something which I understood while I looked at the social sector, the need for various people to come together and do social impact work, and see how this entire body of work comes together. I understood one thing, that there are huge challenges in everything we do, and it requires a whole multitude of people to address those challenges, ecosystem challenges, capacity challenges. Capacity, slowly, I think we've discovered capacity, challenges in simple areas like, getting oxygen during the pandemic, that's slowly getting addressed in various ways, various kind of capacity challenges. But the bigger one, and which is where IKP has, I think, started contributing and has started doing extremely well, is about the ecosystem challenge. How do you create ecosystems which are addressing some of those challenges? And it's here I would like to talk about two things. In terms of, to do that, it requires this platform has been unique, and as I studied this platform, it's a function of the platform itself and the leader who have left it, including the board members who've kind of given them the vision, the ones who we saw on the video, and including the person who is not there. He was recently there. I had the privilege of understanding his vision of IKP, which is Mr. Vagul. But having understood that, one of the key things when he created this institution, he really looked at far ahead, and now I see the value of his vision. I checked with his vision just a few months before his death, and his vision was what he thought about it at that point in time when he went to the politicians to get this particular physical place in place, putting the right leaders in place, having the governance structures in place, is that he realized that this could be a place where it could be a petri dish where a lot of experiments will take place, and and something as they say, life would get created in that petri dish. And that was what IKP was when he created that. Now, as we go ahead, we have, finding the more important thing as it's morphing, and it's my plea to IKP and all the people out here that the idea is not about only startups. Startups can only exist if they exist in the real world. So, and they exist in the real world with real life challenges and real life market forces and real life, let's say, geopolitical as well as political issues, social issues, and so many other issues. Then what do you need to bring together? You also need to bring together the other part, the parts who are once startups, the policymakers, the government, and various other bodies together to be able to make this ecosystem play. And here, I just wanted to, for us, for one, I think IKP, has shown a vision that slowly gets people out of this whole, intellectual property thing. I think we need to have more ecosystem property, focus on ecosystem property. And ecosystem property like, supply chain needs to have ecosystem, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. There are lots of ecosystems. They all need to be connected. And that's what IKP is, gloriously well set, to play, do that role as we go forward. Because there are lots of work in the ecosystem, both on capacity and various other things which we need to do. And I strongly believe that what IKP, the glue which puts it all together is science and technology. And that's what IKP brings so uniquely, of course, through a leader like her, when she actually makes that happen. My first interaction with her last year was on a day when she just back from Zurich, of all places, if I'm not mistaken, where she was, participating in a conference on bioterrorism. From bioterrorism to issues around, plant genomics to various other, One Health, trying to, push for One Health, looking at various other, lot of initiatives around healthcare, and a lot of the startups which have, kind of flourished or are part of that whole ecosystem are examples of that vision coming true. But in all of this, one important thing which is coming together, why IKP is important is to have a neutral place, a place where there is a dialogue which is continuous, a science-based dialogue, a technology-based dialogue, where individual motives do not come to the forefront. And finally, at the other end of the thing, it is outcome-based. Coming out of the whole corporate need to scale, and the visionaries, they did mention scale, access to capital markets, and various other things that need to scale. Be very, very definitive, be very, very outcome-oriented in what we do. So in all these complex challenges which we need to move forward on, I think being outcome-oriented, getting the right set of people together, and making that big push is very, very important. But as I talked about the last 25 years, but one clear thing, to do all of that requires people who are determined, and people who, there's this word called influence, or inception, where they plant ideas, then they influence people to really adopt such ecosystem plays, work with each other, collaborate heavily, and then make things happen in the front. I wish IKP very, very well in the next 25 years, and hopefully India's journey, and as people said somewhere here, that there is a need to globalize all of it, not only will it be part of India's journey, but also India will show the way in the way we start working with other ecosystems similar to this across the world. And we've shown that moment. We've shown it is possible to be inclusive. We have possible to to bring lots of. If we just work on these kind of platforms, UPI movement of India is awaited in these kind of areas. Thank you very much for calling me, and I'm very, very honored to be wishing you all well. Thank you.
First of all, I have been honored to receive this Shapers recognition. Thank you, Dipanvita, for doing this honor to me, and thank you all the IKP family for recognizing me. But I feel is that amongst all the Shapers, they are veterans. and they are amazing people. And to find my name against one of those in that eminent list, I am really honored. But the true credit for building IKP is actually of Dipanvita. She is the glue, she is that binding force who has held us all together. It is not easy to bring all these people together, and a clap won't just do. In case you wish, you can even get up and give her a standing ovation. In front of a professor of the stature of Professor Balram, I can't be talking theory, so I have few stories to share, which is basically related with all these shapers which are part of the IKP ecosystem. Let me give you some story about the Hyderabad ecosystem itself. Today, India is known as the vaccine capital of the world, but there is a story behind it. Story which started long back. It was Mr. Vara Prasad Reddy, Shanta Biotech, which came to Technology Development Board for seeking some funding support for Shanta Biotech. We used to give concessional debt, angel investment, VC funding were not part of the system at that point of time. So when he approached us, Dr. Mashelkar was on the board of TDB, so was Dr. Kalam, and our secretary, Professor Ram Murthy. They were all part of that board. The case was put up to the board, and with a recommendation from the secretariat that the debt equity ratio is not in line with the norms of TDB. Dr. Mashelkar got up. He said, well, this board is a technology development board. We are not a typical funding organization. I would request the board, give me 2 weeks of time. I'll get this examined and I'll come back and report to the board. If we are not supporting this organization, I am resigning from the board, because if we cannot support organizations of this nature, there is no point in having this board at all. That was the comment which he made. We also funded Bharat Biotech and also the Serum Institute of India at that point of time. This was for hepatitis B, which we have. Now, just for the sake of startups, I must tell you that the vaccination for hepatitis B was available at the price of 1,800 rupees per single dose. And you required 4 annual vaccines to get yourself completely vaccinated. I remember my children were in school. The school required that all 4 of you in the family, me, my wife, my daughter and son, all get vaccinated. I went for the first dose, but found it pinch on the pocket. Never went back for the second, third and the fourth dose. The technology was available only with Smith Kline Beecham was the company who had the technology, and they were providing that technology. It is CCMB, your own institute here, along with Bharat Biotech, the Shanta Biotech, they developed the technology in the lab. The price came down to 50 rupees per single dose. Shanta Biotech and the other Indian companies out of business. These people, Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. Ramamurthy and Dr. Kalam, they even pleaded to the government to stop the import of this vaccine. Of course, the government didn't act at that point of time. So these are stories which can continue, but the lesson is that you have to have compassion for the startups as an ecosystem builder. Why India became the vaccine capital of the world is because these people had a belief in these vaccine companies. This is as far as the ecosystem is concerned. Now I'll tell you a brief story of the startups, because we are working for startups, and that for them, the story is again of a Hyderabad-based entrepreneur. The story is of one Mr. Subramani. Subramani is a very interesting story. He was a biotechnologist, but was studying for his MBA at ISB Hyderabad. Subramani developed artificial flowers made out of paper, which looked like, smelt like, and even felt like real flowers. When you touch that petal, it gives you that wet, cold feeling which you get from a real flower. The fragrance would last for about 3 years because he was using a nanotech-based fragrance. And appearance was all like natural flowers. We were running a competition in association with Intel, and there was a global competition which was being held in Silicon Valley. So he was the India winner, and he was nominated for participation in Silicon Valley. When he landed at San Francisco airport, he was carrying these flowers in his hand because he couldn't have packed those flowers. When he was passing through the customs and the quarantine section, suddenly the customs officer, he shouted, "Hey young man, where are you going? Come here." So he immediately took out his passport, his visa, the invitation letter. The custom officer and the quarantine people, they said, no, we are not asking for all that. Why are you carrying these natural flowers inside US? Don't you know you cannot carry any natural flower, any agriculture produce or animal produce inside US? So he said, no, these are artificial flowers. They said, come on man, they are looking like real flowers, feeling like real flowers, smelling like real flowers. So he kept arguing for half an hour, the argument continued. Ultimately, the botanist was called, did the dissection and gave a certificate that these are artificial flowers. Then everybody was very happy, custom officers, the quarantine authorities, in that front of that band, US Customs, everybody posed for a photograph. He was let go. The story is a little long, bear with me. Am I okay with time? All right, I'll try and cut it short. In the evening, he went to the florist to pick up some similar looking flowers so that he could confuse the jury the next day. He took a little more time. The florist got a little irritated. He said, come on man, you want one flower, pick it up and leave. He said, no, this is an artificial flower and I want a similar looking flower. The florist was experienced enough. He turned it around and said, the next question the florist asked, so how many of these are you carrying? He said about 15, 20. I want 10,000 of these flowers. Tell me the price. He said $10 a piece. I am giving you a check of $100,000 and the order is here. Send these flowers back to me. Ship these flowers to me once you reach India. Subramani had a complete presentation of 50 slides for the contest the next day. Subramani presented just 5 slides the other day. The next day in the competition, he presented just 5 slides. The first slide was that certificate from the botanist that these are artificial flowers. The second one was that photograph with the customs and the quarantine authorities. The third one was the order of 10,000 flowers which he had received. The fourth one was that copy of that check which he had received of $10,000. Fifth one was a thank you slide. What do you think would have been the result of this? He won the first prize and there were investors which were lined up right there. Subramani is no longer in this business of flowers because of some reasons, but he is in the enzymes business. His company was acquired by Laurus Labs. I don't know the exact value, but it was in several hundred crores of rupees which he was acquired at. So, what did Subramani plan this? I think not. Change of presentation at the last moment is what you take things as they come. And I think that's what is the best thing to do. We have now the expertise and experience of dealing with early stage. We need to set up those funds which we have already done, very, very early stage to, as Dr. Mashelkar said, growth stage funding, but with a human touch, with a compassion. Now, these are very opposite end things. The funding actually demands brutal assessment, whereas the startups demand some compassion. So this is a contradictory statement, but somewhere we have to strike the balance. We have used these 25 years very well. Now it is our responsibility to build the ecosystem, not only of the country, but across the globe. So can we build capacity of the incubators, of the similar mechanisms, the research parks across the world, across first India and then the world? We were earlier recipients of global knowledge. Can we now share our knowledge with the world, the experience and expertise which we have? The other day, there is a Abu Dhabi Innovation Center. There is some name for that. And one of the persons from Lockheed Martin, Dr. Ray Johnson, who was the vice president of Lockheed Martin, is now based there. They have a US center there. They have 150 early stage investors sitting in one room there in Abu Dhabi. Can we create that kind of an ecosystem here in India? See, visioning is an exercise which you are dreaming with eyes open. So I'm trying to do that. The last suggestion which I have is, don't follow any expert advice, and especially like expert advice like mine. And thank you once more for inviting me. Thank you for all your patience, and you have been a wonderful audience. Thank you.
I'm just throwing open one question, and feel free to take up and throw light on the various dimensions. So we are really talking about the next 25 years, and we are a platform organization with very diverse and many stakeholders. Each of them have their own success metrics. So as a platform organization, how do we think of our metrics when we say in 25 years hence, if we want to say we have been successful, and how do we think about scale? Very broad questions. Any of you can respond in any order.
I'll take a shot at it.
Please do.
Again, when you talk of markers and milestones, I automatically react because, without all of that, nothing gets accomplished. And, I think that's how businesses react. Businesses always react to, markers, some clear outcomes which needed to come. We all know that the business of business is to take risk. Correct. The business of business is to take risk. And so while risk is not a thing, but the whole idea is whether it's a startup taking risk, whether it's the other parts of the ecosystem which also reacts to that. We need to have one is two clear markers. One is access to funding capital, which is very, very important. The other one is access to markets. Getting people to access markets. And that's where corporates come in, businesses come in, government comes in. You have to give access to markets. And, it's very difficult. What's the point of having startups if you don't have access to markets? Funding will come if it's for the right reason, there's right governance, money will flow. But, access to markets is one thing. And how you develop, how we need to basically, envision that clear markets, in terms of, so this is what we want to develop in terms of markets or ecosystems. You can, play with the markets could be more economic oriented. Ecosystems is much more wholesome, where economics is also the underlying reason why things happen. But also, very, very clear outcomes which needs to be defined. And we need to get into just understanding as it goes. There's nothing which we can do. What I love about IKP is that every year it kept on looking at it, understanding what it is and started evolving. But it's very important to put these access to market markers in place, because that's something which requires, strong, discussions around what do we mean these goalposts need to be achieved. For example, somebody talked about, kind of a surgical intervention which allows brain surgery to happen thing. But adoption is a big issue. Now that's what I meant by, then you need to have adoption very clearly, demarcated. One of the, and I just love this thing, it's how India's become polio free. Where there's a will, all of the, all of the ecosystem has come together. Now, is there lack of money for polio? I don't think lack of money for polio is not an issue. How the ecosystem came in, put those markers in place and say we need to be polio free by this much. Same with cataract, same with something else. Or various other educational, stuff, around healthcare, around education to start with, and various agriculture and various livelihood initiatives. And then we go on, looking at those markers, and they're all very, very much there. Biodiversity could be another marker. And we just, I can keep going on and on. But it's important to, put those markers in place in access to markets. Otherwise, it doesn't define. It's just about how do I access capital versus what do I need to get done in totality. And all kinds of diverse players coming together to achieve that.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Yeah, first thing is, we have an interesting announcement about a program in partnership with US Pharmacopoeia. May I request Praneeth to please bring the slide. In this partnership, IKP and USP are working together, focused on women in science, career, and much more. I would like to invite Dr. Mrunal to speak about this partnership.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mrunal Jayawant from USP India. So I'm here today along with my colleague Dr. Anu Uppal to launch a new initiative, collaborative initiative between USP and IKP called as She Leads in Science. So USP has been quite active and been supporting development and growth of women employees to leadership role at USP. And now USP has decided to take a next step and decided to collaborate with IKP. So this is IKP USP collaborative initiative was conceptualized to address the underrepresentation of women leaders in pharma by creating a collaborative platform that fosters diversity, promotes innovation, and supports professional growth. This collaborative initiative aims at bringing all IKP women colleagues together and providing them a platform to share their expertise and grow their network. So this, again, USP and IKP would be taking a leadership role in supporting growth and development of women within IKP and advocating for equal opportunities for women to grow in their professional career. And they will be also forming a consortium of women employees within IKP. And this consortium would be organizing mentorship program, training events, and facilitating knowledge sharing session to support development and growth of women employees within IKP to leadership role. I'm quite excited about this initiative and looking forward to collaborate with IKP. Would like to thank Dipanvita ma'am and Ms. Bindu from IKP for giving us this opportunity and accepting our request to collaborate. So thank you very much, She Leads in Science. Looking forward to all the women from IKP region to come forward and support this initiative. Thank you.
So just as we get started, right, one of the thoughts that a group would like to hear in general from you is, please do give us a few words, a little bit on the aspect of your programs, what's happening, we'd love to know more about that. In addition to that, how do you look at global partnerships today? Because we truly are in a boundaryless world. What happens, if you can watch a US presidential debate that's happening on the other side of the world, literally, live, we are very, very boundaryless and we can go. So would love to hear your thoughts on that. And then we can have a couple of more questions and get your perspectives. Would you guys like to start?
Yeah, definitely. So, as you all know, USP, United States Pharmacopoeia, is a standard-setting not-for-profit organization, and it was founded in US in 1820. So, we have completed 204 years, and India laboratory was set up in 2005. Within the IKP campus because of the ecosystem what we have, closer to the manufacturers, closest to the pharma manufacturers especially, and we also have a lot of talent here in India. So that was the main reason to set up another site outside of US, and this was the first site out of the US that was set up here in India. So a global partnership, when it was set up, it was called as our India site, but now as you mentioned that there are no boundaries, and India is also referred to as our Hyderabad hub. So it is no longer it is called as a site, another site which supports our USP mission, but it I would say contributes to the mission, and it's called as a hub. So Rockville hub and Hyderabad hub. So we do not differentiate between the two sites which we have in Rockville as well as India, and that's the that I would say that's the success of India because of the talent pool what we have, because of the expertise what we have, the skill set what we have, and why we have come here. Again, another thing is, as our standards are used by all the pharma companies, we also wanted to ensure that we have, at India, we have required skill sets, and USP offers a lot of education programs as well. So we are supporting our pharma stakeholders to build those capabilities, required expertise through our training programs. So that's what I would like to say. Anu, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, just one more thing to add in there. India is known as the pharmacy of the world. So we supply a lot of generic medicines from here. And that's where, it is from our standard setting perspective, it is really important that we understand this side of the perspective as well. And that's where working here closely with stakeholders, and we collaborate with IKP a lot, on what is the industry trend, what are their requirements, what kind of future, considering a lot of innovation happening, newer technologies coming up, especially in case of bio. So how can we incorporate that in our standard setting process? And that's where, so one more thing is USP works on a 5-year cycle, and we are transitioning to a new cycle from 2025 to 2030. And we work, the way we develop our standards is with the help of expert volunteers across the globe. And that's where the call for expert volunteers is on. So we are looking for, people from even India, that experts, that they come forward, apply for it. And that's where having, presence in India helps us a lot in making sure that we have the right set, right tools, right expertise, and help in the standard setting process.
Yeah, I'm representing two institutions. My premier institution is the German Academic Exchange Service, better known as START, and we come more from a research and higher education perspective. We are in India since 1960, And you can see that global partnerships is important to us, so we're celebrating 65 years next year. Our focus is in that particular on mobility of researchers and students. So we have a lot of programs in place. So if you are in research, doing research, reach out to us. We have a lot of opportunities to send Indians to Germany, but also to bring Germans for research into India. 12 years ago, we settled also the German Center for Research and Innovation. It's my second job, and there we look particularly into connecting technology transfer and innovation fields between India and Germany. Our focus is lesser on market entry and market access for startups. So we are looking more into joint technology development, joint teams, bringing people together for bringing new ideas out or taking up ideas and make them fit for the market in a way, but not necessarily taking startups from Germany or India in the market. So this is not our focus. To give you an example, we work with incubators, and that's bringing us together with IKP. So we've built over the last 4 years an incubators network. We have in our network around about 25 incubators from Germany at universities and research institutions. And in the network here in India, there are around about 50. C-Camp, IKP, Venture Center, you name it, everybody is there. And what we do is we develop programs with these incubators together for the innovators. So in 3 weeks' time, we will be in Hyderabad. We will bring 15 entrepreneurs, early stage startups from Germany, partner them up with one Indian partner. They will work on new ideas. You're all welcome to join us at the pitch night, 21st of November, here in Hyderabad. So we try with the incubators to develop programs for access, but not just market. As I said, we would look into technology development, maybe forming international startup teams, and we can support there. And I would also like to highlight that just yesterday, the Indo-German governmental consultations concluded in Delhi. And in the final declaration, it was made public by the governments that they would aim for a joint incubation and program and exchange program for incubation. So we're looking into that with our Indian partners. I would leave it here in a nutshell and then maybe take up some questions.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, so I'm an MBA student from Copenhagen, and I'm here to be a part of the program that IKP has with CBS, or Copenhagen Business School, to do business consulting for their startups. So we're a group of 30 students coming over the next week to take part of this 1-month program where we're going to consult 6 different startups, 1 group per startup. And I'm so fortunate to work with IKP's own TTO, IKP Prime, together with Orlando. And we're going to guide them in establishing different ways to generate revenue. And it's a really good experience to kind of take a hands-on approach to all the theory that we've learned in school. I do a specialization within international development and emerging markets. So we have learned a lot, and I'm excited to now put that into practice over the next 4 weeks.
Thank you very much. As Julie already explained, so compared to the other programs, ours is relatively small with a very practical approach. From a high view, what I really believe is that as students, especially from Europe, we're mostly in touch with other emerging markets or other countries, mostly when you work as student assistant or then in a real job through value chains. I do believe that we will be the next generation that will also contribute to especially our business side, because we are business students. And I think it's very important that we also get actually the feeling how such a very lively ecosystem works, how the people are, which are biodegradable. People have been very welcoming, and it's been a great experience so far.
Nice.
And I really believe that we should push more such collaborations where we not only get the practical side to train our business acumen, also refine it, but also get the cultural understandings, nuances when it comes especially for global partnerships. Because we all believe that we are doing MBAs for a reason that we want to be in a position someday where we can also engage internationally.
Okay.
Thank you.
First thing first, I think again congratulations to Dipanvita and the wonderful leadership she has given to whole of India to build IKP and the whole team here. It's been fabulous 25th celebrations. Before I talk about the couple of things I do, of course one of them is blockchain for impact. I just wanted to see, just capture some of the thoughts I had while walking around in the wonderful 150 stalls that we have, right? So the fact is 150 is 15 years back, it was something different, right? So there's one change. Second is when we walked around, and because I focus now on biomedical, I could see at least half a dozen clinicians who have left full-time clinical practice to build their startups. That's the second thing I noticed. When we were doing BIRAC, we had seen some of those trends, but I think now it is kind of a cascade rather than a trend. Third thing is Professor Balram this morning was an amazing, masterful exposition of its brilliance. And nobody can hold a candle to him. But what a beautiful way to show how science and innovation, everything is interconnected and something that can be done, hundreds of years back and actually result in products today. And, Anu just mentioned about USB being a 200-year-old company itself. I also want to reflect on one mentor I have from Ministry of Science, Professor Vijay Chandru. And he's also part of ABLE. And in some way, Professor Vijay Chandru, when he started a few things in late 90s, he came back from Purdue, and then Pico Peta and others were started, and then he started Strand Life Sciences. In 2004, he stepped out of IISc to do Strand Life Sciences. He couldn't hold on to the position at IISc to do, and also do Strand Life Sciences, right? And if you go today to IISc, there would be at least 36 faculty holding startups. So that's again a marker of change that has happened in University of Science itself. And I think we are seeing the reflection of it. But of course, Professor Vijay and I also talk about something called graveyard of prototypes, and where we are stuck in a level of TRL4 or TRL5. Having said all of that, I just want to do, I also hold a couple of other hats. One is I work with Big Tech, which is part of MolBio, the R&D arm of MolBio. And MolBio is a unicorn in diagnostics in India. And I also sit on the board of Venture Center, which is an incubator in Pune, attached also to NCL. But whatever I'm saying is my personal, and nothing should be ascribed to all the organizations that I work with. Okay. But so this is what we have now seen wonderfully in the last 1-2 days. I'm going to talk about blockchain for impact. Now, we are, unlike USB, a 3-year-old philanthropy organization, started by a wonderful young entrepreneur, 34 years old in Dubai, who is a world leader in blockchain. He runs a company called Polygon. And during COVID, everybody got inspired to help India, and he also said how he could be part of helping and supporting India. And just from a tweet, he was able to gather quite a few $1 million, and he supported India close to $60 million in the COVID times, including we lacked PPEs, we lacked oxygen concentrators, all of them came. Also by BFI, at that time used to be known as Crypto Relief. And then later, we supported 50 organizations during COVID times. COVID times has become an amazing phrase, right? And then one thing we also lacked that many, I've been talking about this to a few people that I'm meeting, is that while we had amazingly made 2 vaccines, but these were not oral vaccines. They needed syringes to be delivered. And and the pandemic created, a global vaccination for all adults. So all of a sudden, we also lacked needles and syringes during that time. Many of us didn't think about that, right? So through Government of India and UNICEF, and Sandeep and Blockchain for Impact, we provided close to $30 million to procure 170 million needles. So close to 1 in 5, 1 in 6 COVID vaccination was done by a needle purchased through the philanthropic funding of BFI. Once the pandemic was on receding, BFI was started thinking, and that's when I came in, and I've known them offline for more than a year, but I've been with them for a year now, or a little bit more. The intention was to how do we look into biomedical research and innovation. And for that to happen, also the intention was to really build a biomedical research institute. And the first thing we wanted to do, and here is what Sridhar, you asked about, collaborations. We said, okay, before we build that institute, let's first contribute and complement the already growing ecosystem in terms of building partnerships with research institutions and some top-level incubators. So we have now created a network called a Biome. In that network, we have research institutions like Institute of Science, IIT Bombay, CDRI, CCMB in Hyderabad, and BITS Pilani, and many others. So that's one where we provide support to really early stage research projects with an intention for translation. So this is somewhere around TRL2, and each of these institutions gets around $1 million over 3 years period, and we support a project up to $100,000. That is one vertical. This research institution is one. We now also are partnering with big centers like IKP to look into, again, complement. I mean, we know that we are just complementing things, right? So to look into research Kickstarter initiatives as well as fellowships. So you could start looking at gap areas and build that. So the research institutions, imagine in 3 years' time, we will have probably supported 50 projects, each of $100,000. And many of them hopefully will go into a time where, like the clinicians I saw, many of the professors would also start their startups through funding from BIRAC and other things, right? So that is one. The third vertical, the first vertical is research institutions, second is incubators, third is we are working with medical colleges. So we've started to work with All India Institute of Medical Sciences and other aims. We probably also will open up to work with other medical colleges across India. So we can then start also doing research and innovation in medical colleges. So these are the three verticals we created. So as of now, we have 15 partners. And the unique thing about what we are doing is, this is the whole mix. We also put funding upfront so that institutions don't have to wait for that. And to what your point, the team is fabulous. We have a very dynamic young CEO called Dr. Gaurav Singh. He's a clinician. We have a wonderful director who sits in Bangalore, Pooja Agarwal. You might have met her. But one thing, when you said it's a global world, now so we are a few people. I sit in Berlin. My founder is in Dubai. My CEO is in Mathura. He runs a medical college there. My director is in Bangalore. My other colleagues, some of them are in Delhi, and one of them is in Ooty, which is in Western Ghats. You all must go and visit. And so this is how distributed it is. And we're looking to grow this, hopefully, by the time we build the institute, we would have created so many fires that this will all then join to, when we come in the next few years of IKMC, we'll start seeing their stalls as well. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Satya. I think it's a fairly comprehensive outlook of what BFI does. And, so that's before, COVID, if you look at some positive, that one positive is this concept of working from home. Home doesn't matter where it is. So I think you illustrated that whole...
Well, unless you have to work in a lab.
Of course. That you couldn't, unfortunately, do it from home. So again, what you outlined was what your vision was from BFI. And again, the story was very interesting as to how you guys came from COVID, and then you're just exploring to see how can you impact healthcare. So I see a purpose. I was just curious about our colleagues from Denmark. What's your purpose? Why are you looking at a partnership in India? Just to understand your perspectives on this. Why India? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I was introduced to the startup ecosystem quite a few years ago. My mom's an entrepreneur. So when she started her business back in 2016, I kind of got a step inside of this incredible world. And since then, I've tried to seek the opportunities to further work with those types of ecosystems, and also I have worked in 2 separate startups in Denmark and Norway since. And I have this aspect of my personality where it's like, I want to travel. I want to see the world. I want to experience as many cultures as I can. So I have lived in different countries. I'm Norwegian, but I'm studying in Denmark. But I also wanted to experience a little bit of a completely different culture. So when this course was brought up 1 year ago, I thought this is something I really want to do. I want to see how you actually do business in India, but see from where the real passion is, which is from the startups. So I think that's also a big aspect of why I am here, to see how business is done, to see how we can bridge those cultural gaps. Because we come from Copenhagen, where it's a different way of doing business. And I want to learn, and I want to bring what I know to help those startups as much as I can.
Thank you, Julie. And we'll be very happy, and our IKP Prime team will be very happy to engage for these 20 days and looking forward to interacting with you. So before we move on to Orlando, Satya has to be elsewhere, and thank you, Satya, for such a comprehensive. You meant you want to go, right?
Go ahead, ask the question, whatever. We have done
you said you have to leave?
Oh, I have to leave, but I thought you were going to ask me a question.
No, I'm not going to ask anything. You have answered everything by yourself.
I just wanted to
stay. Thank you.
I just wanted to end with, I don't want to be rude, so sorry, I'm leaving. I have a date with somebody here. But one thing I wanted to say is, please look into Blockchain for Impact website. But also I wanted to draw your attention to the NVIDIA CEO who was here in Bombay. And I urge you to hear his views when he was talking to Mukesh Ambani. And there's a fabulous discussion happening. And what he said was this: India should not just look to supply labor to the world, but should look to supply intelligence to the world. And I think that's the reason why everybody is going to work in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Satya. And thank you, BFI team.
Thank you. Yeah. Would you like to answer the question as to why India?
But I would, before he leaves, I just would say, you see how the circle closed, because 2 BFI fellows will be in the Indo-German program, who are based in CCMB. 2 BFI fellows will join our program. So that's how the circle closes, and we speak. Yeah, why India? I mean, let's look back what happened 2 days before yesterday. 8 ministers of Germany were here on the ground in India, and I think for Germany, it's India now the next strategic partner. The German government came out last week with the first strategy paper ever on India. I think it's, of course, the economic power. We're one of the biggest markets in the world. It's the talent you have in the country. 1.4 million STEM graduates. That's nearly all of the student population in Germany. So good talent to connect. And I think especially in the field of innovation, the research institutions have caught up tremendously over the last decade. So the system has expanded. We find good institutions not longer anymore only in the first-tier cities, but also second, third-tier cities. I think there's a good foundation for deep tech. And last but not least, while we are looking into India, I mean, the work which India has done in the startup landscape is astonishing. No, raising from, what it was, 150 startups, 2016, now to 100,000 something. Out of them, 25,000 tech startups. So I think there's a lot of space to connect. There is a lot of space where we can bring our competencies in, but we can also learn a lot from India. How to cost efficiency scale up, for instance. How to scale technology down to make it affordable for the people. So I think We look at from a perspective that India is an equitable partner. It's not longer about capacity development and all these things. And for the German government at the moment, given the geopolitical situation which we are having, we of course also try to diversify our partners in a way. We lost Russia due to the circumstances as a partner. We have our difficulties with China and with India. I mean, I said we're here since 65 years. We share the same values and trust. Sure. And I think that's something where India is outstanding, also in the Asian region for us. So I think we have shared values. Us unites a couple of things. And as I said, and the systems are quite matching well. We just experienced in a couple of workshops we had. So I think it's a lot of opportunities. We still have to work from the German side. Nevertheless, I have to admit that we make these opportunities more public in Germany, because India on a broader level is not seen or as visible. And I think this is something one would need to do for more global partnerships. So India needs to promote its system better in Germany. The wonderful work you're doing. So that we see a lot of interest from the Indian sides towards Germany and Europe, but I think we still have to work that the interest from Germany towards India on a bit of a broader level, in young researchers and so on, is increasing. This is something we need to look into. And then these exchange programs, which I just mentioned, are wonderful. To hear that 30 people come over from Copenhagen business schools, I think this is the right way to do it.
Yeah, great. No, I think one such aspect of getting companies interested, taking the leaf out of the CBS Business School model, will be to talk to incubators and people like us, where we could provide opportunities for soft landing, exploration, etc. That's something that we'll be happy to explore going forward. Do you want any final comments on this topic? Why India?
On a personal basis, well, I would say, if I would be totally honest, I need to get university credits, and I just took this course.
That was
but no,
too, yeah.
More on a deeper level. I also work in a startup in Denmark. I'm originally from Switzerland, and I chose specifically my study program, which is international development, to also see what's going on in the world. I feel like, especially from a business side in Europe, a lot of people have a very straightforward thinking, focused on Western beliefs or even European beliefs. My personal background is also, my mother's from Mexico, so I grew up with 2 different cultures, and I really like to explore other cultures. What I would like to say, so we are here in a space where most of the people are scientists, right? For us business people, we would like to have deep conversations, but not about life sciences, because we don't have any knowledge. But you see, there are a lot of ongoing programs, incubators, networks that focusing on the knowledge sharing in those areas. However, I feel like this doesn't really exist for the business industry or business field. Because I've been talking a lot here to entrepreneurs with great ideas, great passion. I've been doing the same a month ago in Copenhagen at a big tech event. And I would say that in Europe still, when you become an entrepreneur, you have, as a founder, you always start looking into the business side to understand what is a strategy, what does the word strategy even mean? How will you grow? What's a strategic plan? What are the activities you need to do to reach a certain goal? And I think this has been very structured where we come from, whereas here is a lot passion-driven. We want to achieve a lot, which is perfectly fine. It's super nice that people are passionate about their product, because in the end, it's more about the person, right, in a startup, because you got to believe a person. People here are very knowledgeable, very well educated in their fields, so the product is going to be good. But I still believe we should focus more on those educational exchanges to also find a way to systematically maybe create a landscape of business understanding, especially also in early stages where time is the most precious resource, and you need to invest time to build as much value as possible to then make it out of early stage.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV. informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We started our campus in October, actually on October 28, 1999, and this is October 28, 2024. 25 years of our experience as the first life sciences research park in India, and it's so gratifying to see that we have helped over 1,800 companies and startups and innovators to grow across India. And when we are talking of India, we are actually physically present in Genome Valley, but we have startups in 102 cities and towns. So our impact has been fantastic, and we are so proud to say that IKP has been a great influencer and an ecosystem enabler. The building where I'm standing today as our administration building has been named today after our founder, Mr. Narayanan Vagul. Mr. Narayanan Vagul was the chairman of ICICI Bank when IKP started, and it was his vision, his interest that really got IKP to bloom the way it is today. Mr. Narayanan Vagul, a career banker as profession and an innovator at heart. He was the one who created several institutions, and IKP is one of them. We are ever grateful to Mr. Narayanan Vagul, and we lost him in May this year. So this building is named after Mr. Vagul. We had our 25-year celebration through our annual conference, IKMC, on 26th, 27th, and 28th of October. 26th and 27th at HICC, our convention center in Hyderabad, and today on the 28th of October, our annual day at the Genome Valley campus. We had several of our park members and Genome Valley companies here, including the three doyens of IKP, Laurus Laboratories, Psi Life Sciences, and US Pharmacopoeia, represented by Laurus Labs, represented by Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, the MD and CEO of Laurus Labs. Psi Life Sciences was represented by none other than Dr. K. Rangaraju, the chairman of Psi Life Sciences, and United States Pharmacopoeia, or USP, was represented from the US by Mr. Brooke, who's the head of operations across the USP group, and the head of operations of the India office, head of India office and Asia Pac, Mr. Girish Kapoor. So it's been a great day, and we look forward to the next 25 years, what IKP will be doing. One of the endeavors that we are taking up is a biomanufacturing hub, not for us, but as a shared facility for all the startups that are growing so fast and really need CGMP facilities for their clinical grade material. So we look forward to having this in the next 24 months, a fully accredited CGMP facility, which hopefully will be accepted by US FDA and MEA and others. Looking forward to the growth of IKP in the next 5 years, 10 years, and 25 years. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Yash Thani and I'm the co-founder and CTO of Twastra Biotech. Here we are developing a rapid allergy testing kit. So imagine once you had a lunch and it didn't really sit right with you, you go to hospital, the doctor recommends an allergy test, you go to a diagnostic labs, you diagnose the allergies, and then you come back to the doctor and then he gives you the medications. So that entire waste of time process and the entire huge a pain process what we are trying to build here bypasses everything. So, rapid allergy testing kit, you don't really need to go to doctors in order to get diagnosed of what kind of allergies you have. You can do it on your own. It's a self-help kit that can basically change lives.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Yeah, hi, I'm Vivek, co-founder of Plepsi Innovations. We are working on teleoperated robotic ultrasound system in order to provide safe and secure sonography solutions to inaccessible regions. So our motto is to make ultrasound accessible to last citizen of the country. So there will be a robotic system which is in any rural town or a village at the patient side. Radiologist can take the tele connection, remote connection to the robotic system, and then he can perform the ultrasound scans. Patients need not to travel long distances to get the scans done, especially for pregnant women. Maternal health will be highly impacted if no ultrasound scan is done in the pregnancy cycle. And even in case of early stage cancers, tumors and mass in the body, ultrasound is a basic diagnostic tool wherein 80% of these cancer cases can be treated with ultrasound. So we are covering almost 66% of the country's population with the teleoperated system where there is no access. Even we are planning to serve to the international market wherein low and middle income countries who are not having access to basic medical facilities such as basic diagnostic tool of ultrasound. That's where we are. We will be in the market in the next 6 to 8 months. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, my name is Vardhan Mahajan. I am from Bitsfilani, Hyderabad campus. The company that I run is Arno AI. Arno AI is a generative AI assistant for lawyers. We are trying to reduce the grunt work for lawyers. So what we try to do is we help them with research, strategizing, document drafting, document management, and client communications. So our goal is to free up 50% of a lawyer's time. So when the project was getting started, Vishwanathan sir from IKB actually came and advised us a lot, and he gave us a lot of feedback on how we could take things forward and what we should focus on, and that really helped us get past that initial barrier of how a startup has to run and what are the initial issues we were facing. So all of his feedback and advice really helped us get past a lot of the issues. So I really thank IKB for organizing this, and also a lot of insights that we have gotten here. I just met 2 lawyers and they gave me insights into what I should work on, what things they would want, what resistances they would have, and this has been really invaluable for me. So I thank IKB for organizing this, and thank you so much for recording my story as well.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, this is Vaibhav Bhatia, CEO of Lamarck Biotech. Really happy to be here at IKP's IKMC 2024 now, but it's a 25th year. Okay, so what I can share, Lamarck actually started at IKMC 2019, which is a 20-year celebration you had here, and I came in from Spain that time, and after 10 years in India, it was a different ecosystem, and IKMC kind of introduced me. So that was a great feeling 5 years back, and 5 years now after that, we are here celebrating 25th anniversary, and I'm really happy. A lot of support. You can see our poster, some logos there. They would not have been possible without support of IKP. They have been very crucial in converting our technical mindset into a business mindset. There has been a lot of not only support but also admiration that we have got from their side. So in all, it has been a great journey with IKP. So thank you, Dipanvita ma'am. Thanks a lot to Vishu, who is also my senior from IIC, and a lot of encouragement from their side to work harder, to work better, and to do something here. And happy to be here. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon. I am Tanmay and this is Ria, and we're the co-founders of R&T Health Insights, where we're building a breakthrough software as a medical device solution for the real-time detection of early gastric cancer during endoscopic procedures.
We recently received the US FDA Breakthrough Device designation for our technology.
We've been supported very generously by IKP, receiving mentorship and financial support. We're recipients of the Nidhi Prayas grant, and we've also gotten follow-up funding via the Nidhi Seed Support Scheme. We're extremely thankful to IKP Eden for making all of this possible for us. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Suru Tujani, the founder of the company called Startup Tumukuru. So we're a young community of entrepreneurs in the city of Tumukuru. It's about 70 kilometers from Bangalore. We're trying to build a beyond Bangalore tech cluster in Tumukuru where we support startups of different segments. We are currently working with startups on software development, defense and IoT, electrical batteries, space tech, and sports infrastructure, and a lot more. So we are a one-stop solution for building sustainable startups. So a lot of startups tend to chase unicorns, but we are trying to build startups that are sustainable and then they can expand exponentially. I'm very happy to be a part of IKMC 2024. IKP has been a great place to work on. In fact, previously I was working with IKP Knowledge Park, and just about 25 days I've started something on my own called Startup Tumukuru. So IKP is a great community for all young entrepreneurs like me and a lot more. And for anybody who's looking to start up, I think it's a great space to be in. And entrepreneurship requires a lot of guts and a lot of your time. You'll be working 24/7. So if you are somebody who's ready for it, I think you should go for it. Thanks a lot.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm Dr. Sudha. I am the founder of Biotech Solutions. We are here visiting the Innovative Knowledge Park conference of 25 years this conference, and we've been as an incubator in the Innovative Knowledge Park for more than 5 years now. We have a product called which is good for us an anti-inflammatory, antiviral, and good for the joint pains as well as anti-cancer. We have come up with this nanotechnology, which is very, very pure form and better absorbable and better effect at a low dose formula. We've been grateful to IKP for supporting our innovation, and we are in the market right now, and we are in product line, and we have launched our products commercially, and we are grateful and we are thankful to IKP. Thank you so much. Again, Dr. Sudha from Biotech.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi everyone, I'm Soumya Darapaneni, co-founder of Avinya Neurotech Private Limited. So we are a medtech startup where we are developing a neuromonitoring solution for identifying various neurological disorders. So I am thankful to BIRAC Big Grant where we and IKP where we got a BIRAC Big Grant. It helped us in accelerating our phase where we have developed a prototype, and currently we are in validation phase, where it is helping us to be a part of medtech domain. So we are a neuromonitoring solution which will help us in identifying the abnormality in the brain signals. Along with that, we have our software which has two verticals which can work with current existing solutions and also work with our integrated model. This helps in identifying the abnormalities in the brain signals. So we are correlating our brain signals along with ECG and EMG and EDA, which is helping us in identifying the exact location of abnormality. So this assists the neurologist to identify the personalized treatment for better patient outcome.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Smita Jain. I work for Cactus Communications, and I look after the partnerships that we build with government and academia across India. I come from academia, but have been working with the periphery of scientific ecosystem. And IKP is an organization I've known almost over a decade now, and it's amazing to see the beautiful work IKP has done to kind of promote and nurture the startup ecosystem in India. And while going through the startup exhibition, it was amazing to talk to these different entrepreneurs, the excitement and the kind of work that they are doing in their spaces and making a difference in the lives of so many people. I come from communications background, and I feel that it'll be amazing to have a portal by IKP where all these companies are listed and the kind of work that they're doing is put together really well, which will help anyone and everyone to understand the difference that each one of these companies through IKP is making. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, my name is S.K. Dash, and I just happened to attend the distinguished lectures. What struck me was Professor Ullas's lecture was fantastic. It brought in a lot of dimensions which were not hereto known to me, and I was pretty influenced by it, and I think I should take up more of nutrition as a choice, because ultimately it seems that that is the denominator to prevent disease, aging, and other related illnesses. I think I'll be catching up with Professor Ullas soon and trying to work some collaborative model by which we can find out that how do we use plant resources or extracts to influence metabolic and aging. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Shubham and I'm from Citrana AI. Citrana is a market research platform for new businesses that want to get some basic insights on the market and how to place the product better. So it's as simple as coming to a platform and typing in your idea, and you get all the insights you require to place your product better. IKP has given us a very good platform to find different people to showcase our product to, and actually talk to a lot of incubators that we're actually trying to target. Apart from that, I would say starting the startup has given me a lot of insights on how people actually grow businesses, and something like this is will be very useful for any new founder, and we want to empower new founders to build big businesses in the industry. Yeah, I think that's about it for me. Yeah, thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So hello everyone, I am Shrutika and I am representing Plot New Bionations Private Limited. It's a startup based in Bangalore. So our flagship product is birth asphyxia, which is a diagnostic kit to detect birth asphyxia in neonates. And it's a colorimetric test kit which is capable of replacing the arterial blood gas analyzer, which is the current golden standard right now. As of now, we have got clinical trials approval from CD Simon Hospital and the Government Hospital of Kanakpura, which is in Bangalore itself. And we have samples of around 254 cases and 254 controls. If I have to talk about IKP, then the founder of this company, Mr. Avinash, has always been a part of IKP, and he has started his career of this company from IKP itself. So from the initial stages only, IKP has supported us in everything, and we as Plot New are really thankful for whatever they are providing us. And to the young and entrepreneurs who want to set up their own companies and all, I'll just say that you guys have a vision and just thrive for it on a daily basis. That's all. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I'm Shruti from Team Ikshana, and we've been developing solutions for women with urinary incontinence. Incontinence is a condition where you do not have control over your bladder, which can happen for both men and women, but it's more common among women. 1 in every 3 women over the age of 30 have faced this problem at least once in their life. So when you have a weak pelvic floor, there could be leakages that can happen during the day. And to strengthen your pelvic floor, there are exercises called Kegels that are usually recommended by doctors. But in many cases, women find it difficult to target the right muscles, and there are also cases where the pelvic floor is really weak that it's physically not possible to contract and relax them to do these exercises on a regular basis. In that case, there are also physiotherapists who use electrotherapy, where they pass electrical stimulation to strengthen this pelvic floor. But even in that case, you have to visit the physiotherapist's clinic every other day for maybe even 6 months if the condition is bad. So we have used the same technology and we are just making it as a wearable device. So this is a pair of shorts that you can wear, and it can even be worn under your everyday garment, and it can be controlled through a mobile device. You just have to switch it on and probably take this stimulation for a period of 20 minutes. Your pelvic floor strengthening is happening while you are working, walking, doing any activity that you like. So this is the product that you can use as a substitute to even exercise, or it can even be used along with exercise to increase the impact of it. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I'm Shreya Nair, co-founder of Bella Innovations, and as of now in the current scenario, women are shy and embarrassed to go for getting their breast checked, mostly because of the taboo associated with it. You have to remove your clothes and sit there naked, which is majorly the reason why women don't go. Apart from this, even in the medical scenario, if you go for a mammography, it's often very painful and it exposes you to x-rays, which are not really good for you. So you can't go through it regularly. And for women that have undergone lumpectomy and already have diagnosed a lump, it is very hard for them to actually keep track of whatever is going on after that, because doctors recommend you to keep track of your breast afterwards to check for any sort of recurrence. So to combat these issues, we are coming up with Nybra, which is a set of smart pads that you can slip under any bra and any garment and convert it into a smart breast health monitoring system. And what we do with this is understand your breast based on your standards and give you an alert on your phone if there's an onset of anything that is abnormal from your standard. And this comes with the Ovula app as well. So everything is embarrassment free at home for your comfort only, and you can use it whenever you want, and based on this you can go for a mammography only when you absolutely need it. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, I am Siva Santosh, founder of Subtle Boutique. Subtle Boutique is based on robotic company. So we are focusing for problems in the people generally facing in our regular life. So that problem is using to we can developing a robotic solution in machinery way. That way we are finding one problem is many people suffering from loss of the motor function in their upper and lower limbs due to stroke, cerebral palsy, accident. It carry 22 plus problems. So we are giving solution is artificial neuromechanism that is wearable with a non-surgical way. That mechanism using to we can patient can do that our activities without another help, like that is wearable blow system, that is wearable hand and spine guard and neck motor system. It is weightless 300 gram only. Overall motor system for 1.5 kg below only. Competitor is exoskeleton and other training robots. So we developing a real-time muscle technology. That way that kind of patient don't depending for others for doing regular activities. And our solution using to we can doing the multiple activities like trainings and a real-time muscle technology way, doing walking, move and backward, sitting and take objects, that kind of activity we can do that. And we are focusing on the space technology in future. So we are developing robots using in space sectors. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, my name is Ashmita Samal and I'm the Chief Scientific Officer of Polyorbit Private Limited. So at Polyorbit we are looking at the bone regeneration or the tissue regeneration capacities and how to enhance the regeneration capacity of our body by using polymer matrices, and along with that we are using exosomes. So the USP of our startup is using that personalized therapy, and along with that we are also looking into the body's own regeneration capacity by enhancing them with the use of exosomes, which will be isolated from the cells of the patient or the donor itself. So IKP has been a great platform for us, which has enabled to which has increased our visibility and to represent it's a platform to represent our idea and our startup here, and to as we are also an early stage startup. To all the other startups, I would also suggest that just believe in your ideas and just work for it, because we should have that conviction and we should work hard towards it to make it a success. Yeah, so that's all. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello all, my name is Sarath and I'm a co-founder at Doctor at Home, and this is our product which is called live consultation device. So using our device we are doing something new solution which is called the live consultation, where in today's world whatever you are ordering, it is like getting delivered at home. But when you see it for the consultations, clinical consultations, you need to go to the physical hospital. So we are trying to solve that problem, where our solution with the help of our nurse will directly come to your house. Now this device will help the patient to connect with any doctor of their choice, be it of their personal doctor or a family doctor, or if of a doctor of our panel. So now what happens is that, so once all the sensors are connected to the patient's body, because with the patient there will be a nurse accompanied. So once the sensors are connected, all the vitals will be live feed to the doctor. So now doctor from his phone or a laptop will be able to talk to the patient directly using a video conferencing solution, as well as will be able to see the live feed of the data, all the vitals, not just the non-invasive vitals. So we also have the provision where doctor can listen to the heart sound in live and even do the physical examination, like if there is any swelling on the patient's body, using our telemedicine camera. So coming to the vitals part, what we are offering are ECG 7-channel and 12-channel, BP, temperature, SpO2, respiratory rate, heart rate, pulse rate. Along with that, even if there is a new device that needs to be connected, for example, if there is a gynecologist, if she would like to listen to the fetus heart sound, we can even include a fetoscope. So this way we will be able to serve the other patients as well, other needs of different patients. In addition to this, even the family member can also join the consultation. Nowadays, being in nuclear families, it will be sometimes we will delay the consultation or healthcare need whenever us or any of our family member has a need. But with our solution, even the family member who is at a distance can join the consultation, participate, and ask some questions to the doctor and try to understand their loved ones, how their health is. Similarly, this device, it's not only used for home services, but it can be also incorporated within an ambulance. So once this device is integrated with an ambulance, we are converting an ambulance into a live ambulance. So if a patient is traveling in an ambulance itself, it's a very critical case. So during that critical case or critical time, we are able to send the data of the patient vitals in live to the doctor from the hospital. Now this will help doctor to see the patient, attend them, and also give a good understanding of to the patient's family member who is accompanying that patient, and also if possible a required treatment can also be done. So the critical care can start from the transit. And if you see the case of any rural area, in India itself, it's a very big population of around 68% we have in rural, where there is a big gap between the doctor and the patient. So with a device with a very lesser cost of the setup and everything, now this device will help the patients within the rural area connect with the best doctors in the world, be it in the cities or metros or even outside India also. So this will help the patients to attend or take an informed decisions of their health. So this way our product can be focused in different areas, be it home care services, where you can bring clinic to the house, where it can be a live ambulance concept, or even in the rural areas. Apart from that, even we can also do it like a live clinic or a live OPD. Even if the doctor isn't there in a clinic, you can still have the consultation done. This is altogether our product. We are soon launching it, and we will be in the market maybe from Jan or February of 2025. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello guys, this is Green Innovations. I'm Ruth Reddy and this is Sanjana Daga. So we are from computer science graduates, passed out in 2022, and we started a startup which is about air purification, where we provide healthy air services. Like our devices provide fresh oxygen compared to the new air purifiers, and it even gives you a natural aroma and sometimes
So we do that by replacing our filters with our plant-based filters. We are using moss as a media in our filtration system. Moss not only releases oxygen but it also absorbs PM 2.5, PM 10, CO2 and the TVOCs which are there in the air. So we are trying to enhance the indoor air quality systems in homes, residential spaces and commercial spaces.
And as you see in Delhi now, the higher AQI levels, and even in cities, where you see there's a lot of dust particles, carbons, and everywhere. And we are providing different services where we can clear the air quality, at least for people in the homes who can live and breathe freely.
So we have also tested our product at IIT Delhi with Professor Sagar Dev. He is the head of atmospheric sciences. As you can see the experimental results, we increased the PM 2.5 and PM 10 to 597 and 1039, which is very hazardous. And these are the current AQI levels which are running in Delhi. And we instantly reduced the PM 2.5 and PM 10 to 21 and 50, which is good AQI levels.
I was coming from Punjab. There are a lot of high AQI levels in the northern spaces, and you can see all these regions are very hazardous and it's very toxic for people, even for the newborn babies and even for the pregnant women and older people. So you can see normally the people should be living in a range of 0 to 100, which is very healthy for us. But now you can see the ranges are almost above 500, which are very hazardous. And we are trying to bring a change to the environment and even for the better state of people. Yeah. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So, hi, myself Sandeep, Senior R&D Manager, Sri Gurave Life Sciences. We are a company working on cancer care products. When I mention cancer care products, it is for diagnostic, it is for treatment, and it is for management. In one of the products which we are working on is breast localization marker. Here we can see a breast biopsy marker is a localization marker which is placed in a breast after removal of tissue. This is used for localization of breast. It can be used for lumpectomy or removal of a lesion, and it can be also used in lung nodules.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, I am Sagar, founder and managing director of New Origami Automation India Private Limited. We are today presenting a product called as Inspire. Inspire is nothing but an artificially manual it's a automated respiration system which helps for the patients to breathe in casualties, mostly used in district hospitals and primary health centers. What happens is usually whenever a patient who comes in casualty for a breathing support, almost all the time there is no competent person who can operate something called as an ambu bag or a respirator. This manual ambu bag is given in the hands of the patient's attender like mother or whoever is the relative of the patient to operate it. During the distress, the patient's attender may not be able to properly operate that, and due to the improper operation of the ambu bag, the life of the patient is lost, not because of the injury, but due to the improper operation of the ambu bag. So what our machine is doing is it's giving a monitor breathing support to the patient where the patient can breathe very well, and even the patient's breathing pattern is measured. So this helps this helps to save a lot of life, and it's a transit breathing support device. It's not a full-time device, but it's a transit support device until the patient is evaluated and taken to healthcare like surgery or maybe a ventilator or maybe medication, whatever is necessary. So join our hands together to build a better world and a better India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This is Roshni from Pathinsitu Biotechnologies. I work as a business development executive in Pathinsitu Biotechnologies. When we say Pathinsitu Biotechnology, it is a leading manufacturing company in the tissue-based cancer diagnostic. So it is a one-stop go for the histology equipment to immunohistochemistry. Also we have histology stains, and also we have the digital scanner, slide scanner, also microscope from basic to the premium one. So we are also actually into the pathology solution. So we used to help pathologists to make their workflow smooth. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, this is Rohan Tripathi. I'm from InnovoCare Health Serve Solutions, and we are at the amazing IKMC 2024. This is our 25th edition of this amazing event, and I have been here for most probably the fourth time now. It's a great experience as always, with some of the best minds in the medical technology sector. This time we are here with not one but two products. We have Nibra CS, that is a non-invasive baroreflex assessment combined system. It's a class C medical device which is currently ongoing clinical validation at AIIMS Kalyani. We also have MedPod, a smart pill box that does not need Wi-Fi or smartphone for continuous functioning. This product is in the market. You can get it at Amazon, Flipkart and our website medpod.in. So as always, it's great to be here. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, this is Dr. Ravi Kiran. I'm the managing director of a company called Medov Plus, and we are here at IKMC celebrating 25 years of IKP's establishment, and IKP has been wonderful. They have been our BIG partners, they have been our Care partners, and the support we have received has made this product launch internationally as well. Thank you IKP for that. And then our product is it's a advanced eye imaging device which diagnoses advanced eye diseases in a very short period of time and anywhere. The accessibility issue has been resolved, and we have. One suggestion I have for startups is to go out and then keep selling, keep getting feedbacks from the end users, and that's going to help a lot. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This is Rama Devi. I'm specialization of herbal drug technology. I finished my PhD from Andhra University. On the behalf of PhD, I innovated 5 products. One is Aushidhi sanitary napkins. These Aushidhi sanitary napkins USP is it is a thinness. In this, we are using 5 layers of compound layers. These 5 layers can be useful for absorption of 150 ml of blood and mucus. And what is the USP of this compound is, here we are coating the herbal coated one. In the herbals, we are using Vinca rosea, neem, aloe vera, and orange oil. So Vinca is useful for the cancer, cervical cancer. All are essential oil. We are from Sri Sriram Herbal Industries. This is my industry where we are manufacturing of the pads and all. So here ultra thin pads. Generally normal pads are having the cotton. Raw cotton is available in the form of brown color shade and pesticides and aflatoxin. For the brown color can be converted as a white with the help of a bleaching agents. For the bleaching agents, that's normal pads will be causing most of the cervical cancer and vaginal cancer. For that purpose, we are innovated the Aushidhi sanitary napkins. Here we are using airlaid material, sap and silicone release paper and a back sheet. So the protection time of these pads are 6 to 8 hours. Actually, we have to change with 4 hours once. But the capacity of the holding of the mucus and all, it can be giving 6 to 8 hours. So this is the 320 mm. We are having a 3 sizes, 240 mm, 280 mm and 320. Large XL and double XL. So this is our USP of these compounds, and these are very economy to the rural people. We want to supply to the rural and tribal and urban areas and metros. So not only that, we are also innovated the mosquito repellent cream. This mosquito repellent cream also having the essential oils, organic oils, the bio-waste material, recycle, reduce and reusable of these fruit peels and seeds and leaves. We are extracting the oils from the Soxlet apparatus and Clevenger apparatus that can be coated on that. Actual mechanism of action of the repellents means that particular person will be organized by the lactic acid, that mosquitoes can be attracting the lactic acid, that is the bite cause. Here we have to mask the lactic acid secretion by the applying of this mask. It is a DEET free. DEET causes the cancer. in marketed available products are having the 12% W by V of date. That is a benzene derivative that also causes cancer. So we are promoting our products with the natural base of beeswax is the base, and we are using the essential oils. This is the second innovation. Then third one is we are making the cow milk and goat milk soaps.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Paritosh and I'm the co-founder of Boltzmann Lab, where we are developing AI tools for drug discovery and life sciences. So as you can see from our poster, we are developing AI tools for complete end-to-end health sector, and mostly focus on AI-driven drug discovery, small molecule, large molecule, as well as diagnostics. And you can see that some of these platforms are Bold Bio, where we are discovering novel biomarkers or drug targets. Then with BoldChem, we are discovering novel compounds, novel chemicals for drug discovery. With Bold Pro, we are discovering novel antibodies, peptides, and protein therapeutics. And there is one more tool which we call Clean Bolt, where we are developing tools to manage clinical trials in a very efficient manner. And then one more tool is we call Rebolt, which helps in the process development and the synthesis of chemical compounds. And some of our clients include Infosys, Larsen Toubro, Gene One, some of the universities in US as well as in India. And one more area that we are pitching right now is developing RAGs, that is the bots for healthcare. That is where patient can upload their health reports, and that will be very helpful for the doctors who are analyzing these patients. That is in development phase, but hopefully that will come up in near future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, my name is Orlando. I'm from Switzerland, but I'm representing Alchicel, which is a Danish startup. I had the pleasure to come here as part of a project with IKP Knowledge Park together. And yeah, what I really want to say about this, I'm extremely valuing the experience I can get abroad at other tech events. I think it's very important that at the time of this that you can connect also globally with other startups, with other ecosystems, and even if it's only for networking, you never know how collaborations come out of it, and also learn about other cultures. Maybe you want to talk about our collaboration also from university?
So I'm Julie. I am a CBS student from Copenhagen Business School, and we're doing our MBA in Denmark. Me and Orlando were doing our studies together, and we're here as a part of the immersion internship with IKP Knowledge Park, and we are working with our TTO office called IKP Prime, and we're going to guide them in their business model journey. So we're going to be consulting them on a different business approach to generate more revenue, and we are here today on this conference to also be speakers for tomorrow's panel on global perspective, and we're very excited for this opportunity. It's our first time my first time in India, and this conference has given us kind of a jump into the deep end of a pool on how to do business in India, and we're taking all the tips and tricks from other companies, and it's very valuing seeing the ecosystem of IKP Knowledge Park.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, this is Niharika, co-founder Economigos Private Limited. So our startup is basically based on, we are converting the crop residue into paper products and many other items like envelopes and file holders and many more items. So we are into like basically building a paper making machinery right now, which is in the last testing phase. So we generally consume the crop residue. It can be any plant-based crop residue, so that we convert it into various paper products. And today we are here at IKMC Expo. I would like to thank IKMC for giving this opportunity to showcase our products. and looking forward to many more collaborations. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm Mrinal Jayawant. I am representing United States Pharmacopoeia India Private Limited organization, which resides in IKP Knowledge Park. I'm Vice President R&D, and today I am here to attend a panel discussion in the afternoon. IKP has been a big promoter of startup companies, and have always supported them to start their incubation projects within IKP campus. So I'm here to launch ESP IKP collaborative initiative called She Leads in Science. And this is a collaborative initiative that was conceptualized to address the unrepresentation of women leaders in pharma companies by creating a platform that fosters diversity, promotes innovation, and supports professional growth. So we will be hearing more about this initiative later in the afternoon. So thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I am Mathur Prasad, Senior Director and General Manager of United States Pharmacopoeia. I lead their South Asia operations. So first of all, I want to congratulate IKP for their 25 years anniversary. IKP has been instrumental in supporting the bio ecosystem based in Hyderabad, and we at US Pharmacopoeia has a good, strong collaboration with IKP for the last so many years. And today morning I attended the cell and gene therapy roundtable session. There are a lot of thought-provoking discussions on how to bridge the gap between academia and industry to socialize the adoption of cell and gene therapy, and also we shared on behalf of US Pharmacopoeia how we can support the industry in this new therapy. I also visited the exhibition booths looking at the startup companies, and there are some great technology, great platforms being promoted through this IKP conference. I wish the organizers all the best, and wish a lot of startups from India become unicorns. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is Maheshwari. I'm coming from Core Idea Innovations. I am CEO and founder of Core Idea Innovations. So we have done a tele eye testing device. So you can see that what you're seeing here is a virtual reality based device. So it is a portable device. We can easily take it. And this is for home based healthcare. So you can just take it to the patient's home. We can connect from anywhere in the world. Okay, so for example, patient is in one city and the doctor is in another city. You can connect and do the eye testing. You can see that the live eye testing that I've been doing in this video. So I've been supported by BIRAC funding. So I'm very thankful to IKP. Through them only I received this funding. So Amrit Jankar funding. So through IKP I got it. So and also they have been supporting us with a lot of information about the startup, and they will be sending future funding opportunities, and they are sending a lot of information about other startups where we can do the networking. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Kaviraj. I'm the founder of UDOT. UDOT is on a mission to transform education for the blind. We're doing this because in any high school for the blind, you'll notice that they're not doing science or math. And to stop this, we're building a tactile display, which is basically thousands of erasable dots on a surface, refreshing so that the children can feel animations, braille, and even graphics. With this, we want to make sure that every blind student is able to do science or math and live an independent life. IKP has given us a chance to be part of this expo as well as the Future Stars event. This has given us enough traction and visibility among the medical community as well as potential CSR partners. My advice to entrepreneurs is that please be iterative and actually look for the on-ground value and not for any other high-flying tag.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I'm Dr. Karthikeya. I'm basically a scientist and entrepreneur. So our startup is called Vitulomics. So we work in the dairy sector. We are trying to find antibiotic alternates for this sector. So one of the first things that we are concentrating on is a disease called mastitis. It's one of the biggest scourges of the dairy sector. About 18 to 20% of all dairy animals tend to get this. So, and currently the only cure that is available is antibiotic injections. So we thought, if we would be able to develop some, alternates to antibiotics for this sector, we'd be able to, do something useful. So, so what we have done is that we have come up with a completely plant-based topical application for this disease. So the farmer just needs to, open the can and there's an ointment inside that he just needs to apply to the affected area. And with that, we can largely cure, most forms of this disease. So we have recently got our certification from IVRA, Indian Veterinary Research Institute, stating that we can use this formulation as an over-the-counter medication for clinical mastitis. So till now there are no over-the-counter medications for this disease, so people have to be dependent on using injections from a veterinarian. So now the farmer himself can actually treat the disease once he notices it. And we are priced in such a way that we are almost a third of the rate of an antibiotic treatment, and it takes the same amount of time as an antibiotic, about 3 to 5 days. So I think we are well placed, to do something novel in this sector.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, we are here with Jogendra Tanikalla, who is the CEO of T-Work. So he's gonna speak us about the AKP event. Let's get to know. Hi sir, how are you?
Hi Ninita, thanks for the opportunity. Actually, I'm CEO T-Works Government of Telangana. We are India's largest prototyping center and also manufacturing knowledge partner. So I'm excited to be here at this IKP event, especially because I just went through the startup showcase, and it's very nice to see the startups being supported by IKP and IKP Eden, where they are helping them to take the medical innovations and biological technology innovations to the market. As it is, IKP is quite legendary that it has been around for such a long time and done very impactful work. So I wish them all the best.
Sir, as a CEO of T-Works, what unique things we get to see in T-Works?
So basically we are about manufacturing. So any physical object that you look at, for example, even this mic or this board, anything physical is part of our scope. So we are interested to promote manufacturing for MSMEs, and if you are looking to set up a small industry or cottage industry or factory, we are ready to help you to get started. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Jaganmohan Reddy. I am a previous faculty, and then I started this company, startup company, UR Advanced Therapeutics in 2020, but actual function started in 2021. And what we do is we design peptides for various applications, including tissue engineering. That is our major focus area. And we have been growing ever since from 2021 until now. We are a 18-member scientific team, and probably in the near future we will be graduating and starting our own facility. So some of my products are research use consumables that are ready for commercialization as of now, and we made 3 patents, and they are in various stages of patenting procedures. And we're being with IKP for the last 3-4 years. It has actually supported us during our growth phase, from being nothing or now recognition to getting the several awards, including big grant, including best startup from the BioAsia 2024, and then we received Prime Minister's attention during the Startup Mahakumbh. So traveling with IKP for the last 3 years, it has definitely made a huge impact on a startup like us, which was, even though started by a lot of experience, came out with a lot of experience, but getting the footage in the startup world coming from the academics, it's one of the most difficult tasks. And I think if we were able to find some footage right now, is majorly supported because of the IKP. And yeah, it's celebrating 25 years being here with the IKP and IKMC. It's been fantastic, and hopefully we will see many startups being supported by the IKP. I am sure about that. And any suggestions to the new startups would be, yeah, you feel it if it is your right choice and this is what you are standing up for. You need to know what you are standing up for. There will be a lot of difficulties. You will go through that downfall and there won't be anybody, and probably you might be the person who has to stand up as a founder, and if you do choose to do so at the right time, probably you have a very good chance to succeed. Yeah, thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, I'm Rishikesh, and with me my co-founder Abhijit Unni. We are from Sparshmind Innovation. We are a company based out of AIMS New Delhi. We are working on, our solution is in neurotech. Our product name Remind uses VR technology for treating neurological disorders like stroke, spinal cord injury and traumatic brain injury patients. We provide evidence-based therapy for patients to make the recovery faster, and we have gotten evidence in through our clinical trials in AIMS.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Ritik. So I'm from 1000 Farms. So we 1000 Farms here are an agriculture biotech farm. So where we are into producing biofertilizers. So I'm going to present you the world's first gel-based biofertilizer. So what is the difference between our product and the commercial product is the commercial products will be like coming in powder form or liquid form. So where the microorganisms will be in active state. So which will eventually go to the death phase in a shorter period of time. So but here we have we used a method called encapsulation, where we have encapsulated all the microorganisms, so which will be in a dormant state. So during the application it will become active, and all the microorganisms which we have supplied will be helpful for the soil as well as for the farmers. So with this technology we are able to achieve growth yield of 25%, and also we are able to reduce the chemical fertilizers to 30%. So we have almost covered 2 lakh acres farmers. So this is our technology. Yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, my name is Harkesh Mittal. I used to work with the Department of Science and Technology, and I was invited to the ICICI Knowledge Park annual event, IKMC. And it has been a pleasure to be here. And in fact, I vividly recall the early days when the ICICI Knowledge Park was established. It was that time during with very initial stages, the ecosystem was just building up, and something like to establish IKP itself was a great challenge, which a lot of luminaries in this area uh, who came together and made it possible to give us the park in the present shape what it is. It has been a very interesting journey, and it's a IKP is a jewel in the total crown of the startup ecosystem in the country, and it is amazing journey which is emerged. And at this event, it was great to see the hard work which was put in by the IKP team, the entire set of organizers, and those visionaries who had conceived this idea. I must particularly congratulate Ms. Dipanvita Chattopadhyay, the mover and shaper of this entire movement. I call her that glue which kept everybody together from the beginning till the end. And these efforts of the entire IKP team have actually made it possible to what stage we are today. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, myself Sandhya and this is Harish Kumar. We are from Elliston Innovations. Our company mainly focuses on production of polyunsaturated fatty acids, mainly focusing from the sourcing from the single cell microbial technology, and our commitment aligns with the Make in India commitment and
Make in India alignment. We are mainly focusing on PUFA enriched oils. These oils are formulated into many feeds. It's kind of mainly focusing on livestock industries, the livestock industry including chickens, camels and cattle. When we give this PUFA, the application of PUFA, when we give it as a supplement to the feed, it will enhance that meat quality, textures, even that egg layers will increase that what you mean called the fatty acid contents, and we are also transporting to this PUFA formulated food as a supplement to even camels to the Gulf countries. When the camel intake that the supplement, it increase the meat quality, and milk contains some enriched fatty acid. And when it's come to human consumption, it's helped to enhance our immunity, etc.
mainly the polyunsaturated fatty acids like omega-3 fatty acids and the omega-6 fatty acids are very important for the livestock growth and reproduction fertility. So our products contain both the fatty acids in a balanced ratio, and our products specifically scientifically supplemented with each ratio for specifically for the each animal for their health and fertility. Majorly our products are based on the poultry, camel, cattle and also the aquaculture. For their milk production for cattle, and for the egg layers and for layers and boilers for their egg laying capacity, and also for their nutritive value, and for the meat and for the meat taste and texture. And also this we are proud to say that our company is the first for the PUFA polyunsaturated fatty acid production in India based on the native indigenously isolated fungal strain, and we process it through the microbial fermentation, which will be eco-friendly and sustainable by using the low-cost substrates. And this makes us the first company to produce polyunsaturated fatty acids based on the fungal strains.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are from Economicos. Myself, Ganesh. I am working as an operations head in Economicos, and himself is Bhagya. He's a supervisor. So our basic idea of starting this startup was we make papers from like crop waste, like the paddy waste or the rice straw waste. So we made our own papers with bare hands. Currently, we are working on our mission, which is not present in the Indian market. The mission was in last validation state. Like we are under testing phase. So we'll deploy our mission in nearly one and a half month. So after 1.5 months or 2 months, we can also take bulk orders and we produce papers. So IKP has given us a huge opportunity to expose ourselves. So I thank IKP for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello everyone, my name is Gajendra Deshpande. I am running a startup called as Theta Dynamics Private Limited, and at IKMC 2024 we are showcasing our product Hire Hack, which has been just launched 2 days ago. So Hire Hack is a platform for students. It's a playground for students where they can practice their campus interviews. So generally we know that many companies visit campus for recruiting students through campus interview process, and many students are unaware of the process. Many students are afraid of what questions are being asked in the campus interviews. So we created a playground where students can practice interviews. So generally it is based on the company, so they can select a company and questions will be generated and they can record their responses Our software will analyze the response and gives them the feedback about the good points and about the negative points, and basically it helps them to improve their confidence in the interviews. So I thank IKP for giving us the opportunity to showcase our product here, and I congratulate IKP for completing 25 years. And suggestion to youngsters is that just start a startup. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Dr. Vasudha, and our startup name is Curexcel Technologies, and we are based out of Bangalore. And what we have here is a painless injection device, and our aim as the company is to make all of the injections painless, may it be intramuscular injection, subcutaneous injection, or intradermal injection. And we have our flagship product here, which is meant for shallow depth painless injection for intradermal applications. So how we do that is we have established a technology of hollow microneedle, using which without any limitation on the total volume of drug that can be delivered, we will be able to deliver the drugs which are already approved for intradermal application in a painless manner. So this is what we are working on, and thank you so much for listening to us. And yeah, just to add one more thing, I just forgot about the applications. One is the vaccination application, like the BCG, fractional IPV vaccination, and the rabies and influenza vaccination, which is already approved for intradermal delivery. And considering the other use cases, then we have this local anesthesia application, and there we are particularly looking at doing the painless cannulizations and painless blood sample collection and painless dialysis a possibility by injecting a numbing agent using our painless intradermal injection device, which will actually help many people who are undergoing chronic pricks due to the treatments in cancer and in dialysis. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm Dr. Satish Kumar, working as application scientist in VFL Sciences Private Limited. Our company is located in Chennai. It's a 1-year-old company. So our main our company vision is that we stand for voice for local. That means today most of the scientific equipments are imported from the various countries. Even though we are a well-developed country, but we are depending on other countries to bring the scientific equipments. So in our managing director intention is to bring all the standard techniques to India that has to develop by Indian itself. So in that vision only we have started. All our products are Indian manufacturing in India. So if you take here, we have launched many products, all which are manufactured in Chennai. And also our vision is that to bring all the technology which is equivalent to the high standard products. Today in this event we launched our parallel bioreactor. Today we launched this product. We are happy to be a part of this session, and also we are thanks to the organizer for giving this wonderful opportunity to make this our product launch today. And also for youngsters, those who want to start the business here, always I would say that we need to make a proper planning and strategy. We know without taking any risk we can't make our life better. So I would suggest that sometimes we need to take a risk for our better life. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Myself, Dr. Gajala Prabhakar, founder and managing director of Sri GP Events Life Sciences Private Limited. So, we are developing organic biopesticides. It's controlled to black thrips in chili, mango, and other vegetable crops. And also, we are coming with the product name is Thrip Clear. This is the Thrip Clear. The Thrip Clear control to the black thrips in all the crops, especially in the chili. And also in India we are first time developing this type of biopesticides, and also we are lot of help from the IKP Knowledge Park. They are mentoring, they are support a lot. Thank you, IKP and IKP Prime and IKP Eden also.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Myself, Dr. Faiz Abbas Abdi, representing Medogan Innovations Private Limited. Here we are developing our innovative solutions named Kilkaria, which is a SaaS-based platform that is a software for the early screening, management, and timely monitoring of the pregnancy-related disorders and complications at the time of delivery. We have been backed by major institutes such as SGPGI Lucknow, King George's Medical University, BIRAC, Software Technology Parks of India, MedTech Center of Excellence. As you can see, the preeclampsia rate is 8 to 10%. The postpartum depression rate is 22% in the country, and gestational diabetes rate is also between 10 to 18% in this country. So there is a need of early screening and timely management of the pregnancy related disorders. Our solution is basically a digital health IoT driven platform wherein we are providing antenatal care consultations digitally along with the stratification of the high risk pregnancy cases so that we can detect the complications of the pregnancy much earlier, and by detecting the complications of the pregnancy much earlier, our aim is we will be saving the precious not only the mother's life but the newborn lives, along with saving the out of pocket expenses which usually happens when the complications of the pregnancy takes place at the time of delivery. And these complications enhances the hospital stay for about 6 to 10 days. That makes us like a out of pocket expenses for the patient attendance nearing about 1 to 2 lakh in a normal hospital, and also it makes the burden on the healthcare ecosystem of the state. So that is a big issue. Along with that, we are also screening for the postpartum depression, and we are trying to diagnose early one of the major things, which is the maternity care disorders, maternity care disorders, and mental health screening for these disorders. Our in-house psychiatry and gynecological solutions provides early consultation also, and these solutions are very effective for early risk identification of the pregnancy disorders. And we are thankful for IKP Knowledge Park, which is celebrating its 25th year of its inception, and we are hopeful this solution, that is Kilkaria, would be a very fruitful venture to screen out the diseases.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I'm Dr. Divya Sriram, co-founder and CEO of Denome. Denome is a synthetic biology startup focused on creating the next generation point-of-care diagnostic tools. We have with us two products today at IKMC 2024. One of them is a pocket PCR device, which is called D-ISO Square, which can basically be taken into remote areas for testing infectious diseases, and it can be very easily carried out and without the requirement of external power. You can do it with a power bank that actually powers your phone. And this device normally in labs are like really huge devices which require a lot of capex and skilled people to carry out. We've eliminated all of those complex devices and brought out this really sleek and pocket PCR because of our core synthetic biology technology called D-ISO Square platform. So it's a molecular platform which can carry out isothermal PCR in low temperatures and can essentially eliminate a lot of the complex electronics in current bulky devices. We have with us another product called D-Swift, which complements our D-ISO Square pocket PCR that essentially carries out sample processing and nucleic acid isolation in just 5 to 10 minutes. And this device is also powered by a power bank and therefore doesn't require a lot of power to carry out the testing and is super simple. We have with us another version of this particular device, which is a fully automated device that can be sample to answer along with this extraction as well as the de-iso square, which can also carry out the entire process, but it's completely hands-free. With both of these solutions, we have a sample to answer detection of point of care infections. With just these two, which can be taken anywhere with us. The use cases are for diagnostic labs where the sample is being collected. This can be used as well as for doctors who want to take it into tribal areas or primary healthcare centers can take this entire solution with them then and there. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity at IKMC 2024 to showcase these products.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, myself Dr. Das. I am from 30M Genomics. So our company is completely into DNA testing. We will do the DNA test, we will analyze your DNA and we will tell what kind of diseases you may get in future, and if you are getting a disease, what kind of drugs you can take and at what dosage you can take. And the best part is this complete DNA test, you can get it in just 500 rupees. So that's the best part. We have developed the complete technology to do it in a very affordable rate, and you can get the results also within 3 hours. So for that we have developed technologies, and for developing this technology we are supported by a BIRAC through IKP. We got the grants and fundings through BIRAC and IKP. So IKP was very much supportive in that to scrutinize and get the funds done on time, so that we were able to get the prototype quickly. So and if you are interested to start a startup company, so I would suggest start it very early, and there is a lot of funding opportunities are there. So finance is not at all a constraint to start a company. So BIRAC is there and incubation centers like IKP is there to support you. So that's my sincere advice to all the youngsters out there. So never ever think about finance and stop your dream of starting a company. So there is enough financial support is there. So please go ahead and start your company. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, good evening. Myself Dr. Yashpal Matangi. I am the founder of Yash Bio Solutions. Here I am representing oral rehabilitation appliance. This is our IP product, which is oral control drug delivery system. So this is actually the basic version where it will be, the device will be uploaded onto the oral cavity like this, and this is our working prototype. The video, as you can see, so here the control mechanism, what we are able to demonstrate in this video, the manual control, semi-automatic and automatic versions of drug delivery mechanism. So we are IP-based medical device company based out of Hyderabad, currently incubated with AIC CCMP Hyderabad. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, thanks for asking me to give a small bite. I am Dr. Suresh, and I started this company after moving from USA. Our product is screening of drugs for discovering the using the patients for various diseases, including cancer, fibrosis, COVID, many infectious diseases, and so on. So we create this platform technology called spheroids, organoids, and tumoroids from cells and tumor biopsies from the patient, and we test several drugs on it and advise which drug is acting, not acting, so that we can discover new drugs and also treat patients in very innovative ways. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So hi, this is Dr. Srinivas Maddi, founder, CEO of AccuBiosis Private Limited. It's located in Hyderabad and AIC CCMB in Hyderabad, and we have a facility in Maulali industrial area. So our company is mainly working on drug repurposing platform for the identification of novel medicines for the autoimmune disorders and cancers. So we are using novel techniques and novel tools based on the biology and then chemistry models, and then we will develop new medicines for the treatment of the psoriasis and atopic dermatitis and cancer models. Now So we are also using nanotechnology and then AML models to discover novel medicines and to repurpose the medicine. The main approach is a drug repurposing, where it's a novel approach to get the medicines very fast. In the conventional drug discovery, so normally it will take more time to get the new medicines, but in this case we will take the existing clinical candidates and we will repurpose for the new diseases. So this way we can reduce the time of the discovery, a full discovery process, and then we will get the medicines very fast. So from AccuBiosys we are already reached to phase 2 clinical trial stage, and then we are going to do the phase 3 clinical trials very soon, and then we will get the medicines by next year for the psoriasis and atopic dermatitis. In addition to that, we are also selecting some phytopharmaceuticals into converting into nanoforms, and then we are targeting to the different diseases, which is more safer and less toxic to the patient. So this way we can also bring the medicines from the existing phytopharmaceuticals to the patients safely without any having toxicological problems. And we are also doing certain kind of novel business models and then platform technologies to convert into a business. Especially we developing in vitro models to reduce the utility of the animals in the discovery process. Thereby we reduce the utility of animals in the discovery, and only without animals we wanted to establish certain in vitro models to screen and get the medicines very fast. So in this case we are following 3R principles. One is reduce, reduction and refining the process. So these are the different novel platform technologies. Another one is we are developing a patient tumor organoids models, and also some kind of animal models which will screen the molecules, small molecules and large molecules for the drug discovery process. So overall AccuBiosys is a 7 years old company, startup MSME. So we are having a good revenue generation company. So and we are developing molecules for the different diseases. So we are reaching to the phase 2 clinical trials for certain molecules. So we are basically not only developing small molecules, we are also working with this large molecular screening, especially monoclonal antibodies and biosimilars. So this way our company is progressing very well. So and support from IKP and support from BIRAC and getting different grants. We got different grants from BIRAC, also seed funding from several investors. So thank you very much for my startup for taking interview.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon everyone. My name is Dr. Roshan Naik and I am the founder of Digo Purity, and I am very glad to be here at the 25th anniversary of IKP Park, and today I will introduce to you our mastitis detection product. First we have the mastitis detection product, which has greater accuracy than a California mastitis test, and it is easy to use, easy to store. And subsequently we have the PASS diagnostic kit, where we have this dropper here and ready-made reagents where we can use to identify the right targeted treatment.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Yeah, myself, I am Dr. Pavan from LL Tech Private Limited. We are basically working in human genetics division, wherein we are giving NGS-based solution to the hospitals and biopharma. So we will be testing patient samples for diseases like cardiomyopathy, oncology, and gastroenterology, wherein we will extract DNA and sequence it and identify the variants which are conferring diseases. So based on these reports, doctor will make decisions in diagnosis, informed decisions. So apart from that, we are also working in academics, wherein we are giving services to research projects, wherein we are sequencing whole genomes of the organisms and also transcriptome to study the gene expression patterns of different genes, and also microbiomes in different like gut microbiome, and studying sewage samples, water samples and all. So apart from this, we also provide molecular diagnostic kits like library preparation, DNA extraction kit, and also some sort of RT-PCR tests for HBV, HCV diseases. So this is a brief background of LL Tech Private Limited.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, Subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, myself Dr. Narendra Kumar. I completed my PhD in microbiology. So in this product is a unique product. So in this product we are using the metabolite. So generally majority of products is biopesticides. Biopesticides means they are using the bacteria. So the bacteria is not stable in the environment conditions due to abiotic stress. So we want to try to produce this product. So we are using the extract the compound from bacteria. That compound we are used for the treatment of these trips. And we have tie up with AgriHub, Hyderabad, and we complete the validation report and all. We get the good results. As soon as possible, we'll release the product in the market. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, this is Dr. Karthik. So we have established a startup called Adava Life Sciences recently. So in the month of March, we have established this company. So basically, this is an analytical services startup. So we are offering services to agriculture and the pharma sector, especially the small startups, those who are having any production activities for any medicines or any biomolecules. So those who are unable to establish their own QC sector, so we are offering services for them. So whenever they want to establish their own QC, so we will help them to find out that equipment or the facilities, and we are giving even manpower support also. So to the young entrepreneurs who are want to establish their own startups, now IKP is supporting a lot for them. So right now I have written a project for my startup. So after scrutiny, so they advised me to come for this investor program. So tomorrow we have meeting with investors. So it will be a great help for us. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, నేను డాక్టర్ నిషిత ఎండి ఆయుర్వేద ఫ్రమ్ విశాఖపట్నం. వైజాగ్ లో ధనాయు ఆయుర్వేద హాస్పిటల్ ఉంది మన విశాలాక్షి నగర్ లో, అండ్ ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీలో మనకి R&D కూడా ఉంది. సో ఈ రోజు మనం ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన ఎగ్జిబిట్ చేసే ప్రోడక్ట్ ఏంటంటే, ఆడవాళ్ళలో సడన్ గా యూరిన్ ఇన్ఫెక్షన్స్ వస్తూ ఉంటాయి. అంటే యూరిన్ లో ఈస్ట్ ఇన్ఫెక్షన్స్ అని కూడా అంటారు. యూరిన్ లో మంట, దురద, సడన్ గా నైట్ టైం లేకపోతే ట్రావెలింగ్ లో ఉండేటప్పుడు సడన్ గా ఎక్కడైనా వాష్రూమ్స్ యూజ్ చేసేటప్పుడు వస్తూ ఉంటాయి. దీనికి మనకి ఏంటంటే ప్రాపర్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ కూడా లేదు. 5 minutes లో లేకపోతే ఆ నైట్ అంతా కూడా వాళ్ళు ఇబ్బంది పడుతూ ఉంటారు. దీనికి కరెక్ట్ ప్రాపర్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ కూడా లేదు. యాంటీబయాటిక్స్ కి కూడా చాలా టైం పడుతుంది. సో అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ లో మన ఆయుర్వేదిక్ వెజనల్ సపోజిటరీ ఇది వెజనల్ పెట్టాలి. పెట్టిన తర్వాత విదిన్ 5 minutes, అంటే 2 to 3 minutes, మ్యాక్స్ 5 minutes లో వాళ్ళు సఫర్ అవుతున్న ప్రాబ్లం ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో, మంట, దురద ఏదైనా అవ్వచ్చు, అవన్నీ కూడా విదిన్ 5 minutes లో సబ్సైడ్ అయ్యి వాళ్ళు హ్యాపీగా పడుకోవచ్చు. అట్లీస్ట్ నెక్స్ట్ డే మార్నింగ్ వాళ్ళు డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినంత వరకు ఇది వాళ్ళకి హెల్ప్ చేస్తుంది, క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ లైఫ్ ఇంక్రీజ్ చేస్తుంది. అదే కంటిన్యూస్ గా మనకి 1 week 10 days కానీ యూజ్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళకి టిష్యూ రీగెయిన్ అవుతుంది. అంటే ఈ రెగ్యులర్ గా యూరిన్ ఇన్ఫెక్షన్స్ రావటం వల్ల టిష్యూ అనేది లూజ్ అయిపోతుంది, వెజనల్ టిష్యూ అనేది. అట్లా కంటిన్యూస్ గా యూజ్ చేయడం వల్ల టిష్యూ రీగెయిన్ కూడా అవుతుంది. బట్ ఇదేంటంటే హ్యాండ్ బ్యాగ్ లో పెట్టుకొని ఈజీగా వాళ్ళు ఎక్కడికైనా వెళ్ళి హ్యాపీగా ఆ టైంలో సిచ్యువేషన్ లో ఏం చేయాలని అర్థం కాని సిచ్యువేషన్ ఇది హ్యాపీగా యూజ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇది 100% సేఫ్, ఈజీగా ఇంట్లో వాడుకోవచ్చు. ఎక్కడైనా ఒక వాష్రూమ్ యూజ్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఇలాంటి ప్రాబ్లం వచ్చినా వాళ్ళు యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. Thank you. I am Dr. Nishita.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, this is Kadekodi Tech Private Limited. We are from Tamil Nadu. This is a e-commerce platform for DPETT startup, registered startups. We have created a platform for startups to create their visibility and boosting their sales. We have there is more than 1 lakh startups in India, but 80% of startups are failing due to lack of proper selling platform, and there is a high commissions in there. So we are reducing the commissions from there, and we are creating a bridge for all startups in one innovation place. And thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, I am Deval Karya, co-founder and CEO of OpenMed Labs, incubated at FSID in IIC Bangalore. We are working on an affordable insulin pump for people with diabetes, and our key USP is that we're able to bring down the cost of an insulin pump drastically by up to 8 times compared to commercially available devices. And we are working towards our development pathway and are in progress on track to be in the market within 1 year. We've been associated with IKP via the BFI Biome program, and we've received a lot of support from both of them to take forward our device designs towards manufacturing as well as regulatory and other guidance and support. So we are thankful for them for that support so far, and we look forward to associating with them in the future as well. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, myself Deepak Kumar, and here I am representing Engrave Biolabs.
Hello, my name is Devashish Shah. I am from Oralviz Healthcare. So I have recently graduated from IIT Hyderabad. I have done my masters from there, and my friend is Vikas. He will introduce his. So this is Vikas Shukla. So basically what we are trying to solve is that there is a lack of specialized tools that can detect oral health complications at their early stages. So basically this is our device. This is a special intraoral camera that can detect the presence of dental caries and other oral diseases at their early stages. So this is what we have built till now, and this can help in detecting these oral problems at their early stages and thus minimizing the treatment costs. So this is a little demo of so we are not only building the product, we are building a total ecosystem around it. Like we are building a platform that patients can come and book their sessions here, and they can our representative can directly go there and scan their teeth at their comfort at home. So it's a total ecosystem we are building around these devices, because in India the healthcare, especially the oral healthcare, is a neglected subject. We want to prioritize in India the oral healthcare. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, good afternoon. Myself Deval, the co-founder of ProMeat. Essentially, we are a plant-based protein company. We started 2021 from Mumbai, and we are based out of IIT Bombay Sign. Apart from that, we have launched multiple different products in B2B and D2C formats. So what we essentially do, we replicated all the forms of meat using plant sources. Very core ingredient we use, mainly mung, pea, soy, oat and wheat. With that, we replicated chicken, beef, pork, mutton in all the different formats. And apart from that, we constantly trying to grow our businesses in multiple different areas, and simultaneously we are exporting to other countries as well. So if you're looking forward to have something which is on the plant-based side, you can get the right taste of meat from plant sources. That's what we do. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I am Chitrapita Das, working at the capacity of Vice President at PDX Nucleus Genomics. So we founded that startup a few months back, and we are the first commercial house in Eastern India who is equipped with long read and short read sequencers. So we are providing complete end-to-end solutions, starting from sample collection, sequencing, your data analysis, preclinical trials, chemoinformatics, and statistical and study design modeling. We can help you out on that as well. So because we are a commercial house, we are equipped with both long read and short read sequencers. So we have Illumina and Oxford Nanopore platforms with us. So feel free to reach us too if you have any query regarding this. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, this is Chandrasekhar from Global Carbon Warriors, attending IKMC 2024. A wonderful event which has been put together by the team. We can see a lot of efforts and planning of involving many months. I think when you go into startups arena, the kind of startups who are displaying what they have done is extremely brilliant and appreciable. In fact, 2 days is not sufficient if you really want to understand what these guys have been doing or are doing, or they are up to. I think IKP has been doing a great job, and I'm sure under their guidance, these startups would be coming out with very brilliant colors, bright colors. And I'm very happy that I'm part of these 25-year celebrations. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, my name is Bhairavi and I'm a physiotherapist, and in Ashwa I work as a head of clinical research. So of Ashwa Wearable Technologies, we have two devices. One is Fitness and one is a Fitmus. So Fitmus is a handheld dynamometer where we quantify muscle strength. So we have it for different muscles group from upper limb and lower limb as well. And Fitness, we have four motion sensors where we have different parameters where we calculate and measure knee range of motion, which includes knee flexion and extension lag, proprioception test, static balance, dynamic balance, staircase climb test, and gait analysis. In future, we are coming up with return to sports module, which will include squat analysis. So all this is a real-time data. It will help orthopedic doctors and physiotherapist doctor for assessment, treatment, and progress monitoring. And I am very happy that I am being a part of IKP, and I congratulate IKP for completing 25 years and wishing everybody a very happy Diwali. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Ashish Gavde. I'm Anirudh Datre. We are Team Givtronics, and we have invented the world's first hand-cranked defibrillator. There is a triple power variant of it. It works on a battery when battery is charged. If somebody forgets to charge that, it works on AC mains. And in case AC mains is not available, it has a built-in hand crank generator inside that is used to charge it up and save a patient. Till date, this is of immense importance to all small town hospitals. Till date, we have saved more than 1,000 patients, and this is already being used by ISRO, AIMS Nagpur, and various prestigious organizations around the country. And we have been associated with IKP Hyderabad for almost 10 years. Our journey began with a small grant from BIRAC, BIG, which was administered through IKP, and we appreciate the support. Our only suggestion to the young entrepreneurs, budding researchers, innovators is that in this area they should get associated with, if they're in Hyderabad and nearby area, they should definitely get associated with IKP Knowledge Park, and it's a great ecosystem that will help budding entrepreneurs build successful startups and create good social impact across the country and hopefully globally. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So we are from the Startup TV, and I am Aryan Anand from Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University.
what it does, it's a sustainable form of carbon capturing system. We'll be soon moving to bigger versions, which will be a 40-liter version and a 400-liter version for open public spaces. Thank you, and IKP has been a very great host for us, and we are very delighted to have this opportunity to present our model here. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I am Arshad. I am the founder of Coexing Technologies Healthcare Private Limited. We are located in Calicut, Kerala. We do research, develop, manufacture and supply of psychology and physiotherapy based testing and exercise tools. Currently we have 4 different types of tools. We named it as an concentration coordination testing apparatus, concentration coordination exercise tool, gross motor coordination diagnostic tool and gross motor coordination exercise tool. In this, the testing tools are useful for psychologists, physiotherapists and special educators for measuring the attention and brain eye hand coordination of their individuals. Once we found a drawback in the subjects, we have we developed exercise tools, 2 different exercise tools that will help now to improve the attention, brain eye hand coordination, memory power, sitting tolerance, handwriting, body balancing, etc. by daily practicing. So this tool will be useful for ADHD, learning disability, intellectual disability, autism, stroke patients, ataxia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer, etc. So we are here in Hyderabad for attending an event of IKP. They are celebrating their 25th anniversary. So we are very happy to be here and honored, because we are such a legend team. We collaboration with such type of teams is helping us as a startup, increasing our portfolio. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Apurv and I'm the CTO of Access, and we've built Access One. It's an AI-powered device that can generate a full 5-part differential complete blood count report in just 10 minutes with 2 drops of blood. The device is portable, just 4 kgs. It has advanced pathogen detection and does not require calibration. So how the current system works is you have to be in a lab where there's a huge device with external peripherals. You need a trained technician, and after all that you have to extract a blood through a syringe and you get the CBC report in generally 24 hours. What we've done is a small device which can give that same report in 10 minutes anywhere. So we report these 20 parameters, a full 5-part differential count. We do it through a completely new technology, through optics and imaging, and we've built every tech from the ground up, including the optics, the calibration, the deep learning models and everything. Yeah. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Anu Acharya. I'm the founder and CEO of MapMyGenome. I'm aware of IKP for a very, very long time, and I've seen it grow from a concept to now something that a lot of people across the globe dream of building a center like this. So I'm really proud to have known Deepangeta and the rest of the team at IKP. Just wanted to also let you know I'm from MapMyGenome, and I think we've been in this space for a long time, for about 24 years, when MapMyGenome for about 12 years. And our aim is really to be able to help people to understand their genetic selves and other parts of what creates them and what makes them grow longer, stay longer alive. And I think that's something that we are helping people do, to understand the root cause of disease, to understand where they come from, but also help them understand and give them the right kind of suggestions on what they can do to remain healthy. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good morning everyone, my name is Akhil. I am going to present you our company called Livestockify, which is an IoT and AI-enabled solution provider for poultry farmers. Generally we have developed IoT devices for poultry farmers to identify disease in poultry farmers within 30 minutes, which usually takes 72 hours to identify disease in poultry farms. And generally we are identifying disease through our IoT devices, where our IoT devices are encoupled with different type of sensors and different type of devices. Actually essentially where we monitor 24/7 environment parameters like temperature, humidity, ammonia levels, and we also monitor sound parameters of the birds. So because 90% of the diseases in the poultry industry can be identified through the sound. So we are 24/7, we are tracking the different environment parameters and sound parameters from the farm, and where we have developed a specialized logarithm which will identify the abnormalities in the farm and notifies the farmer through MMS call and message format that this XYZ disease has been notified in their farm, and these are the YZ precautions you need to do, and these are AB medications you need to do. And IKP is supporting us in getting into the market and validation, and it is mentoring us to get validated and in marketing strategy, building a marketing strategy. Yeah, coming to early stage startups, my tip and suggestion is for them is to that they need to focus more on what exactly they are solving out, and what the value they are bringing out, and what the new USP they are going to bring for their products. And yeah, thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I'm Ajay. I work with BioCompute along with Anaga and Kanksha. So yeah, we're BioCompute, and we are revolutionizing data storage infrastructure. So essentially, data storage crisis is a real thing. It's happening right now in the world. As you can see here in this graphic, we currently have 43.8 million football fields worth of data, and we are sort of trying to store that into DNA, which can bring that down to just a shoebox size. And it also saves a lot of energy. And energy consumption by data centers is one of the major things that consume energy in the world. This will drastically bring that down. So how do we do that, and why do we do that? Mainly, one is, like I said, the space that we're solving for. The other one is the longevity of the DNA. So if a hard drive, maybe it may last for few years, this can last for centuries. So there is no cost with the time. And how we do this is, we have 3 separate processes which we will integrate. So it comes with write, read, store, and retrieve. So in the writing process, we encode the binary data onto DNA nucleotides, the 4 nucleotides, as we know. And then we have the reading of the data, for which we use the next generation sequencing. So essentially, if you give us a picture, we encode that onto DNA, and we store that on. We write the DNA, and then we store it in a nanocellulose, and then we retrieve it using nanopore sequences again. So, like I said, you could store 15 TB of data in just 1 millimeter cube, which is like a grain of sand. And today, storing 15 TB, you would need a hard drive. So we'll be solving for space quite a bit. And we are incubated at CCAMP, and we are backed by Grad Capital, WTF, Nickel Comets Fund, and the market, as you can see, so we are targeting cold storage. So pretty much any data storage company or any company that deals with cold storage is our primary market.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, myself Abhishek Gaikar, and I am the founder of Fortunetics Private Limited company. So with the help of this company, we are working on a product that is trachea, which is nothing but easing the tracheal secretion suctioning for mechanically ventilated patients. So this company is a product of Dirac Spurge Fellowship. The fellowship which is funded by the government of India, and the problem statement that we have identified, it is to the thousands of iterations, or you can say close observation in the healthcare system of the India. We have done our immersion in you can say rural area. At the same time, we did in district hospitals of different districts. At the same time, we did in developed hospital like Apollo hospitals too. And we have identified the problem statement, and that problem statement came down to one with the help of an Stanford biodesign filtration system. So talking about the IKMC event, it is something that we have. IKP have really helped us to set up the stalls and everything, and essentially it is a wonderful opportunity for showcase our startup in front of the jury members and most importantly the different stakeholders around it. So we think that talking about the startup ecosystem, it is always have to have resilient
talks. It is always have to have resilient founder to build a company which is really in a deep tech stage. There are ample of opportunities out there in the market. You can just tap on them, and I think it will be helpful for you to build a fortunate future for the India. And at the same time, with the help of all the incubators, enablers that is there in the India, we will able to achieve Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, this is Abhishek, the founder and CEO of Mikime Technologies Private Limited.
Hi, this is B. Surya Prakash, co-founder and CEO of Mikime Technologies Private Limited, and we are a student startup based out of Chennai, and we are here on the occasion of 25th year celebration of IKP Hyderabad. And the problem faced here is 80% of the medical devices are imported from Chinese companies, and so we bring up our solution called Aura, which measures your heart rate, oxygen level, temperature, perfusion index ratio, blood pressure, and non-invasive glucose monitoring system. And this comes with a price of 1,999. And this is we have completed the final prototype. This is under testing. Soon, within 3 months, we are going to launch our product. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
హలో అండి, నా పేరు సంగీత. నేను టపర్వేర్లో ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్ మేనేజర్గా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను. టపర్వేర్ అనేది అందరికీ తెలిసిందే. ఇట్స్ ఎ బ్యూటిఫుల్ బ్రాండ్. సో ఇది వర్జిన్ ప్లాస్టిక్, ఆర్గానిక్ కలర్స్ అండ్ వన్ టైమ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్, లైఫ్ టైమ్ గ్యారంటీ. సో బ్యూటిఫుల్ టపర్వేర్ బాటిల్స్ ఆర్ ఎవర్ గ్రీన్. లంచెస్, వాటర్ బాటిల్స్ అన్ని రేంజెస్ మన దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి. కుక్వేర్, సర్వింగ్. సో ప్లీజ్ యూ కెన్ యూస్ టపర్వేర్ హ్యాపీలీ. హెల్దీ, హ్యాపీ టపర్వేర్. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Sakshi Jainwala and I am the founder and CEO of Something Sweet. In Something Sweet, we make 100% eggless customized cakes, cupcakes, brownies, cookies, you name it and we have it. And we make everything homemade and it's 100% eggless. We deliver all across Hyderabad. So let's make the world a better place with Something Sweet. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
लतास कलेक्शन से रोशनी थावानी बोल रही हूँ. हम लोग को ये बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है. मेरे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, हेयर एक्सेसरी एंड पाउचेस है, बहुत सारे आइटम्स भी है. वो मैं यहाँ पे शोकेस नहीं कि भाई फ्यूचर में जो भी मिलेगा हम लोग करेंगे. थैंक यू फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello and namaste. Skincare is essential, makeup is a choice. We are here to help you. My name is Raji Tanuja, Tanu's Luxury founder and CEO. We are dealing into handcrafted artisan soaps, skincare, hair care and fragrances. Those who are looking for natural solutions, please do reach out to us. I am happy to help you. Our services, gift hampers for all occasions and festivals, hair and skincare consultation and skill development workshops. For more details, please do reach out us through Instagram page Tanu's Luxury Bath and Body. We are happy to help you. Thank you very much TECCI for giving us wonderful opportunity. Signing off, Raji Tanuja, Hyderabad.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
నా పేరు రాహుల్. నేను ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ సీ భక్తోన్ని రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తున్నా. సీ భక్తోన్ ఈరోజు మన ఆయుజర్ అనే కంపెనీ తీసుకొస్తుంది. దీన్ని మోడర్న్ సంజీవని బ్యూటీ కూడా అంటారు, రైట్? ఎందుకంటే ఇందులో మన సంజీవని బ్యూటీలో ఉన్న మెడికల్ ప్రాపర్టీస్ మొత్తం ఉండడం వల్ల ఇట్ ఈస్ నోన్ యాజ్ మోడర్న్ సంజీవని బ్యూటీ, రైట్? దీని బేసిస్లో మన కంపెనీ డిఫరెంట్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్. ఇది జ్యూస్ ఫార్మేట్ ఆఫ్ సీ భక్తోన్. ఇది మనకు డ్రై ఫార్మేట్లో కూడా ఉంటుంది, డ్రై బెర్రీస్ అండ్ పౌడర్ కూడా ఉంది మన దగ్గర, రైట్? ఇది మన సీ భక్తోన్ పౌడర్, రైట్? ఈ సీ భక్తోన్ డిఫరెంట్ హర్బ్స్ కొలాబరేట్ అయిన తర్వాత ఇది డిఫరెంట్ హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్. ఇది సీ భక్తోన్ విత్ టర్మరిక్ ఆయిల్. ఇది మన బీపీ, షుగర్, థైరాయిడ్కి యూజ్ అవుతుంది. ఇది సీ భక్తోన్ బాడీ ఫిట్నెస్ కోసం యూజ్ అవుతుంది, రైట్? మన దగ్గర సీ భక్తోన్ పవర్ ఎక్స్ కూడా ఉంది. ఇది సీ భక్తోన్ అంటే మేల్ ఫర్టిలిటీ ఇష్యూస్ కోసం యూజ్ అవుతుంది. రైట్. అండ్ మనకు ఈ డైబోవిన్ ఉంది, ఇందులో సీబక్తోన్, జామున్, కరేలా యాడ్ చేయడం వల్ల డయాబెటిక్స్ పైన డైరెక్ట్లీ యూజ్ అవుతుంది. అండ్ దిస్ ఈజ్ అవర్ బెస్ట్ సెల్లింగ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ సీబక్తోన్ ఫెమ్విన్, అంటే ఉమెన్ పీసీఓడి పీసీఓఎస్ ప్రాబ్లమ్కి యూజ్ అవుతుంది. అలానే ఇప్పుడు చాలా మనం బయట ఏ టూత్పేస్ట్ యూజ్ చేసినా డెంటల్ ఇష్యూస్ కామన్ అయిపోయినాయి కాబట్టి మనం సీబక్తోన్ డెంటోవిన్ని తీసుకొస్తున్నాం. డెంటోవిన్లో సీబక్తోన్ ఆయిల్, తులసి, లవంగాలు, ఇలైచీలు ఉండడం వల్ల డెంటల్ ఇష్యూస్, క్యావిటీ అన్నిట్లో యూజ్ అవుతుంది. మీకు సీబక్తోన్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఏది కావాలనుకున్నా రైట్ మీరు మనీ ఆర్గానిక్స్ అని ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ పేజ్లో తీసుకోవచ్చు, లేకపోతే ayuzera.com నుంచి షాపింగ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Raga Shaileja. I am a founder of Gravy Stories. We are producing or manufacturing the number of gravies, base gravies like tomato onion masala, white gravy, green gravy, yellow gravy, these type of gravies, premixes and pastes we are providing. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, my name is Mr. PVS Verma. I am the master franchisee owner of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana for Shiro Home Food. షీరో హోమ్ ఫుడ్ అనేటువంటిది ఒక మంచి హోమ్ ఫుడ్ బ్రాండ్. ఇది ఈ యొక్క బ్రాండ్లోని ఒక విమెన్ సింప్లీ బై సిట్టింగ్ ఎట్ హోమ్ ఫ్రమ్ హర్ కిచెన్ షీ కెన్ స్టార్ట్ బై కుకింగ్ అండ్ షీ కెన్ ఎర్న్ త్రూ ఆన్లైన్. సచ్ ఎ గుడ్ ఆపర్చునిటీ ఫర్ ఉమెన్. మా యొక్క షీరో హోమ్ ఫుడ్ ద్వారా ఎలాంటి పెట్టుబడి కూడా అవసరం లేకుండా వాళ్ళ ఇంట్లో ఉంటూనే వాళ్ళ ఇంట్లో ఏవైతే పాత్రలు ఉంటాయో అవే పాత్రల్ని వాడుకుంటూ ఎలాంటి ఖర్చు కూడా లేకుండా ప్రతి నెల కూడా ఒక స్థిరమైన ఆదాయాన్ని పొందడానికి ఇది ఒక మంచి అవకాశం. అదేవిధంగా ఇంకొక గొప్ప విషయం ఏంటంటే ఇందులోని చాలామందికి ఇవాళ ఏంటంటే ఒక హోమ్ ఫుడ్ అనేటటువంటిది దొరకటం లేదు. హోటల్లో తినటమంటే చాలామందికి ఆసక్తి ఉండదు. ఒక హైజీన్గా ఉండాలి, హై క్వాలిటీతో ఉండాలి, చాలా టేస్టీగా ఉండాలి, ముఖ్యంగా ఇంటి భోజనంలో ఉండాలి అని చెప్పని ఎవరైతే అనుకుంటున్నారో అలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఈ మామ్స్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు మా షీరో హోమ్ ఫుడ్ ఇచ్చే ఒక ట్రైనింగ్ ద్వారా, మొత్తం ఫ్రీ ట్రైనింగ్ ద్వారా ప్రతి ఒక్కటి కూడా నేర్చుకుని తెలుగు రుచులు మాత్రమే కాదు, తెలుగు రుచులతో పాటు తమిళనాడు, కేరళ, కర్ణాటక అలాగే ఉత్తరాది రుచులు అన్నింటిలో కూడా ఫ్రీ ట్రైనింగ్ పొంది వాళ్ళు ఫుడ్ అడగగానే తాజాగా వేడివేడిగా చాలా హైజీన్గా తయారు చేసి అప్పటికప్పుడు ఇస్తారు. సో ఒక రకంగా చెప్పాలంటే ఇటు పక్కన మహిళలకి మీద ఒక గొప్ప స్వయం ఉపాధి అవకాశం, మరో పక్కన ఎవరైతే ఆహార ప్రియులు ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళకు ఆరోగ్యానికి మంచి ఆరోగ్యానికి ఒక గొప్ప అవకాశాన్ని ఒక షీరో హోమ్ ఫుడ్ అనే ప్లాట్ఫామ్ కల్పిస్తూ ఉంది. ఎవరికన్నా కానీ ఈ యొక్క షీరో హోమ్ ఫుడ్ స్టార్ట్ చేయాలని ఆసక్తి ఉంటే కనుక మాకు 6309527444 అనే నెంబర్కి జస్ట్ వాట్సాప్ చేస్తే మేము ఒక వెబినార్, ఫ్రీ వెబినార్కి పిలుస్తాం. ఆ తర్వాత వాళ్ళు షీరో కిచెన్ పార్ట్నర్ అవ్వచ్చు. అదేవిధంగా హోమ్ ఫుడ్ కావాల్సిన వాళ్ళు కూడా మాకు ఆర్డర్ చేయవచ్చు. స్విగ్గీ, జొమాటోతో పాటు అనేక ఫుడ్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్స్లో మాకు హోమ్ ఫుడ్ దొరుకుతుంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello, this is Manju Chabria. I'm Manju Chabria and I have started a business of gift hampers for all occasions. Like we deal in gift hampers for weddings, anniversaries, birthdays, baby announcement, baby shower and all the festivals, and for any occasion, even get well soon hampers we are doing, and for bride, bridegroom and trousseau, everything. We deal in all sorts of gifting. Like ours is complete gifting solutions. Like the name of my business is Happy Times, all gifting solutions.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
చాలా సంతోషదాయకము. ఎందుకంటే మహిళలు లేని రంగము అంటూ లేదు అనే విధంగా మరి మన తెలంగాణలో కూడా ప్రతి రంగంలో మహిళా పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలను ప్రోత్సహించడం కోసం ఇప్పటికే మన ప్రభుత్వము, సీఎం రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు, బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు, మా క్యాబినెట్ మినిస్టర్స్ అంతా కూడా మరి మహిళల్ని ప్రోత్సహించాలని ప్రతి సంవత్సరం 20,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు వితౌట్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వారికి ఇచ్చి వివిధ రకాల ఉత్పత్తులను ప్రొడక్ట్ చేసి అవి సేల్ చేసుకునే విధంగా కూడా మహిళా బజార్లను, మహిళా ఉత్పత్తి మార్కెటింగ్ సెంటర్స్ను కూడా మనం నిన్ననే శిల్పారామంలో ఓపెన్ చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ తెలంగాణ ఛాంబర్ ఆఫ్ కామర్స్ అండ్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఉమెన్ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్తో మరి యొక్క సేల్స్ ఈరోజు ఓపెన్ చేయడం జరిగింది. గౌరవనీయులు బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు, అదేవిధంగా మా సోదరిమణి బండ్రు శోభారాణి గారు, మరి మాధవి, ఇంకా నిర్మల, ఈ సోదరి మనందరూ కూడా దాదాపుగా నేను ఇక్కడ 2 hours నుంచి వీరితో ఉన్నాము. ఇక్కడ పెట్టినవన్నీ కూడా వాళ్ళు స్వయం శక్తితో తయారు చేసినవి. వాళ్ళు ఉపాధి పొందుతూ ఇంకో 10 మందికి ఉపాధినిచ్చే విధంగా ఇలాంటి పరిశ్రమలు ఇంకా రావాలి. మనం ఎక్కడో దూరం వెళ్ళి చాలా ఖర్చు పెట్టి కొనుక్కుంటూ ఉంటాం. కానీ ప్రతి డిస్టిక్లో, ప్రతి మండల, జిల్లా హెడ్ క్వార్టర్లో కూడా ఒక ఉమెన్ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ వాళ్ళు, అంటే ఉమెన్ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్గా తయారు కావాలి, వ్యాపారవేత్తలుగా చేయాలన్నటువంటి లక్ష్యంతో మన ప్రభుత్వం కూడా ఉంది. చాలా సంతోషం. ఎందుకంటే క్వాలిటీ కూడా ఉంటుంది. శ్రమ, చెమట చుక్కల్ని ఓడ్చి తయారు చేసేటువంటి ఉత్పత్తి ఈరోజు మనం ఇక్కడ చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. కాబట్టి మన ప్రభుత్వం ఇప్పటికీ మహిళలకు ఈ 5 yearsలో మరి 17 రకాల వ్యాపారాలను అంటే గుర్తించడం జరిగింది. దాంట్లో అతిపెద్దది మీరు చూస్తూ ఉన్నారు, సోలార్ యూనిట్స్ కూడా 1000 మెగావాట్ల సోలార్ విద్యుత్తును కూడా మహిళల ద్వారా ఈరోజు మనం ఉత్పత్తి చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. అదేవిధంగా బస్సెస్ కూడా మహిళలు బస్సు ఎక్కి కూడా ఫ్రీ సర్వీస్ పొందుతూ ఉన్నారు. అదే కాకుండా ఆ బస్సును కూడా మహిళలే అంటే అంటే బిజినెస్ చేసేటట్టు కూడా 150 బస్సులను కూడా ఇప్పటికే మహిళలకు హ్యాండ్ ఓవర్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. కాబట్టి మనకు తెలుసు, కుటుంబంలో మరి ఆడవాళ్ళు సంతోషంగా ఉంటే ఆ కుటుంబం అంతా సంతోషంగా ఉంటుంది. అదేవిధంగా ఏ సమాజంలో అయితే మహిళలు అగ్రభాగాన ఉంటారో ఆ సమాజం కూడా మహిళా అభివృద్ధిని బట్టే సమాజ అభివృద్ధిని అంచనా వేయగలుగుతాము అనేది మనకు డాక్టర్ బిఆర్ అంబేద్కర్ చెప్పినటువంటి గొప్ప స్ఫూర్తిదాయకమైనటువంటి మరి కొటేషన్స్ తోటి, స్ఫూర్తి వర్డ్స్ తోటి ఈ ప్రభుత్వం ముందుకెళ్తూ ఉంది. కాబట్టి ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా వివిధ రంగాలలో, అది ఏదైనా కావచ్చు, ఇవాళ ఒక బ్యాడ్జీ ఉంది, ఇది తయారు చేయడంలో కూడా మరి మహిళలు తమకుండేటువంటి శక్తిని వాడుకొని బిజినెస్గా మార్చుకోవచ్చు. ఎక్కడి నుంచో ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకునేటువంటి వాటికంటే మన దగ్గర లోకల్గా దొరికే రకంగా చేసుకుంటే ఖర్చు తగ్గుతుంది, కష్టం తగ్గుతుంది, అన్ని రకాలుగా కూడా ఒక ఉపాధి కూడా లోకల్ వాళ్ళకు దొరుకుతుంది. సో దీన్ని దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని 1 కోటి మంది మహిళల్ని కోటీశ్వరులుగా చేయాలన్నటువంటి ఏకైక మరి ఒక డిమాండ్ తోటి, ఒక స్ఫూర్తితోటి సీఎం రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ముందుకెళ్ళడం జరుగుతుంది. అట్లా మేము ఉమెన్ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్ను కూడా బాగా ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. వారందరూ కూడా బాగా చేసుకోవాలని, వాళ్ళకు స్వేచ్ఛగా వాళ్ళు మార్కెటింగ్ చేసుకునేటువంటి ఫెసిలిటీస్ కూడా ఉండాలని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటూ అవన్నీ కూడా మేము కల్పించడం కోసం గ్రామీణ స్థాయి వరకు కూడా గ్రామీణ ఉత్పత్తులను నిన్న శిల్పారామంలో కూడా మేము చూసినాము. ఎక్కడ ఆదివాసీ గూడెంలో దొరికేటువంటి ఇప్ప పూలతోటి లడ్డు తయారు చేసి ఆదిలాబాద్ జంగుబాయి తీసుకొచ్చి ఆమె ఇక్కడ మరి అమ్ముకుంటా ఉంది. ఒకప్పుడు మేము మా చిన్నతనంలో ఇప్ప పువ్వు అంటే ఎండబెట్టేది, ఉడకబెట్టుకొని తినేది, వేంపుకొని తినేది. కానీ తర్వాత అక్కడ కలెక్టర్గా పనిచేసిన దివ్య గారు దాన్ని లడ్డూని ఎట్లా చేయగలుగుతారు. మేము కూడా చిన్నప్పుడు లడ్డు చేసేది, కానీ ఈ టైప్ లడ్డు కాదు, కుడుములు అనేటోళ్ళు. కానీ జొన్న పిండి, బియ్యం పిండి కలిపి కొంచెం తీయగా, అప్పుడు బెల్లం వాడేది లేదు, ఇది తీయగా ఉంటుంది. సో అట్లా, కానీ ఈరోజు అది లడ్డూ రూపంలో వచ్చి మిగతా లడ్డులతో కాంపిటీషన్లో ఒక అటవీ ప్రాంతం నుంచి ఉత్పత్తి అయినటువంటి ఇప్పపు లడ్డు వస్తుంది. ఇప్పపు లడ్డులో ఉమెన్కి కావాల్సినటువంటి ఏదైతే హిమోగ్లోబిన్ పెంచాలో, రక్తహీనత తగ్గించేటువంటి శక్తి కూడా ఆ ఇప్పపులో ఉంది. కాబట్టి ఇట్లాంటివి కూడా మన గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాలలో ఏం దొరుకుతుంది, అది న్యాచురల్గా దొరికేది, వితౌట్ అంటే పొల్యూటెడ్, కొంత అది ఇది మిక్స్ చేసి కెమికల్స్ 10 రోజులకు ఉంచడానికి, ఇట్లాంటి అది చేస్తే ఇంకో రోగం కూడా తయారవుతాయి. ప్యూర్లీ ఏం దొరుకుతుందో అవి ఎక్కువ మనము ప్రొజెక్ట్ చేయాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉంది. అది ఎక్కువ సమాజానికి ఇవ్వాలి. మనం చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో చాలా రకాల జబ్బులు మనల్ని వెంటాడుతున్నాయి. ఆ జబ్బులు మరి మనం వాడే అటువంటి, ఒకప్పుడు చిన్నప్పుడు అదేంది బూడిదతోటి గిన్నెలు తోమేది, ఇది ఉనుకతోటి గిన్నెలు తోమేది, వాళ్ళకి ఎప్పుడు క్యాన్సర్ కనపడలే, కళ్ళ రోగం లేదు, ఏం లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఏమేమో కెమికల్స్ ఉండేవి వాడడంతో అవే మనకు కొన్ని హానికరం అవుతున్నాయేమో అనిపిస్తుంది. కాబట్టి చిన్నప్పుడు ఇస్తారాకులు అంటే మోదుకాకులు, పారెడాకులు ఇట్లా ఉండేవి. ఇప్పుడు ఈ ఆకుల మీద మనం ప్లాస్టిక్ కలుపుతున్నాం. మనమే చెప్తున్నాం ప్లాస్టిక్ వద్దు అని, కానీ తినే ప్లేట్లలోనే ప్లాస్టిక్ వాడుతున్నాం. అది డైరెక్ట్గా అటాక్ అవుతుంది మన హెల్త్కు. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా ప్రాక్టికల్గా మనం చూస్తే నిజంగా ఓల్డ్ ఈజ్ గోల్డ్ అన్నట్టుగా మన వాళ్ళు ఎక్కువ లైఫ్ ఎలాంటి జబ్బులు లేకుండా స్ట్రాంగ్గా మన పూర్వీకులు బతకగలిగినారు, పనిచేయగలిగినారు. కానీ మనం ఇంత చిన్న ఏజ్లోనే రకరకాల జబ్బుల పాలవుతున్నాం. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ చాలా వరకు న్యాచురల్గా ప్యూర్లీ విలేజ్ నుంచి తీసుకొచ్చి చేసినా మేము చూస్తున్నాం. సో ఇట్లాంటి వాటిని ఎప్పుడు కూడా ప్రోత్సహించడం జరుగుతుందని తెలియజేస్తూ మా ఉమెన్ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్కి అందరికి కూడా విష్ యూ ఆల్ ద బెస్ట్ తెలియజేస్తూ ఉన్నాను. అందరూ కూడా పైకి రావాలని, మంచి వ్యాపారవేత్తలుగా ఎదగాలని. అది మనం తయారు చేసే ఏ ఉత్పత్తి అయినా కూడా నాట్ ఓన్లీ బెనిఫిట్, మళ్ళీ మనము హెల్త్ను కూడా అవతలి వాళ్ళ హెల్త్ను కూడా చూసుకొని సేల్ చేస్తే ఇంకా అద్భుతంగా ఉంటుందని తెలియజేస్తూ అందరికి శుభాకాంక్షలు.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, I'm Divya Ramshetty. I'm a textile designer. I did my post-graduation from Shantiniketan Vishwabharati University. I deal in a lot of products. I make many products with natural dyes. So, natural dyed stoles, dupattas, saris and all. You can see my range in Instagram and all. My brand name is Aesthetics by Divya Ramshetty. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good morning, Hyderabad. This is CA Diksha. I am the CEO of Connecting Chains Reach Private Limited. So we provide all kind of financial advisory setup, all kind of recruitment services and end-to-end solution for all the startups. So if you have a dream and you want to make that dream into reality, we actually help you in strategizing with all the business advisory opportunities along with the right team you need. So for any kind of financial advice or people related things, you can reach out to us. Thank you. Signing off, CA Diksha.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Greetings to everyone. I am Karthik. I am one of the trust member of SRIVT, which has started in 1999, and it's been a 25-year long journey. Would I say journey, or would I say that it's a successful journey? The main focus of the institute, or the modus operandi of the institute, which we have started 25 years ago, is to prove that there's science and technology in the Vedic scriptures. So when we talk about that, anybody talks about Ramayana, the first thing that comes in their mind is, Pushpak Vimana. So is it a myth, or is it really possible for us to manufacture that kind of high-end, aeroplanes and rockets or whatever it is today? So this is what has made us to start this institute. And during this 25 years, we made sure that we have proved the technology and sciences of the Vedic scriptures, not through academic route, but through material development. So yes, it's been an exhilarating journey for us. Today we were able to prove that the science and technology, which is told in Vedic sciences, is not pure myth, or is the Vedas are not for spiritual enhancement, but also there's inherently secretive way of decoding this. So that is what we have done for last 25 years. And the reason why we have put this international conference in bridging this ancient research is because we want now the younger generation to understand the greatness of the culture and the traditions, and also understand this scientific reasons or the scientific temperament behind this, the culture and traditions. Now going forward, we have also developed the high-end nanotechnology related products, and also we have not only done the products, we've also marketing them. I request students or whoever it is to come join hands with us, see if there's any technology which interests you that we have developed as proof of concept, and we can also help you to market this products.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Greetings to everyone. I am Karthik. I am one of the trust member of SRIVT, which has started in 1999, and it's been a 25-year long journey. Would I say journey, or would I say that it's a successful journey? The main focus of the institute, or the modus operandi of the institute, which we have started 25 years ago, is to prove that there is science and technology in the Vedic scriptures. So when we talk about that, anybody talks about Ramayana, the first thing that comes in their mind is, Pushpak Viman. So is it a myth, or is it really possible for us to manufacture that kind of high-end, aeroplanes and rockets or whatever it is today? So this is what is has made us to start this institute. And during this 25 years, we made sure that we have proved the technology and sciences of the Vedic scriptures, not through academic route, but through material development. So yes, it's been an exhilarating journey for us. Today we were able to prove that the science and technology, which is told in Vedic sciences, is not pure myth, or is the Vedas are not for spiritual enhancement, but also there's inherently secretive way of decoding this. So that is what we have done for last 25 years. And the reason why we have put this international conference in bridging this ancient research is because we want now the younger generation to understand the greatness of the culture and the traditions, and also understand this scientific reasons or the scientific temperament behind this, the culture and traditions. Uh, Now, going forward, we have also developed the high-end nanotechnology related products, and also we have not only done the products, we've also marketing them. I request students or whoever it is to come join hands with us. See if there's any technology which interests you that we have developed as proof of concept, and we can also help you to market this products.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good morning. I am Professor Raghavarao, basically a chemical engineer, formerly retired as Director CSIR CFTRI Mysore, currently working as Professor of Chemical Engineering and Dean Administration and Finance at Indian Institute of Technology, Tirupati. From the BTech days onwards, I am fascinated in the Indian knowledge system and the Vedic teaching and spirituality. I did not get an opportunity to work in this area until 2 years at IIT in the IKS project, Indian Knowledge System. So that made me to come for collaboration with Sri IVT Guntur and IIT Tirupati. So I will be presenting my work on Indian knowledge system application to agriculture, food processing and ancient arts like Kalankari in today's talk. I was really enjoying the sessions of this conference, where irrespective of the age, high knowledge of individuals is coming out. We need many more such conferences with much more higher number of sessions, so that it will reach many more youngsters of the future who are future of the country.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaskar, this is Shekhar Reddy, Project Director, South India, Maharshi Vedic University, Holland. I am representing Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, and Dr. Shastri has also been associated with Maharshi Ji. He learned transcendental meditation, and today I give a presentation on yoga and also yaga, effects of yaga, particularly pravagya and environmental impact of the yagyas, and also 650 scientific studies done by Maharshi on various subjects like meditation, wellness, all those things have been presented here. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, I am Mercy from RBVRR Women's College, Narayanguda. I've come to Icon Barrett's international conference here and have gained quite more knowledge that I needed. And I have known different types of researches that are going on in different kinds of fields, and the knowledge that I've been gained here is really good. And the scientists or the researchers, whoever is researching in different fields, are really good in explaining everything in a detailed manner, and are really good in explaining if I go near them and address my questions to them. And I really feel honored to come here and gain a lot of knowledge from here.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Icon Bharat 2024 Conference, a two-day international event, bridging heritage, ancient research, and advanced technologies, organized by the Sri Maharishi Research Institute of Vedic Technology in collaboration with BrahMos, DRDO, BITS Pilani, and several other partners, was held in Hyderabad. During the valedictory session of Icon Bharat 2024, Y.S. Chaudhary, MLA from Andhra Pradesh and guest of honor, pledged to open doors and support SRIVT's mission to bridge Vedic knowledge and modern science.
Basically, ideation is the fastest mortality rate if we don't incubate. Ideation, incubation, commercialization, and scaling up. End of the day, we all work towards better living standards for the humankind across the world. So whatever we talk, the subject, whatever we are talking about, ancient science space, which over a period of over centuries, everyone knows that India has got a very rich ancient history. Still people are unearthing what else India can give. Today when I saw some of the nanomaterials what this institute have developed, as a layman I don't understand how they were produced and all those things, because it has got its own strength and processes. But the application side, if we see, it has to be rechecked. That is the key point. So this institution should go towards the application side. I also have been trying to understand, particularly in the healthcare, our country have been trying to take care of the health of the people. But my understanding is we have been doing only sick care. It's a reactive management. We are not able to do anything to prevent the sickness. The best way is if we can go back to the ancient ways to understand how a healthy man can live for full 100 years. We have definitely our ancient science says that holistic health approach, whether it is homeopathy or Ayurveda or naturopathy. But allopathy, because of the fundamental economics, works extremely fast in allopathy. If we see statistics also, there are two industries have been growing extremely well. One is food industry, the other one is hospitals, healthcare. Because the quality of the food human beings have been consuming eventually making people to land in unhealthy conditions. That is why these two industries are doing extremely well worldwide. So this has to be understood, and with your basic education it's very easy to learn and know. But there is something which you cannot learn from the missions are experience and wisdom. That's what all the great people sitting here on the dais can bring. So please respect the ancient values based on which small way if you start trying. So first time in my life I went and contested from the direct elections in Vijayawada West Constituency. post elections, I started training my people saying that Namaskaram, Prati Namaskaram and Samskaram Kabatti, please don't give shake hands. Please continue to put only Namaskaram and Prati Namaskaram. Which half of it's a 3 lakh population, I think, if not half, 1/3 of the people in 3 months, they have already started getting there. So similarly, if we start getting into the ancient knowledge and technology, it's very easy. Easy means once we start practicing. So, the today challenge what Mr. Shastri have been talking is how to make use of their research and how to commercialize and scaling up. Which, with little understanding, I also see a lot of benefit towards the environment. If this can be produced without much overconsumption, etc., and without getting into mining, selling of basic minerals, that also helps our environment, and that is also a big answer to our global warming, which we are entire world is facing. How to bridge the gap between Vedic science and the modern science? That's a very big subject. It's not that easy. Any number of programs we conduct from Science and Technology Ministry or your Defense Ministry, etc., etc. But it's a very conscious approach. Government can do very little, in my opinion. Every civilian, every citizen of this country has to focus. But at the same time, how can youngsters can focus on that because their livelihood is very important for them. So there is a need for us to retrain the people to believe the ancient sciences and to restart to correct our thinking and to bring everything on application side. So everyone knows that our globalization definitely brought lot of maybe positive things, but many negative things to our country, particularly whole our giant family system have collapsed. That is also one of the main reasons for getting out of track from the ancient sciences. So earlier days, everything is a cooperative system, Sarkar Sangal. So people used to use the ancient basic means. How to run kitchen garden. That is how they used to have the healthy food. As an MLA, definitely from Bharatiya Janata Party, I can open some doors for you. I cannot guarantee something. I can open some doors for you. So you are most welcome for anything I can be of any help to develop this institute. I also come from engineering background. I always tell everyone, end of the day, though by qualification I am an engineer, by choice I became an entrepreneur, for which I have definitely spent my prime youth, blood and sweat. By surprise I got into politics. Wherever I go, the 2 M's, M and M, men and money management is important. Even for this institute, that is what it is required. Probably I can commit here from this dais, Shastri Garu, whatever you need, if I can be of an help, please do come to me. I'll definitely support. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Some outline of my presentation is, I will present some IKS ideas that inspired the world. Some IKS ideas, those are needed, those are used to be, those are to be applied to reshape the modern world, because in modern developments we have so many problems, we are facing so many problems. I will also share some about them. IKS ideas mostly unknown for the world. So such ideas are so many among the vast ocean of the Sanskrit literature, Sanskrit Vangmay, and some conclusion, and then if you have any questions or discussion. So some IKI's ideas that inspired the world are philosophy, darshan. If we check the philosophical ideas of the whole world in any corner of the world, mostly they are part of Indian philosophy, Bharatiya Darshan Shastra, 6 Astik Darshans and 6 Nastik Darshans. So you will find the elements of Bharatiya Dwadash Darshan in them. Then chemistry, we will see how periodic table was made by Mendeleev, inspired by Sanskrit Varnmala. Mathematics, 0 decimal number system, place value notations, we very well know about that it is the gift of India to the world, and based on Indian mathematics, 0 and decimal number system, place value notation only, the modern mathematics and modern scientific developments stand. Next is space-time matter, the relativity, how it is related to Advaita Vedanta. Nanotechnology, we had so much information about nanotechnology based on our Rasayan Shastra, Rasha Shastra. Shastri ji presented that, how as Shriviti is working on it for last 25 years. Holistic healthcare, that is about Ayurveda. In Ayurveda, the concepts of holistic healthcare are given. In US and other countries, the new concept for medical science is holistic healthcare. It is not necessary that they treat the person only by allopathic medical treatment. They combine other treatments also if they are working in the benefit of the patient. Metallurgy, Viman Shastra, and so textile engineering, food science, arts, architecture, Shilp, and storytelling. Storytelling is something different that you would not have heard you will not hear about it in this conference, but our Itihas Purana are all about storytelling, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and other stories. Whether it is Srimad Bhagavad Katha, Ramayana Katha, and so on. It is not just philosophical, but it is also about spreading the ideas of science, logic, and generate curiosity among the youth and the society. And storytelling is considered, one research also says that storytelling is more effective than presenting some data. So what happens, we see if we check the recent history of 1000 to 2000 years, all the scientists and most of the scientists and researchers in the West, they did not get inspiration from Western philosophies and ideologies. Often we see whether it is Oppenheimer or Albert Einstein or Nikola Tesla, their philosophy, their research philosophy that connects with Indian philosophy, Bharatiya Darshan. And the reason is, in Bharatiya Darshan, philosophy, Vigyan, science, and Vyavhar, the practices, they go hand in hand. They do not contradict each other. While in Western philosophy, when Galileo said the earth is spherical, he was given death penalty. That is not the practice in India. It has not been the practice in Bharat. And it can be seen in our Sanskrit Vangmay, that has our historical records. Yogo Jnanam Tatha Sankhya Vidya Shilpadi Karma Cha Veda Shastrani Vigyan Metat Sarvam Janardana, says Mahabharata in Vishnu Sahasranam Mahatmya. We also see Jnanam Vigyan Sahitam in the 9th Adhyaya of Gita, its first shloka. When Krishna starts explaining something to Arjuna, he says, now I will give you the Jnan with Vigyan. So when it is said Vigyan in our Sanskrit Vangmay, it is not other Vigyan, it is the science only. For example, outside India, the Indic studies, Indology has inspired many inventions like relativity, decimal number system, place value notation, wood, steel, plastic surgeries, even the kitchen herbs, they were used by Indians, those were popular in the world, and the clothes, fabric. So first I take the example of philosophy quickly. If you see the modern history of philosophy or modern philosophy, it starts from Plato about 3rd century BC. And if you check the element of the main elements of modern history, they are Tattva Mimamsa, Jnana Mimamsa, Niti and Tarka. But they could not explain it the way these branches of philosophy are explained in Bharatiya Darshan Shastra. And we have so much literature in Sanskrit about this Darshan Shastra, these branches of Darshan Shastra. So is this full history of philosophy? Or we should include the history of Bharatiya Darshan Shastra also here in this history of philosophy? And how should we define darshan or philosophy? Because there is a small definition of philosophy that is given by modern philosophical ideas. And what says Indian philosophy? It says, यथार्थतया ज्ञायते पदार्थे नेनेति दर्शनम, जो जैसा है उसको उसी रूप में देखना समझना वह दर्शन है. तो रिलेटिविटी इसमें बिल्कुल ना हो, फ्रेम ऑफ रेफरेंस का आइडिया ना हो, इट शुड बी एब्सोल्यूट ट्रूथ, दैट इज दर्शन. सो व्हेन भारतीय दर्शन सेज सम दर्शन or philosophy, it says, it talks about the absolute truth and not point of view or opinion. क्या ये विचार, are these not the thoughts of a scientist or mathematician or researcher? Yes, it matches the thinking of a researcher or scientist. That's why Professor Norman Brown of University of Pennsylvania in 1939 said that no department of study in any major university can be fully equipped without fully trained specialists in indic phases of its discipline. भारतीय ज्ञान का इतना महत्व उन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई तब से कर लिया था. And that's how they started studying and introducing Sanskrit literature and Indology, Indic studies in their various branch of studies. The reason is, भारतीय दर्शन का जो ज्ञान है, भारतीय संस्कृत वाङ्मय में जो ज्ञान है, that is काल गर्भित and कालातीत. काल गर्भित means that is something that is in the, it will appear with time, it will be known to mankind with time. And kalatīt means it is possible that humankind will never know what it is and why it is. So those are considered to be explained in Bharatiya Darshan and Bharatiya Sanskrit Vangmaya. Some other second such example, how modern chemistry is inspired by Bharatiya Darshan. So some examples of Indian Bharatiya Rasayan Shastra and chemistry are the idea of Som Rasayan for rejuvenation and longevity, metals of Bhasma, Vidhi and Prayog in Ayurveda, Charak and Shushruta has explained, which introduces nanoparticles and nanotechnology. Damascus steel was earlier known as Folade Hind, Hindwani, Jawabe Hind, wood steel. Now we know it as wood steel. So these were the earlier known names of Damascus steel or wood steel. So lost wax techniques and so on. Loh Siddhi, converting the iron copper into gold using alchemy. So those were the siddhis of ancient Indians. Now periodic table, when Mendeleev was making periodic table, he had some trouble how to arrange the elements. Now we know the periodic table in this form after Mendeleev gave it, but he got inspiration from his friend Bortling, who was a Sanskrit scholar and researcher. And what Bortling did, he suggested him that how in Sanskrit grammar, from where the shabda are ucharans are varnmala ucharan sthana are there. According to that, it is made in a table from where it is being produced. And Bortling suggested him to use properties of the elements and arrange them in tabular form. If you see for Sanskrit Varnamala also, you will see tabular form. Ka, cha, ta, ta, pa in those 5 works. So that's how, and this is recorded history. And in Mendeleev's research paper where he introduces this periodic table, he gave the credit to Sanskrit and Panini by nomenclature, this nomenclature for these unknown elements at that time. He introduced the word Eka aluminium, Eka, Ek means 1, Eka silicon, Eka boron, 3 manganese, Dvi tellurium and so on. So he used this Sanskrit prefixes to define these unknown elements at that time in the periodic table he presented. Now, if we come to mathematics, what should be the greatest mathematical discovery of all the time? So, David Bailey and Jonathan Borwein suggested that decimal number system should be given that credit, and so India should be given that credit. And the person, the Indian who invented this decimal number system should not be given less importance than Archimedes, Newton, Gauss or Ramanujan. So where comes the decimal number system? So in earlier session also this mantra of Rigved was seen. Chatvari Shringa Trayavasya Pada Dve Shirshe Saptahasta. So it is explanation about Agni Deva. But same explanation also can be considered to define mathematics. There are two heads, so it is called Aksharamnai, Ankamnai in mathematics. Aksharamnai means using words. Mathematics is presented, like you can say word problem in mathematics textbooks, right? And Ankamnai means with digits and equations. There are 4 horns, so the Agni Dev has 4 horns, 2 heads and 4 horns. 4 horns are like 4 basic operations: addition, multiplication, subtraction. 3 feet, 1, 9, 10, these 3 digits, and he has 7 hands. So whatever is explained in this mantra, it is analogous to define mathematics, the subject of mathematics. And so it also says it is bounded by 3 bounds, and those 3 bounds are Desh, Kal, Vastu. Now if you see space, time and matter, Desh, Kal, Vastu are the 3 things on which we can apply mathematics. If anything is beyond space, time, matter, we cannot apply mathematics. But fortunately in the universe, everything is in the boundary of space, time, matter. And that is called the result of what we call in our the Bharatiya Darshan Maya, Jagat. So Jagan Mithya means that is philosophical idea, that will not go in that direction. But space, it is bounded by this Vrishab or this Purush is bounded by space, time and matter. So anything that has emerged from, that has appeared from space, time and matter, that is defined by spatial coordinates and time coordinate, that can be bounded by mathematics, or you can do mathematics about it, mathematical analysis or mathematical modeling about that. And some more ideas from Mahabharata. Sarvam Sankhyanam Gochara. There is nothing that cannot be bounded by mathematics. Rigved says Tridabaddo Vrishbo in earlier slide as we saw. Desh Kal Vastuna Makalanam Ganitam. It is again from Mahabharata. So anything that is bounded by space, time, matter, we can do mathematics about that. Ganitam Kala Buddhaye. To know about time, one has to learn about mathematics. So from where came the idea of zero? It came from Bharatiya Darshan, Bharatiya Sanskrit Vangmay. It says, Mule Shunyam Vijanya, Shunyam Vai Parabrahma. So the Avyakta Parabrahma, Nirgun Brahma, is explained as zero. And that is the role of mathematics, that is the role of zero in mathematics. And the same role of Avyakta Nirgun Brahma, Ishwar Paramatma, its Nirgun form is in the universe. So how it multiplied? So Taittiriya Upanishad says, So Kamayat. He just wished that I become many. And that's how Vedic Ganesh Sutra says, Ekadikena Purvena, one more than the previous one, its meaning is. And that's how it multiplied. So 0, 0, 2, 0 plus 1. So 0 is called Shava, or it is also called Brahma or Shiva, and 1 is called Maya or Shakti. If you do this analogy from 0 to 1, all binary number system, not only binary system can be explained, but also the rest of the mathematics and the number system, decimal number system. The West says 0 is meaningless, but Sankhya Sutra says na vastu to vastu siddhi. Jis vastu ka avastu se vastu ki siddhi sambhav nahi hai. If 0 is nothing, it cannot be used for something, but it is used everywhere. And without it, we cannot do mathematics and engineering and technological developments. So 0 is not 0 in that sense. It is not meaningless. When you wish to eat banana, the wish is 0. You don't have a banana, but the wish emerges in your mind, and then you put some action for it, and when you have one banana in your hand, you go to market, you take one banana in your hand, then you have one banana. But it started from where? From your mind. So 0 is that wish. This is the shloka from Srimad Bhagavat. And it says what is the age of Brahma. It is called Dviparardha. The number Dviparardha means 2 into 10 power 18. 1 parardha is 10 power 18. So this number is given in this shloka. And who says this? This shloka is praise to Krishna when Krishna appears on Janmashtami in Kansa's prison in front of Vasudeva Devaki. Devaki's praises Krishna. Before that, Vasudeva praises Krishna. And this is one of that shloka. And Devaki says, after the end of Brahma's ayu, Brahma's age is over, Brahma's death. And what is that age? 2 into 10 power 18. 1 parardh means 10 power 18. What remains? You remains. Only you remains. And from this shloka, Shishyate Shesha Sangyah, that part, the Govardhan Pit Shankaracharya Bharati Krishna Tirji Maharaj developed Vedic Ganit. This is one of the sutra of that shloka. This is used for division operations in Vedic Ganit. Shishyate Shesha Sangyah. So this is how the ideas of mathematics are there. And similarly, scientific and other ideas, science and other ideas are also imbibed in our Sanskrit literature. Now, what is storytelling? So Ramayana, Mahabharata, etc. These IKS traditions we have, right? Now, these are the ancient traditions. And what happened? What is the power of storytelling? It connects you emotionally and it creates images in your mind. It gives you focus, motivation and memory, because during modern research of storytelling, it is found that dopamine and oxytocin are released. These hormones are released in your brain, which are released only when you do some exercise or something that is exciting for you. Now, if you see cave painting to Natya Shastra and marvelous temples across Akhand Bharat, not just modern day India, but Akhand Bharat I am talking about, you will see this storytelling you will find there in terms of Ramayana, Mahabharata and everything, the structures saying about stories about them. Now modern media is also doing that through social media and other stuff. Why? Because storytelling is more trustworthy than explaining some data or presenting some data. And this was the power of storytelling that has been used in ancient India. So similar, if we see about psychology and other ideas, those were so much rich and they were implemented in such a way in our society in ancient India, and they are present in those Sanskrit texts, that if we work on that, we can find great results for further development for the humankind. Now what happened, if you see this is just one example, Panchatantra, storytelling, it traveled from India to Germany and it was translated in various languages in those years. So this is just one example. This is how the knowledge traveled from India, knowledge of mathematics, science, technology, astronomy, and so on. Okay. So I will not go for more in these ideas, but why some ideas, so these were some ideas modern science, technology and other developments have used so far. Now some IKS ideas to reshape the modern world. Why it is needed? Because humanity has wiped out about 60% of population since 1970. Extinction crisis puts 1 million species on verge of disappearing. This is a study, right? And this is because just thinking about development, science, technology and so on, but in some directionless way, right? So if there was 60% decline in human population, that would be equivalent to emptying North America and other countries. This is what mankind has done with other animals and trees and plants and the wilds. So because of this development and science, technology and other developments, without following the disciplines and rules and regulations given in Sanskrit Vangmay and Indian knowledge systems, what has happened? The world has made this Panch Mahabhut kupit. They are angry, right? So Prithvi is Tattva is kupit because of these reasons, radioactive and other chemical waste, okay, mining and landfills, water. Panch Mahabhut means Prithvi, Jal, Agni, Akash, Vayu. How we have disturbed them, how we have polluted them, right? Not only the life forms. Agni, burning anything, and it is prohibited in Indian knowledge systems, mentioned there, that burning anything and everything is prohibited. But we are burning everything. Burning waste makes energy, 10 billion industry in US. Just thinking about profit, money and so on. But where are we going? So Vayu, pollution, we have not even left the space. Space debris, Sunita Williams is struggling there, right? So I will skip some slides. This has also happened with yoga. We have forgotten what is Yam Niyam and we directly do Asan Pranayam. But we have to follow what is Yam Niyam, Ahimsa Satya Asteya Brahmacharya Parigraha. The same has happened with using Indian knowledge system, but superficially. Same has happened with Ayurveda also. So what we need to do? What causes more pollution? Biogas, wood, or the petroleum-based products? And same is going to be happen with AI. So I will skip. As they are developing AI, Stephen Hawking warned artificial intelligence could end human race. Now, Stephen Hawking and other experts, even father of AI, Geoffrey Hinton, said that the machine learning and neural networks they have developed could end the human race. They are worried about it, right? But the oldest warning and prohibition about Mahayantra, that is kind of systems like AI, is given in Indian knowledge system. Where? In Manusmriti, where there is explanation about what are the crimes and which should be considered crime. One crime is making yantras, those are capable of thinking and acting like human brain and humans. So humanoid robots, right? So AI is in that direction. But this is considered crime. You cannot create machines which can replace humans or mimic humans. So which have their own intellect, right? So Mahayantra Pravartanam, this is just fourth part of that shloka. The other parts explain other crimes. So you can check 11th Adhyay, 63rd shloka. So this was warned by Indian knowledge system and it is of Karan Siddhant. There are also reasons why this happens by not properly using Indian knowledge systems. So I will skip some of this. If the Hollywood or the West presents us some ideas and developments and inventions and imaginary ideas on the base of Indian knowledge system, we accept. Like we accepted this 2012 Interstellar and Lucy, these movies. They are super hit science fiction. But if our experts, acharyas and other people share something from Indian knowledge systems, we see it something like skepticism. So these are some IKS ideas, mostly unknown for the world. You can take photo in case if you wish to go for the detail. Like sir said, to know something by intuition. So yes, Ashruta Grantha Bodha, this word has come there. Even if you have not heard about the text or scripture, still you can get knowledge about it. So some fascinating ideas that Indian knowledge system has, but the modern developments, science has not cracked yet. These are some of the ideas. One of them is Padarth Parivartan by solar energy. Any object can be converted to another object using solar energy. It is mentioned as a Padarth Parivartan by solar energy. Viman Shastra is also one of them because whatever is explained in Viman Shastra, in the available Viman Shastra Grantha text, it is yet not cracked and it is not possible to create such Vimana with that speed and capacity. So Krishna traveled to Delhi, from Delhi to Dwarika, that is about 1,392 kilometers, using their Ashva Shakti, their horses and chariot. Now it is, if you check just in Google Maps, by car, it takes more than 12 hours. Then how could Krishna travel from that distance? If we should see these with the idea of science and technology and not just these imaginary stories, right? Brahmastra, science returning guided missiles which can cause universal destructions. So once Ashwatthama used Brahmastra, Arjuna reversed it. So he could do it because he knew how to reverse the Brahmastra. So Brahmastras were of two types explained there. One which can be reversed, one which cannot be reversed. So guided missiles which can be reversed. Modern technology cannot reverse the guided missile still, right? If I am not wrong. Mahati Veena, the instrument that Naradji has with him. Naradji does not play fingers on that Veena. It is explained there. Its name is Mahati Veena. It plays itself as per the wish of Naradji. He thinks it should play this rag or this swar and the Veena plays it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
happy and grateful to Dr. Shastri for the invitation to talk here on this platform. I'm in contact with Sriviti for quite some time. I met Dr. Shastri maybe 15 years ago on a conference in Pune, which was on traditional knowledge. And since then, we are in contact. And I went to his place twice. The first time I was in Hyderabad. And then when he shifted to Guntur, I was there at this conference also. And I was impressed that in his institute, Vedic knowledge is not just studied theoretically as some philosophical interesting knowledge, but that it is put into practice. That is, the Vedic texts were studied, and he tried to find out whether the things actually work. So he produced nano particles with the help of herbs, which is quite exceptional, a very good quality, and a very simple way, not polluting. And that was really impressive. And then also he helped me to analyze Agnihotra ash as compared to control ash. And that leads to more understanding of how this ancient knowledge of Agnihotra works. So I'm very grateful to Dr. Shastri, and I'm looking forward to collaborating in future also. Afternoon, everybody, to this conference, Ancient Wisdom and Modern Applications. I'm thankful to the organizers, especially to Dr. Shastri, for inviting me and to talk about Agnihotra Vedic knowledge in the light of modern science. This is me and the contact data. And why is it so important? The ancient knowledge of the Vedas has long been nearly forgotten, and only in recent decades, as modern technology has led to a terrific destruction of the planet, more and more people are looking into that ancient-most body of knowledge known to mankind in search of solutions to this urgent and serious problem. One such solution is Agnihotra, a simple but fundamental copper purifier performed exactly at the time of sunrise and sunset. We do not take Vedic knowledge for granted, but treat statements of the Vedas as hypotheses, which then will be put to test by modern science. So what is Agnihotra? It is a fire you perform in a small copper pyramid of fixed size and shape. And the ingredients are dried cow dung, pure cow dung, not mixed with any other dung, pure cow's ghee, unpolished rice, unbroken pieces only, akshat, and mantra, and exact timings of sunrise, sunset. Now, these timings, to get these timings is very easy. We have an app called Agnihotra Buddy, available both for Android phones and iPhones, which give you easily for every place, every date, the exact timing of sunrise and sunset. And the mantras. Mantras very simple. In the morning, it's Suryaya Swaha, Suryaya Idam Namama, Prajapataye Swaha, Prajapataye Idam Namama. And after Swaha, you add one portion of rice mixed with ghee into the fire. And in the evening, also two mantras, Agnaye Swaha, Agnaye idam namama, Prajapataye Swaha, Prajapataye idam namama. That's it. Very simple mantras. And the whole process, morning Agnihotra, evening Agnihotra, takes anything between 5 and 10 minutes. And why is this timing of sunrise, sunset so important? There is some ancient knowledge which says at the time of sunrise, there's a flood of energies coming from the sun to the place on the earth where the sun appears to rise. This flood carries a subtle music in it, and the quintessential sound of that music is the mantra which we do. This explains why we have to be strict with the timing and also with these mantras. Interesting, I found this slide from an American astrophysicist, and he confirms what I said. He says that at sunrise, million ampere currents head in toward the Earth, and at sunset, they go out again. So when we perform Agnihotra, the fire already should be fully ablaze, and then we take a few grains of rice mixed with ghee. For example, we take it in the left hand or in some copper dish. And after swaha in these mantras, we add it to the fire. We do that with the right hand. Even left-handed people do it with the right hand because right hand, left hand have different energies. And what happens? It is said that the channel is created through all the atmosphere, and life energy, prana energy, comes down through this channel, creates an aura energy field around our plants nearby. When the flame dies, this energy comes back and is collected and stored in the Agnihotra ash. This is why the Agnihotra ash has these healing effects in different parts. So what happens? What is the benefit of aromatherapy? Basically, all nature comes back to harmony. The environment is purified, atmosphere, soil, and water resources. Also, biodiversity gets restored. In this way, food security can be maintained and human health improves, both physical and mental. In my talk for the Silver Jubilee of SIVT, I talked about these benefits at some length, and you can see the recording on this tube links. So today I want to only summarize the effects and then concentrate on the question, how come? What are the mechanisms? How does this Agnihotra work? And please note one thing, all these following studies, everything what I say is based on Agnihotra, exact Agnihotra, copper pyramid of exact size and shape, precise materials, correct timings, correct exact to the second, and exact mantras. I know that there are many, many other yajnas, and what I say has nothing to do with them. That is about these other yajnas, we did not do any studies, so I can't comment on that. Effects on Agnihotra on the atmosphere first. There are many studies done on the effect on the atmosphere. One is the bacterial load in atmosphere goes down. You see here, left was the petri dishes were opened before Agnihotra, right side after Agnihotra, then sent for incubation. Immediately you see a big reduction in these bacteria. Also, particulate matter and SOx, NOx are reduced. Here you see an experiment done at Vikram University in Ujjain, where they have a high volume air sampler and measured the particulate matter. Then more such results, experiments were done at other universities. And here you see the chemical air pollution, SOx and NOx, as well as the physical air pollution, particulate matter. In the moment of Agnihotra, they go a little bit up because of the smoke, but then they come down by 30–40%. Also very interesting, at the time of Agnihotra, there's a sharp increase in the negative ion content in the air. And you know, negative ions are an indicator of fresh air. So Agnihotra improves that a lot. Effects on water. There was one simple experiment done in Pune. They took water from a polluted river and poured it through a cylinder filled with Agnihotra ash. And the water, which was very much polluted, afterwards had drinking water quality. For example, bacterial count went down by more than 90%. But not only, and this is why people use it, Agnihotra ash, to purify their drinking water. Put a little bit Agnihotra ash in the water in the evening, drink it in the morning. That's a very good method. But not only small quantities of water can be purified, even big water bodies like a river. That is the Narmada River in the vicinity of Maheshwar in MP. The Narmada River is quite big at that time, and they have research stations where they test the quality of water. There were 2 research stations below upstream of our homotherapy place and 1 research station downstream. And you see here the water quality. The second last column is Maheshwar, where we perform homotherapy. And there the water quality is much better than upstream and downstream. So this HOMA works also on larger water bodies. Effects on soil. We have seen that with HOMA organic farming methods, which are based on regular Agnihotra, use of Agnihotra ash, and a fertilizer containing Agnihotra ash, cow dung, and cow urine, and vermicompost, we can achieve better yields, better quality of crops, resistance to pests and diseases, improvement of soil health, beneficial microbes increase, harmful microbes are being controlled. Both alkaline, sodic, and acidic soil gets back to normal pH, and soil organic carbon increases, thus helping to sequester CO2 from the atmosphere. And this point is very important in the context of climate change. Modern agriculture is highly contributing to CO2 in the atmosphere. One big factor is the reduction of SO2 by erosion, which removes humus content, by killing microbes, by burning paddy straw, and so on. With HOMA organic farming, soil organic carbon increases. We have measured 15 to 17%. And in India, on conventional farms, the SOC content is mostly less than 1%, often even around 0.5%. So now, let's come to Agnihotra ash. How does it work? First, one simple experiment. You see here, that was a germination experiment. That was done in many, many places. We germinate seeds, same seeds, only one thing with tap water, second with Agnihotra ash at the right side, and in the middle, we have control ash. Control ash we do because we know that any ash has some nutrients. So just comparing tap water with Agnihotra ash water would not be fair. So the control ash we prepare by burning the same substances, also in some copper vessel, but not using the exact dimensions and shape of the Agnihotra pyramid, not using the mantras, and not doing this at sunrise, sunset. And you see with Agnihotra ash, there's a big change, of course, big change compared to tap water, but also big improvement compared to control ash. Now the question, how come? It can't be the chemical composition of Agnihotra ash which leads to this difference. First thing, chemically speaking, there's hardly any difference. How could there be? Because we burn the same substances, and we have a comparison. This experiment was done in Guntur by Dr. Shastri in 2014, comparing the contents of Agnihotra ash and control ash. Most elements are pretty much the same. Only copper has a higher content. Agnihotra ash has a higher content in copper than control ash. That may not be a general result because in other places we do not have this. For example, that was a result which we got from Shivapuri in Maharashtra some time ago, and then the copper content was 0.05%. So it's not always such a high content in Agnihotra ash. And also, if you look at some results we got from US, the copper content is here's 2%, and there in this measurement 1%. It depends on the cow dung which they used. Of course, the cow dung composition of the cow dung is different depending on what the cows eat. So there is some difference in this composition of the Agnihotra ash, but that does not matter. The effect is there independent of the exact analysis of the Agnihotra ash. So that leads to the question, and that is also the same, whether we use Agnihotra ash from India, from South America, North America, Australia, or Europe. In all these places, we get similar positive results of the Agnihotra ash. So the question is, how come, if it's not the chemical composition? So we did some spectroscopy analyses of both Agnihotra ash and control ash. First thing is, that was done infrared absorption in Amalner in Maharashtra. And you see there are some differences, especially there are some additional peaks, blue is the Agnihotra ash, which are not there in the control ash. And then we did UV visible light spectroscopy, again done by Dr. Shastri in Guntur. And also here you see some difference, not very big difference. Basically, the graphs are relatively similar, still some difference you see. Here, that experiment was done a long time back in IIT Madras, X-ray diffraction, and also here you see some differences. It would be good to repeat all these analyses and also do this with different types of Agnihotra, and control ash means with ashes from different sources where they use different kinds of cow dung and so on and so on. And I invite all scientists interested in this subject to come on board and help to better understand how Agnihotra and Agnihotra ash work. So that refers to the electromagnetic properties. But there's another hypothesis, and that is sound. Sound influences matter. And this has been nicely shown in many demonstrations of cymatics, which studies the effect of sound waves on inert substances like sand, powder, or liquids. Here you see a photo of which was done at Bell's laboratory in US long time back in the 50s, and they make sound waves visible. So that is very impressive. Another technique is to have one plate with, for example, some liquid, for example, water, and underneath you have some loudspeaker. And different frequencies lead to different patterns. Here you see a lot, for example, piano notes give a certain patterns. So that shows impressively that sound influences matter. It has a strong effect on matter. And in Agnihotra, sound plays an important role. We have two types of sound. First, the sound of the mantras. And second, it is also said, as in the beginning I mentioned, that at sunrise, the many fires, electricities, ethers, and more subtle energies are emanating from the sun and extend all the way to the earth and produce a flood effect at those coordinates where the sun is said to rise. At sunrise, this music can be heard. The morning Agnihotra mantras is the essence of that flood. This is the quintessential sound of that flood. So we have these two things, the sound coming from the sun and the sound of the mantras. So that leads to a strong resonance effect. Therefore, it seems obvious that sound plays an important role in the modus operandi of Agnihotra, in the mechanisms how Agnihotra works. But there's a problem. According to common knowledge of physics, sound is a vibration that propagates as an acoustic wave through a transmission medium such as gas, liquid, or solid. And the images shown in the previous slides made these vibrations of sound visible in an impressive manner. But these vibrations only last for a short time. The vibration patterns in liquids, for example, water, subside after a short time. In sand, they would stay until you move the plate. Then immediately the pattern will be destroyed. So with Agnihotla ash, how can this vibrational pattern be stored? Because Agnihotla is taken out from the pyramid, filled in glass bottles, shaking during transport, taken out of the bottle, and, for example, mixed with soil for germination experiments. No way that an original vibration pattern could survive this treatment. Still, such a vibration pattern in Agnihotla ash must be somehow stored, as we can see when we add this ash to water and then shock freeze drops of that water. See this result. This is water where you added Agnihotla ash, and then you take a drop of that water and put it on a glass plate which is cooled down to -30 degrees. Immediately, the water freezes and you get these nice crystals with Agnihotla ash. Without the ash, you don't get the crystals. So that shows that somehow a subtle sound is stored in Agnihotla ash, and when this subtle sound gets released, and then this subtle sound gets released when Agnihotla gets in contact with plants, animals, and humans. This would explain the healing effects of Agnihotla ash in the different fields. But as modern science, scientific equipment cannot measure this sound yet, this is for the moment only a hypothesis. If true, this hypothesis could also explain the results of an experiment we did with water and bacteria.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
So, there is a Vimana Shastra written by Bharadwaja Maharshi. So, in that there are many Vimanas which are given to us. In that there is Tripura Vimana. This Tripura Vimana is multi-mode. It can work in air, on land, and in and on water. So it has multifunctional capacities. So you can see this is not the proper structure, but this is the good picture to show you that there are 3 puras. So this is called Tripura because it works in 3 puras. So 3 areas. So 3 areas are called Tripuras. So it is called Tripura Vimana, and it has 3 floors which is dedicated to each area to work upon. So now we have Tripura Vimana, but our research is on imagining Tripura Vimana as an underwater drone. So there are many drones as of now, but the problem with advanced drones are if you go in one way, it shows only the direction. If you want to see other angle, it cannot see the other angle. You have to move the whole body. So, but there are many advantages with Tripura Vimana, with the design and the internal components within it, because it facilitates the good components in it. So here I want to tell small line about the underwater vehicle. So underwater vehicle is an unmanned vehicle which is, we don't need any operator to operate within it. We can just control it from the outside. We can take the input and give the. This is the introduction. So from here my co-author will take over.
My name is Shiva. So from here I'm going to continue. Like coming to the design part, the main thing like the bridge is the components which we have considered are from the book Vaimanika Shastra. So we try to take all the components mentioned in the book and try to integrate it into a design. So the design contains 3 floors. So basically the first floor is mainly related to the, as we said before, the Tripura Vimana is mainly used for 3 modes. So the first floor is mainly for the links for the travel on roads. So, and also it can also be used when we are near to the water surfaces also. So it's not like, for example, right now the ships and everything what we have right now, it's not like they can come till the docks and everything. So if we can integrate the wheels into this, it would be great, so that we can get even the ships till the shore as well. The main purpose of the back room is to facilitate all the mechanisms related to the rotor mechanism systems, and whereas the front room is mainly for to ensure all the mechanisms for the propeller which is placed in the front. And as well in the back itself we also have an electric power unit room which facilitates all the power necessary for the complete floor, and which has the connections through the above the roof, and the roof is placed approximately 7 feet from the pita. And in each floor there are all the 3 floors contains the air pipes which keep the constant air circulation for the fresh air. And although it is a unmanned vehicle, previously Tripura Vimanas were used for traveling with the people. So we ensured that all the air pipes and everything, all the display units and all are exactly the same. And the main purpose of the second floor is to maneuver in and on the water surface. So we have 2 ballast tanks placed in the 2 corners of the pita. So whenever we try to move underwater, we try to fill them, and when we want to move, we just try to propel the water out of the tanks. And coming to the third floor is mostly about the control units and everything. Like the control unit is where it controls automatically based on the attitude and everything. It controls the whole Vimana. And the other room is for the power generation room. And the other one are the air pipes which we are mostly concerned. So coming to the assembly, we designed all the 3 floors separately, and we later try to integrate them, and using few features we try to close. And coming to the simulations part, since we didn't consider all the lohas exactly, but we tried to consider the closest ones. So we took 3 materials and we tried to apply the pressure like as the same amount of pressure what the Vimana would be facing if it is underwater up to 5 kilometers. So according to that, we try to simulate for all the 3 materials. And coming to the usages, the main usage of the Tripura Vimana would be, as this is for the underwater drone, the main purpose of designing this Vimana is so that to see that when we try to go into the underwater surface, we want to study and analyze the ecology of the underwater. So that is the main usage of the Vimana for what we have considered. Because this is not the Tripura Vimana, but this is the Tripura Vimana which we are using it as an underwater drone with the modern technologies. So it is not the exact model of the Tripura Vimana. So in the future, in the future, it would be great if we could come up with the materials that have been used in the Tripura Vimana, because the lohas and everything are, we could say that we have never seen the materials or anything. It's state of the art, we can say that as, because a material which can be used in all the three areas, like when we are in the air, we want the material to be as light as possible so that we can have free motion in the air. Whereas when we are in the water, we want it to be as heavy as possible so that we can maneuver, we can go as depth as we can. So having a material which can be used in both the areas would be like state of the art. So it would be creative. Like we are trying to do the research on, for the future papers, we want to try to do the research on the materials if possible. We are also trying to integrate all the components which I have mentioned before into the original model and do a scaled down version of it in the future paper. So coming to the conclusion, with the help of all the data and everything we have considered, like all the simulation results, I think with the three materials which I have taken, this is the best material as of now. And before I get into the lohas and everything, as of now what I have, I think this is the best material out of the three. So, and the references we have been taken from the Vaimanika Shastra from Bharadwaj Maharshi.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have three types of technology in Vedic system. First one is known as mantrika, second one is known as tantrika, and third one is known as a kritaka or yantrika. The mind that we have is a greatest tool with us. Either develop your mind to aid yourself or apply your mind and develop material technology to aid yourself. So when a seer or a yogi is going to develop his own mind without going into material things, then the mantric technology develops at that stage. Because if you will study Yoga Darshan, we will find so many mentions. A yogi is able to, sitting at one place, he can go anywhere in the universe. He can check out anything. So that is the Adhyatmika science, and engineering is the yoga engineering at the level of Samprajjata Samadhi. Similarly, this Tantrika technology is there. Tantrika is also based upon the development of mind, but here the mind is not developed to the level of that samprajjata level. There is another level of samadhi that is known as samprajjata level of samadhi. At that level, a yogi, he attains certain divine powers, and those divine powers he can use. He can physically go anywhere in the universe without going through mind, and that technology is known as tantric. And yantric or a kritika one that we are using today, we apply our mind, and to the material thing we develop material aids. So this type of technology was there. So mantric technique, I have given certain examples. I have already told you tantric techniques, certain examples are there. This in Yoga Darshan you will find divinehood will be developed, divine vision, divine audition, divine olfaction, divine skin sensation. Television will replace with divine vision, or telephone will replace by telepathy. Different mode of transport such as air, marine and surface will have their substitutes in divine powers of Utakranti, Jalasanga, Pankasanga. Utkranti means going in the air, Jalasanga walking on the waters, Pankasang walking on the muddy water. So this type of Akash, Gaman, etc. So this type of things with the divine powers a yogi can have. So this mantric technology is the subjective one. It cannot be transferred to any person. Only a yogi who has attained these powers, he can utilize it. But and similar thing is with the tantric technology. But yantric technology, it can be used as a commodity. It can be shared. It can be transferred. It can be commercialized. So there is a sanskar process of engineering there. Certain things have changed here. I have given definition of technology as per different shastras. I am not going to indulge in it. Then engineering was the technical skill undertaken by Samrangana Sutradhar. In Samrangana Sutradhar, Raja Bhoj, King Bhoj, he says that this old technique, he is talking about this yantrik technology, and he says, Parampariyam Kaushalam Saupadesham Shastrabhyaso Vastu Karmodyami Dhi Samagriyam Nirmala Yashasu Asmish Chitranyeva Vitti Yantrani Karatum. And he further says, Yantranam Ghatna Nokta Guptyaratham Najyata Vashat. In Samrangana Sutradhar, there is a 30th chapter in Yantra Adhyay, that is known as Yantra Adhyay. He mentions there the Vimanas, many Yantras, and he says, their technology is there with me. I am not revealing that technology, because that technology, if I will reveal, the patent of certain families, because in ancient India, there were no these multinational companies, big industrial houses were not there. Even the technology, knowledge system, whatever it was there, or Ayurveda, it used to be, practiced by certain families. So it was the family tradition. They used, certain families, they were working with the shipping industry, certain families, they were working with the Vimanas, certain families, they working in Ayurveda, astrology. So this type of system was there. That is why King Bhoj says that I am not revealing all those technologies, Guptyaratham, so that their copyright may not be disturbed. So now I am coming to that vehicle part, ancient vehicles. As I told, mantrika, tantrika and yantrika. Mantrik, tantric is very much clear. Now I'll come to the yantric level of vehicles. In Rigveda itself, there is a mention of Vimana, Vahana, and those Vimanas could be used in the air, on waters, as well as on the land. So, three types of vehicles they have used. And the mode of transport, as I told, in Bhrigu Samhita also he says, Jal nokaiva yanam shad bhumiyanam ratham smritam akashi agniyanam vyomyanam tadaivacha. He says, whatever vehicles they ply on the road, they are known as a rath or a yan. The vehicles that float on the water, they are known as nauka, and the vehicles they fly in the sky, they are known as Agniyana, and the vehicles that go in space, spaceships, they were known as Vyomayan. So three types of this transportation was there. Surface transport, so far the word Rath is there. Mostly the people think that Rath is this chariot drawn by horses. This is not meant in the Vedas. Rath, Nirukta, one of the Vedic scholar Yaska, he defines Ratha, and he says Ratho Ranghater Gati Karmanaha. That the Ratha means that which moves on the land. So every vehicle, whether it is car today or train, whatever it is there, it is a Ratha. And the horse that were to be used to the chariot, they were not these horses, but the horsepower meant by that. Similarly, the air transport, I have already told that this three types of things. Tripura Viman mention is there. One vehicle, it used to go in the sky, it used to swim on the waters, it used to run on the road itself. Similarly, the space transport, I have already mentioned. And in Mahabharata, there is a description, science of aeronautics remained developed to its advanced stage until Mahabharata period. According to the description available in Drona Parva, Vimanas were shaped like a sphere or could move along a great speed on a mighty wind generated by Mercury. It says that Viman moved like a UFO, going up, down, backwards, forwards, as pilot desired. Similarly, the definition of Viman has been given everywhere. In Vrihad Vimana Shastra, Vaimanika Prakaran, it has been given V plus man. The machine that behaves like a bird in the sky, that is known as Viman. So, definition, different other scholars, scientists, ancient scientists, they have also given this definition. Almost it is the same one. Then these yantrik Kritik Vimanas, they were of 25 types. Kritik Vimanas are described of 25 types, which were named after their form, capacity, nature of the operation. Some of them may be mentioned as Tripura, which was capable of moving equal, and Shakun, Rukma, Saundra. This type of 25 types of Vimanas have been mentioned. Airports have also been, we find the description of airports in India. Indra's city of Amravati, we find a description of airport where Vimanas were properly stationed and used to land and take off in a similar manner as we see today in our busy airports. This is in Mahabharata. And the meaning I have given that verse. And having beheld the celestial gardens resounding with celestial music, and strong-armed son of Pandu entered the favorite city of Indra. In addition, he beheld their Divya Vimanas, spaceships by thousands, capable of going everywhere at will, stationed in proper places, and he shot tens of thousands of such vehicles as moving in every direction. Similarly, I have already mentioned that in Yukti Kalpataru also it has been mentioned that Vyomayanam Vimanam va Purvamasid Mahi Bhujam. The ancient people, they used to go in the space also, and we have a certain historical reference in Mahabharata also that King Kakudmi and his daughter Revati, they went into the space, and after staying over there for a certain period, when they came back on the earth, they found that on the earth 1,000 years have passed, and their friends, they were no longer existing on the space. Then he married his daughter Revati to Balram. So while you enter into the different universes, the period will go fast, the time will pass very fast. So this has also been there. Parachutes for floating in the sky. In Mahabharata tells us that Shalav air-raided Dwarka. Krishna cut the airplane, namely Shaubh, by his Sudarshan Chakra. Shaubh then fell down, burning. Nevertheless, Shalva remained floating in the sky. This is the situation just like the modern day parachutes. Solar powered Rashayantras, mercury engine, were used to operate aeroplanes. This has been described in Samrangana Sutradhar of King Bhoj. He says, Laghu Darumayam Maha Vihangamam Dridha Susrishta Tanu Vidhayatasya Udare Rashyantramadadhit Jwalanadharam Adhuvasya Chati Puranam. So this Rasa Yantra, the mention of Rasa Yantra is there in Ayurveda, in Rasa Shastra. The Rasa means mercury. Nothing has been meant by Rasa. So the mercury operated engine powered by solar rays, it was used in the ancient period. And this has also been mentioned at other places in Samrangana. Sutradhar also is talking about a hovercraft and how it goes in the sky, that this has been mentioned by Bhoj. Tatra rudha purushastasya pakshadvandvo chalanat prodjitena anilena supta swantah paradasya shaktah chitram kurvanambare yati duram. He clearly mentions that these were the mercury operated engines. Similarly, in Brihad Vimana Shastra also, there are at many places they have mentioned about the solar power used for operation of aeroplanes, and it has been said that Vimanasya Upari Surya Shakti Akarshana Panjaram. So Surya Shakti Akarshana Panjar or some Surya Kanta Mani type of words have been used, and this is just like some photovoltaic cells wrapped around the aeroplane just to catch that solar power and operate those aeroplanes. Similarly, in Samarangana Sutradhar, a very big sized aeroplane has also been mentioned, and it was also operated by mercury engine. Some eco-friendly jet engines have also been mentioned. Mantra-powered aircraft simulation was also there. Kamagamam Yanam. At the thought itself, it used to be operated just like the mantra operated weapons were there in ancient India. So similar situation is there in Ravana's Viman, similar to modern jetpack. 1200-year-old Viman photo in Ellora caves. Sitting capacity in Vimanas 200 to 1000, speed, and evidence of ancient astronauts in India. This is there in this temple, 7th century, 8th century temple. Marine transport, it was very famous system in ancient India. Marines, they were these vessels, they were known as nauka. Marine transport, a vessel with 100 propellers. It used to be operated by 100 propellers or paddles. The mention we find in Rig Veda. The commercial shipping was also there. The same mention we find in the Rig Veda. The warships have also been mentioned in Mahabharata. We find in Ramayana we find Navam Shatanam Panchanam Kaivartanam Shatam Shatam Sannadhanam Tatha Yunantisthati Abhyachodayat. Hundreds of the sailors are sailing 500 ships carrying hundreds of armed soldiers. There is a mention of mechanized ships also. In Mahabharata, Sarvavat Saham Navam Yantra Yuktam Patakinim, we find this mention, machine operated ships. Classification of ships has been done in Yukti Kalpataru. It's a big text that deals with the shipping, and it says the two types of ships were there, vessels were there, Samanya and Vishesh. Samanya type of vessels were simple and ordinary type of vessels, mostly plied in rivers. Samanya vessels were classified into 10 types, and these are the names: Kshudra, Madhyama, Bhima, Chapala, Patala, Abhaya, Dirgha, Patra, Puta, Garbha. Means all feminine gender, through feminine gender they mention it. Dimensions of the vessels have also been given in Yukti Kalpataru. Vishesh type of vessels have also been mentioned there, and they are of two types. Dirgha as second one is Unnata. So Dirgha type, all these 10 types have been mentioned, and their dimensions have also been given over there. Unnata type, 5 types are there: Urdhava, Anurdhava, Swaranamukhi, like that. And dimensions of various Unnata type of vessels, they have been also given there. Their painting and design of vessels, it has also been mentioned. The vessel with one mast was painted blue. Vessel with 2 masts were painted yellow. Vessels with 3 masts painted red. Vessels with 4 masts painted white. And there is also mention of vessels with cabins. So they were having cabins also. And Sarvatu Mandir, so vessels which were used to carry all royal things, royal house, and all these things have been mentioned there. And this royal vessel, a particular type of vessel has been used. The picture of the celestial bodies, it has been the gold, silver and copper metalwork was used in these vessels. Material used, that has also been given in this Yukti Kalpataru. And it has been mentioned that no iron was used, so that the vessels would not be attracted by any magnetic rocks. So metals were, this was not used. Even John of Monte Corvino, Marco Polo, Vasco da Gama, they have also mentioned it, that Indians were not using any iron nails in their vessels. The India's shipbuilding industry, it has been mentioned by Marco Polo, this Nicoli de Conti, all these people, they have done it. So this is the brief description of the Vahana Shastra in ancient India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Icon Bharat 2024 Conference, a 2-day international event, bridging heritage, ancient research, and advanced technologies, organized by the Sri Maharishi Research Institute of Vedic Technology in collaboration with BrahMos, DRDO, BITS Pilani, and several other partners, was held in Hyderabad. During the event, Professor Ram Gopal Rao, Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani, proposed the exploration of certificate and diploma courses in Vedic sciences. Listen to the full speech.
When I was at IIT Bombay as a professor in the electrical department there, one day Dr. B.S. Murthy, who is currently the director of IIT Hyderabad, so he brought Dr. Shastri Garu to me in Bombay, and then he said, he has developed these materials and we don't know what's happening and where they can be used, and this is the process that is used and all of that. So I did not know anything about Vedic sciences or anything like that. But I am more of my research involves, more of applications. And so when I saw the materials he was working on, I got interested. But then, being a scientist myself, I wouldn't trust something unless I do things and on my own and verify what one is saying. And then because there was a lot of chemistry, the process he was following it involved multiple steps and all of that. And then I called the people from chemistry department, the faculty from chemistry department. We had half a day brainstorming session to understand what he is doing, why is he doing all those, why is he following all those process steps and all of that. I think what my chemistry colleagues at IIT Bombay told me was, in a modern lab, you use all modern techniques and use many of these materials in their synthetic form. And what he was doing was using ancient techniques, using the same materials in the pure form. For example, he would use curd, imli and all of that. Now you don't use curd, imli and all of it to produce nanomaterials. You use the synthetic variants of that. So they finally figured out that the process basically involved use of these materials in their purest form, and then finally coming up with the kind of materials that he was able to produce. And that interested me. And I was also puzzled why so many, hundreds of years ago, those people, without any access to the modern techniques, how could they evolve these processes? What must have gone in their mind, to mix these materials and to follow the process? So being a scientist myself, I was fascinated by, whatever that was happening. And then we got interested. I was chairing a committee in Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology in India, in the Government of India. Then we wrote a proposal, and then we got funding, and he would develop the materials and my students will use them for various applications. And then we were able to publish many good papers. In fact, some of these are in top journals, and the papers would easily get accepted because nobody had done anything like that. So whatever you publish, whatever you say, eventually gets published. So in fact, those students who worked on his materials, now they're all, so one of them is in London, one is in the US, and they're all doing very well in their careers. So that's how my journey with him began. And it was very fascinating what he is doing. In fact, what he was doing at that time and what he is doing right now. And now I know Dr. Satish Reddy as the chairman DRDO. So he was able to, get some DRDO labs interested and develop these materials for a variety of strategic applications. And I think, you have seen Dr. Shastri's presentation. It's amazing kind of a work. Coming from a totally modern kind of a background, I get fascinated by whatever is happening. But I think we need more Shastris, so we need more people like him to bridge the ancient science with the modern science. I personally haven't found anyone other than that. He is the only one who is able to bridge that gap. And I meet many people, they talk out of thin air, and then you don't really get excited by that. And we have, of course, a lot of modern scientists, but they have no idea what was there in those books and what was written and how to decipher all of that knowledge. There is nothing that you can do. But he is the only one who is able to bridge that the modern with the ancient thing. And I think maybe through SRIVT he needs to do more. I think we need to probably get some degree granting status, and we need to have lot of people to get trained in some of these processes. And I think at least in BITS Pilani, I will be quite keen to collaborate with him and then see what kind of courses we can offer, because we can offer degrees from BITS Pilani, and we can even offer certificates and diplomas. And since we have that status, and since he is somebody who is very unique in that respect, can we design some courses, make them available to large cross section of people, so that more and more people will be able to use this knowledge and do something useful for the society today. And I think I will be quite keen to take some of these aspects forward. And science is one thing where who is saying what doesn't matter. Even Einstein 100 years ago predicted gravitational waves. Nobody took him seriously, right? Until they were proven, the gravitational waves were proven just about 5-6 years ago. There were no Nobel Prizes or nothing. Now the Nobel Prize was given to gravitational waves, not to Einstein who predicted them, but to people who actually proved that gravitational waves exist. Now gravitational waves is a tool to explore the space and all of that. And that's how science works. In science, whether it is Shastri or Einstein, doesn't matter what they are saying. Until it is proven, it just remains as theory. But I think we need more practitioners of science now to prove the kind of theories that Dr. Shastri has been able to discover in all those texts. And I think it has to become a big national movement. My only worry is all these politicians talk about it and say many things, but finally when it comes to funding these projects, when it comes to providing the financial support, I haven't seen many of them coming forward and doing anything. And I think that's the biggest concern. So I think some of us who are involved in this work, who appreciate what he is doing, I think we need to join hands, and BITS for one will definitely do that. Dr. Mohan Rao is here. He, of course, CCMB former director and very well-known scientist, and he is now with BITS Pilani system. And I think if we can write some joint proposals, all of that will be nice. Even Dr. Satish Reddy now is also connected with BITS Pilani. We just started a Center for Research Excellence for National Security, and which he will be helping us build that whole activity. And I see so many materials here which are important from the national security point of view in terms of developing new missile systems, new bulletproof shields and all of that. And if we can also use these materials and jointly develop some projects and all of that, that will also be nice. I think I for one, would continue this collaboration and would want to bring out some of these for the use of the country. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Mr. ABS Shastri's unwavering passion and groundbreaking work has left an incredible mark on our world. The tribute video we are about to watch showcases the extraordinary journey of this extraordinary man. From his early days in a Vedic Gurukulam to his groundbreaking research and innovations, this video captures the essence of his life and legacy. Let us go through the tribute video, a testament to the life and times of a truly exceptional individual. Thank you.
A beacon of tradition, the inspiring journey of Dr. ABS Shastri. The life of ABS Shastri is a remarkable testament to the enduring power of tradition and the unwavering spirit of the human mind. Born in the heart of India, where ancient wisdom whispers through the ages, Shastri's journey began in a Vedic Gurukulam, a traditional school where the rhythmic chants of mantras filled the air. It was there, amidst the sacred texts, and the guidance of his revered guru that Sastari's curiosity ignited, setting him on a path that would forever shape his life and inspire generations to come. A quest for knowledge. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Sastari embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries of the Vedas, the ancient Hindu scriptures. He delved into the works of great scholars, seeking answers to his burning questions. However, as he delved deeper, he encountered a formidable challenge. How to interpret these ancient texts written in a language that had evolved over millennia? The Vedas, a treasure trove of knowledge about the cosmos, human life and spirituality, were written in Sanskrit, a language that had undergone significant transformations over time. Decoding the past. Sastari's dedication to understanding the Vedas led him to master the complexities of Sanskrit, the language of the gods. He spent countless hours studying ancient grammar texts, learning to decipher the intricate nuances of the language. The power of interpretation. Sastari's deep understanding of Sanskrit enabled him to interpret the ancient texts with accuracy and depth. He unearthed hidden meanings and insights, bringing the wisdom of the Vedas to life for a new generation. A modern approach. Sastari's approach to studying the Vedas was unique in its combination of traditional knowledge and modern scholarship. He utilized modern research methodologies while remaining deeply rooted in the ancient traditions, preserving the heritage. Sastari's journey led him to the depths of India's manuscript libraries, where he spent countless hours poring over ancient palm leaf manuscripts. These manuscripts, fragile and often damaged, held within them centuries of accumulated wisdom. The text covered a wide range of subjects, from philosophy and religion to astronomy and medicine, reflecting the vast knowledge of ancient India. Digitization. Sastari recognized the importance of preserving these precious manuscripts for future generations. He spearheaded the digitization of these invaluable treasures, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would be accessible to anyone with an internet connection. This groundbreaking effort made ancient Indian knowledge available to a wider audience than ever before. Translation. To make the knowledge contained in the manuscripts accessible to a broader audience, Sastari also worked on translating them into modern languages. He meticulously translated the ancient texts, ensuring that their meaning and nuances were faithfully preserved. Sharing the legacy. Sastari's dedication to preserving and promoting India's cultural heritage earned him widespread recognition. He became a leading figure in the field of Indology, his contributions to the study of ancient Indian knowledge lauded by scholars and researchers worldwide. A beacon of inspiration, through his tireless efforts, Mr. ABS Sastari became a beacon of hope for those seeking to reconnect with their cultural heritage. His story is a testament to the enduring power of tradition and the unwavering spirit of the human mind. It is a tale that inspires us to cherish our roots, to explore the depths of our heritage, and to use that knowledge to create a better future for ourselves and generations to come. Preserving the past. Sastari's dedication to preserving ancient manuscripts ensured that the wisdom of the past would be available for future generations to learn from. Innovating the present. Sastari's research on traditional materials led to the development of sustainable solutions for contemporary challenges. Inspiring the future. Sastari's legacy continues to inspire people to explore their cultural heritage and use their knowledge to make a positive impact on the world. The legacy of Mr. Sastari. Mr. ABS Sastari's contributions to the preservation and promotion of India's ancient heritage are immeasurable. He has left behind a legacy that continues to inspire generations of scholars, researchers, and individuals alike. His work serves as a reminder of the enduring power of tradition, the importance of cultural preservation, and the potential of ancient wisdom to address modern challenges. The importance of cultural heritage. Mr. Sastry's journey highlights the critical importance of cultural heritage. It is not merely about preserving ancient texts and artifacts. It is about understanding the values, beliefs, and knowledge that have shaped our societies for centuries. Our cultural heritage provides us with a sense of identity, connects us to our past, and inspires us to create a better future. Cultural identity. Understanding our cultural heritage helps us understand who we are and where we come from. It provides a sense of belonging and purpose. Shared values. Cultural heritage is a repository of shared values and beliefs that guide our actions and interactions with others. It promotes understanding and tolerance. Innovation and creativity. Our cultural heritage is a source of inspiration for creativity and innovation. It provides us with a framework for understanding the world and developing new ideas. A vision for the future. Mr. Sastry's legacy inspires us to embrace our cultural heritage, to explore its depths, and to apply its wisdom to create a better future. By understanding and preserving our past, we can build a brighter future for ourselves and generations to come. May Sastry's journey serve as a reminder of the enduring power of tradition and the unwavering spirit of the human mind. Education. Investing in education about cultural heritage is crucial. It helps individuals understand and appreciate their cultural roots and fosters a sense of pride in their heritage. Research. Continued research on ancient knowledge is essential to unlock its potential for addressing modern challenges and creating sustainable solutions. Community engagement. Engaging communities in the preservation and promotion of cultural heritage is essential. It fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility for safeguarding our shared legacy. Imagine harnessing the power of nanotechnology to create revolutionary materials with extraordinary properties. Dr. Sastry's work has made this a reality, with applications spanning from medicine to electronics. His innovations in superalloys have the potential to transform industries, from aerospace to automotive, by creating stronger, lighter, and more durable materials. He has also established the Sri Maharshi Research Institute of Vedic Technologies, a hub for research and innovation that seeks to bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and modern science. His exceptional achievements have been recognized with prestigious awards. These accolades are a testament to his unwavering commitment to preserving and promoting ancient wisdom.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Today I'm going to tell you a journey and a world secret that was being hidden across the centuries. So, Innovating Destiny is our company's mission and vision, through which we are bringing up ancient wisdom, as Sir has mentioned, and that is Bruhat Parashara Hora Shastra. That is one of the ancient texts written by Maharshi Parashara itself. There were different contributors in this subject, Bhrigu Maharshi, Varaha Mira, etc. But Maharshi Parashara's text is so prevalent right now, and his text has been saved. Unfortunately, other theories have been misplaced, or we have been invaded multiple times. But let's explore this. So, Maharshi Parashara is the second, one of the founders, father of the astrology, where he has specifically mentioned one formula, and this is the secret. Most of the astrologers, they will just study the Kundali and they will check the Dasha system. According to that, they will give the prediction. However, Maharshi Parashara has given that formula called prana. We all know that prana is just an essential forces of life, but it is a qualitative. No one ever expected that qualitative can be quantified in a measurable terms. And that's the major hypothesis which we are also focusing upon, because there are no concrete scientific evidences to prove it right now. And we have started this research 2 years ago, continuously doing this research. And second thing is the text given by the Maharshi Parashara belongs to certain 50,000 years ago, but that text doesn't apply in this contemporary world. And this is the challenge. We have modernized most of his text. Recently, even in today morning, few of the sessions have mentioned that ancient Sanskrit need to be modernized, and that has to be organized in a proper manner for the benefit of the humanity. And we have done the step one for it by translating BPHS, that is Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra. Within this, as I mentioned, the prana. This is the philosophy over here. The actual way of astrology, people say that outside planets are affecting our life. But this theory contradicts that theory, that whatever happens within our life, it's within us, it's inside us. The theory states that the moment we are born on this earth, the first breath we take it, we accept that the mother is our earth. And all other planets and all other natural resources are the natural driving forces of our destiny and life, till from birth to death, and from birth and that from death to rebirth again. So the concept of prana has given even a pattern where we can even predict the human death, but we are not touching it right now. So these are certain factors where prana is being involving in our life, from birth time, balance of mind, potentiality, directions, and the way of decision making, intuition, etc. All this is being mentioned in Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra. Most of the research is completely based upon the inferential scale, and it's just like mixing few of the texts and identifying what has been missed, creating a story, validating it again with the contemporary data systems. Right. So this is one such theory where our prana, that chakras, from Kundalini chakras, that's been connected to our planets. There is no contemporary proof of for this right now. It's just a hypothesis. We are proving it right now. However, it may take time, several years of time, right? So this connection, just how drive our life, gives few other variables, that is time. So time association of time here is been one of the complex subject over here. Prana and time is completely two different things, but the formula is itself associated with the time. 24 hours on this earth, it may increase future because of the orbital distance, as most of them have. One of the startup is working on space tech, he might be understanding how it will be going. So right now we are having 24 hours. Within this 24 hours, there are dynamic sets of prana energies that's been transforming within ourselves. And that is the reason human behave differently in different times. And that's how we have identified this formula to predict that behavior. So as I mentioned, it is associated with time. And as the author, the philosopher Maharshi Parashara, during his advent of time, this formula used by ancient kings at that time. Down the line, many of the increasing population and the subject have become more generalized and introduced more theories. For example, Sade Sati, Elnatsen in Telugu people will call it. But this is much more accurate, which may reject all other theories. So we have been testing this on 700 people right now. We'll be increasing the sample size furthermore. And the application of this theory and formula is 99% in accuracy of daily prediction. Right now we are focusing upon daily prediction. What's going to happen tomorrow? That's the philosophy. Most people might be getting confused or people might get scared, but this is the philosophy. As we all know that we are already destined. And philosophically, as Sir has mentioned, that there are many stories. One philosophy we have to also identify that this is the 71st Kali Yuga. I have already spoken to you already in this dais, in the another Kali Yuga. So the circle repeats in a conical way. So this is just as part of a line of every person, what's going to happen tomorrow. So this is the three variables within the algorithm. Basically the three variables which people have to give is date of birth, time of birth, and place of birth. These three variables are quite enough because to operate this machine, what we have developed with. So 4 billion data knowledge, subjectively Lagna information. I hope you understand the Lagna chart. The astrologers use it, Lagna Kundali, that contains 4 billion data sets. 4 billion data sets is not a small number, but it's a complex number. People may not even get it easily. Even only the human mind, a pro astrologer can understand that Lagna. But training the AI system is a bit challenging over here. So we have developed certain methodology within it to understand, to make the AI to understand this subject. And Prana data pattern, as it is also associated with time series calculation. Philosophically, every human, as God has given 120 years to live. But in this age, people are living up to 70, average 70. Previously, it has been 50 to 70 right now. Ancient time, it was 120, more than 120, 240 years, like this. Still people are there, our Chiranjeevis are there, we are not considering them. And 43,000 time series calculation, it's an inclusion of 120 years of one single individual. The energy interpretation, the energy exhibition of that person is being displayed on this earth. So it's just like we are on a huge screen, 3D screen, and to one cosmic giant who has been viewing us on this earth. This is the variable and the outline of the algorithm which we have developed. This is the AI system trained with LLMs. LLMs is the large language models. It's a contemporary, most advanced AI system employed by most AI agents. Like OpenAI has been using LLMs to generate the advanced text, and most of the companies have been competing against each other with this model. So it's just a complex mathematics. However, why we have included LLMs over here with assisted learning model is system need to understand itself, right? For example, if you have ever used a Tesla car, the car learns by itself how to drive rather than we are driving it. It observes its surroundings and move around it on its way. So the system will learn by itself. That's the assisted learning model in a basic contemporary word of assisted learning. However, the LLMs, advantage of LLMs over here is to calculate this 4 billion and this data sets in a fraction of a second. Manually, it will take hours and hours of time. If I sit manually, I can do 99% accurate prediction, but it may take up to 1 or 2 hours. And manually, people don't even employ this sort of methodology because this was accurate and very ancient. Now, AI system can do it. So we are not just making the system so dangerous. We are also constraining itself so that it is safe for people. Right now, we are at the beta version. It's available in the Google Play Store. So people who are always worried about their tomorrow, what's going to happen there tomorrow, who are even tensed, how will be my future? Mostly the app is made for the current generation of people who are in a decision-making phase. So this is all. I'm going to conclude my presentation over here about the Destiny.ai. Thank you very much. Last but not least, my mother has funded for all these projects. She is the key player. She's there, and she's a key player in the whole project where, from root to this level. And furthermore, it's in the beta version, the pilot version. Further developments will be on the progress. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm going to talk about ancient Egyptian and Indian airship space launch vehicle. So here we can see first diagram from Brihad Vimana Shastra, that is Tripura Vimana, and second one Shakuna Vimana, and third one is a picture from Abydos Temple, Egypt. So that is an airship. So Tripura Vimana, it has multi like transformable vehicle, three modes it can travel, three medium: under the water, on the water, and in the on the land, in the air also, space also. And it is made of advanced materials. I believe it is a flexible material also, because it is transformable, and it has electric wheels for land travel, ballast tank, rudder, propeller and all, and air blowers are also there. Control systems are also described in Vimana Shastra. Next one. Shakuna Vimana. So this Vimana is like similar to Pushpaka Vimana, which we see in Ellora caves, flapping wing mechanisms. So this is also made of Raja Loha. This is different one, Raja Loha. Previously Tripura Vimana, Trinetra Loha. So various mechanical components are there for the help of flapping wings and all, flight control too. Similarities in the ancient Egyptian and Indian space vehicles. Historians say that there is a link between ancient scripts, Egyptian and Indian also, civilizations related. So here we can see the Abydos airship. Abydos airship is something like completely different flying city kind of thing, because it has like many things, like they have written birds come in and go, and fishes are also there inside. Inside there is a like something like pool inside it and all. So many things we can do on this project. We are still doing 3D modeling of this Abydos airship. Next one. Now coming to Shakuna Vimana, recently I have found some yantra which describing Pushpini yantra. Basically first initially I thought it is something like air conditioner kind of thing, but now it seems to be something more than it, like making the astronauts feel better in space atmosphere. And also it says that animals and plants can also be taken inside this, and also the third floor it can be separated, and when it is not there in the Vimana, the floor can be folded, upper layer of the third floor folded onto the second floor. So after the release of the capsule to another space mission. Next. So coming to Abydos airship, there is description of many things, like similar things are there, making the passengers comfortable, and also the many habitation related descriptions are there, and recycling system, air, water, everything, waste is also there. So here we can see Abydos airship. Fish is also there, like I said. Basically, as per our understanding, they provide like sustainable food source in the Abydos airship in the ancient Egyptian civilization. So there like waste could fertilize plants also, and the system helps filter and recycle water. So all these things we can consider, and garden with fruits is also mentioned in Abydos airship. So it is very sophisticated idea. Like agriculture is also there inside it. So it provides fresh food essential for long-term habitation. Like I said, example in Shakuna Vimana, we have to still explore that yantra. So here we can see in Abydos airship directly they mentioned such similar things. There is small ventilation units for birds to come in and go outside. So birds could assist in pollination plants in the garden. So they have thought of everything linked to one and other material. Now I said Pushpini Yantra, this one still I am doing research. So basically describe providing comfort during the travel, especially spring, summer seasons, and suggest how environmental conditions can change during the flight. And cold processing mirror is there, like possibly managing the heat in the space. And cold generating crystal is there, monies. So described as producing cooling effect. Electrical wheel with 100 spokes, it could be like for circulating the air inside the aircraft. And acid vessel, it is a little unclear to understand as of now. After translating again we can try to understand. So functioning, the device, it is used as a combination of electrical system, specialized materials, chemical reactions also to regulate temperature and circulate the air. So comparing to the modern equipment, we can understand that it is like something like environmental control system, spacecraft thermal control systems also. So applications, studying this, we can do new approach to the environmental control in spacecraft. Long duration missions we can do. Material science insights also, description of special materials are there. Cold generating crystals, modern science we are not at all aware of crystals, but ancient science there are many descriptions of many types of crystals which have multiple functions which modern science doesn't know. So that it could prompt research into new materials and thermal management also. And historical technological understanding, the sophistication of like Pushpini Yantra challenges our perceptions of ancient technological capabilities, encouraging a reevaluation of historical scientific knowledge. Next one. So now comparing environmental control systems, both ancient and modern are suggesting like environmental things inside the space capsule, making the astronauts and all sustainable in other outer space atmosphere. We can take inspiration on all these descriptions. So future research directions, we can understand that these alloys which I have mentioned, Rajaloha alloy, cold generating crystal, all these we can do research and develop the modern space technology. Pushpini Yantra also, it inspires us to understand new types of research. So now coming to the next topic. So advanced space devices are there in Vimana Shastra. Cloning device is there, that is the Vimana appearing there are multiple Vimanas in the space. And plasma shield, Parivesha Kriya Yantra, that name, device name. And then free energy extraction. Next. So Shakti Akarshana Yantra is power attracting device mentioned in Vimana Shastra. So like I said, there are many free energy in the space, regions in the space mentioned in Vimana Shastra from which we can extract energy. But now we are using only fuel and all. But in Vimana Shastra they have used free available energies in the space. And Vishwakriya Darshana Darpana Yantra, this is a universal vision revealing mirror when we translate, but it acts as double role. It is like a space telescope which can show the astronaut in the Vimana the 3D images of whatever the telescope focuses on. And also it can, for example, we are seeing the Vimana, we can see the Vimana and there is another duplicate Vimana beside it, like it is cloning device. And next, Ganapa Yantra, solar energy extraction device. Parivesha Kriya Yantra, plasma shield generator. So based on the descriptions of Brihad Vimana Shastra, I have tried to do 3D modeling of this particular yantra. This is only a small part of this yantra, Shakti Akarshana Yantra. Nikola Tesla already tried to recreate some devices from ancient texts, but we do not have now everything. So this is more similar to it. Power attracting, solar radiant energy is the Earth's gravitational pull described. Wind kinetic energy is also described. So there are multiple descriptions, like from multiple free energies it is attracting the energy. These all concepts we have to understand. For example, wind kinetic energy, we have magneto-hydrodynamic generator, Earth's gravitational pull, we have Nikola Tesla tried earth powered generator once upon a time, gravity powered generator, but free energies, his laboratory was destroyed and he was killed, they say. Solar radiant energy, we know only some part of the solar rays in ancient texts. In Brihadvimana Shastra, they have mentioned many types of the solar rays. We did not understand that much. Next. So Shakti Akarshan Yantra, technical details which I have understood, it utilizes mirrors or glass devices, neutralizes excess wind force on aircraft, protects against toxic outer earth winds, and earth power generator also we can understand it, and magneto-hydrodynamic generator, like I said. Energy transfer happens between aircraft and ground-based equipment. Now coming to that space telescope which I have said, which also acts as cloning device for the Vimana. So this Vimana described in two areas in the Brihad Vimana Shastra, entire Vimana Shastra, in multiple chapters they have mentioned. So in Yantras chapter and also pilot instructions chapter. So it projects 3D visuals of distant celestial bodies, uses Mercury also. These are interesting points to be noted from the device. So it uses Mercury as reflective surface capable of creating clones or illusions of the Vimana itself. So these are main points which I have understood. So this one, the 3D model I have tried. This is also only some part which I have understood. That only I have created 3D model. Next. Mounted, like they also written that this is very strange description that I have come across in Brihad Vimana Shastra. So they have written that they placed this yantra, fixed it on the Vimana facing towards the planet Earth. So we have to understand, is the Vimana or the space station or the space city still existing, and are they still watching us through this telescope? So it provides real-time 3D holographic images of the Earth or other desired locations as per the astronaut or pilot. So allows observation of individual beings also, they have written, with accuracy it seems. So it can create illusory 3D images of the Vimana for strategic purposes. Next. Now Ganapa Yantra, as per my understanding, Ganapa Yantra, it is solar collector shaped like elephant's trunk. System of wheels and wires for energy transfer they have mentioned, and storage mechanism involving silica crystals and acid. It utilizes sun crystals, umbrellas to enhance solar energy collection. So modern technology, if we can compare, so it is similar to modern photovoltaic panels or solar concentrators, and energy transfer system, electrical wiring, mechanical power transmission in current systems. Storage mechanism resembles modern battery technologies, particularly those using chemical reactions for energy storage, and enhanced collection methods also, maximizing solar energy capture such as tracking system and concentrator designs. Parivesha Kriya Yantra, so this yantra is very special for me because at the beginning I couldn't understand what they are trying to say in the text Brihadvimana Shastra. So translation very difficult, and for understanding we should be expert in that subject. So I felt very difficult to understand. Later I understood, okay, they are describing plasma shield, Parivesha Kriya Yantra. So it generates protective halo using all the 5 elemental forces. So it utilizes solar rays for propulsion also and guidance, incorporates energy storage transmission mechanisms, and also defensive environmental control features are also there. There are specific materials used and specialized glasses in detailed description in this yantra. Metals and acids also they used. So in modern technology we have plasma shield a little, but not this much advanced. If we focus on it, we can develop it more. Next. So sophisticated grasp of energy manipulation and conversion, advanced understanding optics and possibly holographic principles. So based as the modern technology keeps on developing, then we can understand these ancient texts. We can apply these things in various fields if we research and recreate it.
Okay, thank you so much, Kavya ji. So based on these understandings, what we did was we went ahead and created our nanosatellite prototype. The inspiration primarily came from Vishwakriya Darshana Darpana Yantra. So what happens is we are working on an advanced constellation of Earth observation nanosatellites at present, which is the size of a water bottle, a 1 liter water bottle. And what we are trying to do is to capture and stream near real-time, geospatial video data from low Earth orbit. So we have a patent pending for the live streaming capabilities of the nanosatellite. So it's going to be around 1,200 nanosatellites forming a constellation through which you can actually see any particular location on Earth. I'll show you some video samples which we have done. So these are our sample work which we have been working on. We are based out of Bangalore, and so this is actually body-mounted solar panels with our antenna system. So we initially went ahead and started working on the S-band antennas, but then we realized that we can do it with UHF itself. So we are working on it, and this will have an optical payload which actually has its own customized data handling board which can stream whatever it's seen. It captures it and then it streams simultaneously. So that's how we have built it. These are all some of the samples that we have been working on since last 2 years. So this is primarily taken from. So this is our co-founder, Mr. Loganathan, who is an ex-ISRO scientist. So he had been a deputy project director for multiple missions, and post-retirement he worked on SRM-SAT, and also he worked with Niti Meenakshi. And so those are works which have been done in a lab. So we have been part of multiple forums, India and internationally. So this was in Bangalore Space Expo in 2022, and we were part of G20. So we came up with policy interventions for democratizing geospatial data, which all these G20 nations are having in silos. So that's what had happened, and this was part of our collaborative effort to come up with food and medicine for microgravity environments. So we are working on a bio payload also on an experimental basis, still in research. So that's me giving a presentation at IIT Guwahati. Yeah, so this is last week, end of June in India Space Congress, where I was paneling on advanced Earth observation payloads, wherein satellite-based video is non-existent as of now. Few countries are doing it, that too for military purposes. So we are trying to do it. Can you play the videos, please? So here I'll show you some of the video samples. We have named it Eye in the Sky. So that's the inspiration came from the ancient text. So I started working with Kavya Vadadi madam after I read her books, and that was more of an inspiration for me. So, sir, can you play it? Okay, so as per the descriptions, right? So you can see these are a satellite-based video, which is on an experimental basis. You can see the trains. Are you guys able to see it? Yeah. And what we did was, actually we took some of these samples, built an AI model on top of it so that objects can be detected accurately. Drones have their own limitations. So the future is going to be satellite-based video feed. Already military is doing it. So this is actually our AI model, which is tracking a ship, which is actually proceeding. So this has been run at a different speed so that our AI model works really well in order to track it. Objects like ships, vessels, and then aeroplanes, train, cars and all have been trained through our AI model. Still on an experimental basis, it's not perfect, but yeah, next video. Next video. It's already done. So these are, the AI model trying to capture cars, the white colored cars specifically, and approximately 60 to 70% confidence it has. And you guys don't have privacy anymore, okay? So I'll tell you that. Next video. And yeah, so this is actually tracking an airfield wherein you can see the aeroplane in a taxiway. It's being, it's getting to take off, or it's going to be parked, I don't know. But this is the video. You can play the next one. And we actually ran our AI model on top of it, and that's how it is able to detect it. And it can be used for tracking enemy planes or war planes which are going across an area. Whatever cannot be captured through radar also, we are trying to do it through satellite-based videos. So instead of looking from the down, we are looking from the top. There are limitations, of course, but pretty sure we'll fine-tune it to get it accurate. Next video, sir. That's it, huh? Yeah, that's the actual video. Yeah, so this is the train, the first one you saw, which has been getting tracked. Oh, yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I now invite our chief guest, Y.S. Chaudhary Garu, aka Sujana Chaudhary Garu.
As a layman, I don't understand how they were produced and all those things, because it has got its own strength and processes. But the application side, if we see, it has to be rechecked. That is the key point. So this institution should go towards the application side. So whatever government, whatever earlier Mr. Srinivas was saying that money is only a means, but particularly today our country, overall economy is really in great shape. So we are in the process of declaring ourselves as a developed country. Viksit Bharat. We are going towards Viksit Bharat, while we have many of the villages still are at a very backward conditions. The living standards of Indians are extremely poor. Majority people. Whatsoever it is, I also have been trying to understand, particularly in the healthcare. Our country have been trying to take care of the health of the people. But my understanding is we have been doing only sick care. It's a reactive management. We are not able to do anything to prevent the sickness. The best way is if we can go back to the ancient ways to understand how a healthy man can live for full 100 years. We have definitely our ancient science says that holistic health approach, whether it is homeopathy or Ayurveda or naturopathy. But allopathy, because of the fundamental economics, works extremely fast in allopathy. If we see statistics also, there are two industries have been growing extremely well. One is food industry, the other one is hospitals, healthcare. Because the quality of the food human beings have been consuming, eventually making people to land in unhealthy conditions. That is why these two industries are doing extremely well worldwide. So this has to be understood, and everyone has to, thanks to the technology today, what is available for us, to get the information and knowledge through the internet. But for the youngsters, it's a word of caution. The information and knowledge with your basic education is very easy to learn and know. But there is something which you cannot learn from the missions are experience and wisdom. That's what all the great people sitting here on the dais can bring. So please respect the ancient values. Based on which small way if you start trying. So first time in my life I went and contested from the direct elections in Vijayawada West constituency. Post elections, I started training my people saying that Namaskaram, Prati Namaskaram and Samskaram Gabati, please don't give shake hands. Please continue to do only Namaskaram and Prati Namaskaram. Which half of the, it's a 3 lakh population, I think, if not half, 1/3 of the people in 3 months, they have already started getting there. So similarly, you start getting into the ancient knowledge and technology, it's very easy. Easy means once we start practicing. So, today's challenge what Mr. Shastri will be talking is how to make use of their research and how to commercialize and scaling them. With little understanding, I also see a lot of benefit towards the environment. If this can be produced without much and without getting into mining of basic minerals, that also helps our environment, and that is also a big answer to our global warming, which the entire world is facing. Sometimes the tsunamis, sometimes the cyclones, all these things we are facing mainly because of the global warming. So, it's the gap between Vedic science and the modern science. That's a very big subject. It's not that easy. Any number of programs we conduct from Science and Technology Ministry or your Defense Ministry, etc., etc. But it's a very conscious approach. Government can do very little, in my opinion. Every civilian, every citizen of this country has to focus. But at the same time, how can youngsters can focus on that because their livelihood is very important for them. I heard Shastri Garu saying that though he has been working hard for the past 25 years, last 10 years, things have started moving. So that's probably give entire credit to the great coronavirus. Because of the virus, people started looking at our ancient things. Why it is coming, what it is, and our people wanted to try many ways and means. Because many of the allopathic doctors whom I have interacted, many of the doctors doesn't know first of all how some people have survived, why some people have died, what kind of medicine they have given. It was only trial and error method. So that has definitely looks like helped our Indians particularly to start thinking about our ancient strengths. We are living, people also will live in future, but how to improve the quality? We know none of us have got infinite life. We have very finite life. And only thing is, none of us knows about the expiry date, but everyone knows that there is a date. So thereby, during our life period, whatever best is possible based on the ancient sciences, we should respect, try to focus on that. Today we are talking everything is IoT and AI. Artificial intelligence is nothing but we are only training the missions. Before, whatever we train the mission is acting upon. It's a byproduct of our own human brain. So we also have technology to do the gene editing, which I think it was banned. Otherwise, once if gene editing goes on, whole system collapses. To retrain the people to believe the ancient senses and to restart to correct our thinking and to bring everything on application side. So everyone knows that our globalization definitely brought lot of maybe positive things, but many negative things to our country, particularly whole our giant family system has collapsed. That is also one of the main reasons for getting out of track from the ancient sciences. So earlier days, everything is a cooperative system, Sarkar Sangal. So people used to use the ancient ways and means how to run kitchen garden. That is how they used to have the healthy food. We all know rocket science, definitely. But definitely none of us requires to leave rocket speed of light. Today life has become so much of speed. So if we go back to the ancient thing, life will go on, heaven will not fall on earth. So we have to titrate ourselves to how to go slowly. When he has mentioned so many things, the major problem also in our slokas, so many meanings are there, but unfortunately they are all in Sanskrit. That is also the biggest problem. We go to a temple, but Purohit will recite so many slokas, we don't understand what it is. So there is a good project if you can convert all slokas into Telugu language and English language, so that for youngsters also will understand how important are they. So that is one important point. In any case, from Bharatiya Janata Party, I can open some doors for you. I cannot guarantee something. I can open some doors for you. So you are most welcome for anything I can be of any help to develop this institute. Everyone, end of the day, though by qualification I am an engineer, by choice I became an entrepreneur, for which I have definitely spent my prime youth, blood and sweat. By surprise I got into politics. Wherever I go, the two M's, M and M, men and money management is important. Even for this institute, that is what it is required. Probably I can commit here from this dais, Shastri Garu, whatever you need, if I can be of an help, please do come to me. I'll definitely support. Thank you very much.
I request ABS Shastri Garu to felicitate our chief guest, Vice Chaudhary Garu. It is with great pleasure and deep respect, I also invite our guest of honor for today, Dr. V. Narayanan Garu, Director LPSC, ISRO.
I consider it as a great honor and privilege to be among you on the 25th year celebration of SRI ET. Let me, at the outset, on behalf of the Indian Space Research Organization, congratulate and compliment the entire team for doing great service for the last 25 years. Last 2 days, I think I will go through the program. You had a very interesting session on how to bridge the ancient and modern sciences. I think they were excellent topics. Lot of transactions which has happened. I happened to see the book what was given to me. Today we are developing launch vehicles, satellites. In the ancient day, you all know, and India became the only country and first country to have the successful and the sun. And dear friends, India when we got independence, 1947, you know, before we got independence, our country was a very great country, rich country. But then, you know, when so many years we are ruled by other people, finally we had to really come down, and 97.5% people were below the poverty line. And science and technology had to be built from the fundamentals. And I am extremely happy that I am with the greatest person who really served the country in a great way for building the science and technology. For years, at least for 5 years as the minister, and 4 years as the minister. Now, if you take our country in the past, you know, our country had great legacy scientists. You know, Jagadish Chandra Bose, who really discovered plasma fields and who discovered microwaves to ignite gunpowder. Sir C.V. Raman, who had won the Nobel Prize for his great discovery. And Swami Vivekananda Tata, you know, when I went to a school for getting admission for my children, I saw a couplet. The couplet says, when people with great mind meet, they discuss about ideas. When people with low mind they meet, they discuss about others. And there were two great people, Swami Vivekananda and Tata Ji. They went in the ship. You all know, they discussed with a great idea. Because of that, we are having a great institute called IAC in Bangalore. Homi Baba, father of Indian atomic energy, he has done a great job. Vikram Sarabhai, father of Indian space program. You all know what is the great growth of Indian space program. Today, average life of India is 71. The great contribution is done in the health sector. And like that, every place we have grown to greater and greater heights. I thought it is appropriate for me to talk something about the Indian space program. 1962, the Indian space program was started by the visionary leader, Vikram Sarabhai. And at that point of time, actually a lot of people were questioning whether this is required for a country which is struggling food for 3 times for the common man of this country. A lot of people were questioning. But then today, we have come a long way. 1963, November 21st, we had a tiny rocket launch from Indian soil, from Tumba, Trivandrum. That was not our rocket. The rocket came from USA and the payload came from France. And we launched by assembly in Indian soil. 1967, we had the 1 meter height first indigenous rocket launch. That time, 1961, Yuri Gagarin is sent to space and he is brought back. 69, Neil Armstrong is landed on the moon and brought back. He was truly 60 years behind in the space activities. From that humble beginning, today, if you see to our credit, we have launched 4,000, close to 4,000 sounding rockets from Indian soil. And we have had 6 generations of launch vehicles. The first launch vehicle was in the year 1980. The project director was none other than the great APJ Abdul Kalam ji. And that day, we started in orbit. From that, we built, that time we were really, we have not entered in the organization. I was in the school. And from that, when we built and launched our Mark 3 rocket, after 37 years, the capability of that rocket is 8,500 kg to low Earth orbit. From 40 kg, we have built to 8,500 kg. In the satellite area, 1975, we built the first satellite, Aryabhatta, with the support of other countries. And from that, till today, 125 satellites we have built, and the smaller is 40 kg, GSAT level built by our own people, and we have learned right now it is in the orbit. And not only that, a country was not having satellite and launch vehicle in the early 80s. 432 satellites of other countries we have launched from Indian soil. And Modi ji, when he took over as the Prime Minister of India, a direction was given to us. We have conceived built a 2000 kg communication satellite, and it was launched by us, donated to some countries. That is the growth of the organization. Today, if you see the application, multiple applications. You all know telecommunication is one of the applications. For 30 years back, to make a phone call from Hyderabad to Delhi, I think elders will be knowing what type of effort is required. One has to book a trunk call and wait for 1 hour and make the call. Today, that is not the situation. Within 10 seconds, you will get any foreign call. That is the type of growth what has happened in the telecommunication. And television broadcasting. 30 years back, there were hardly in Tamil, we used to have one channel called through the DD channel. 5 songs used to be played, Holi Mudi. Same case with any regional language. Today, so much growth has happened, like so many channels. Like that, lot of sector, lot of contribution is there. If you take one of the applications, potential fishery zone. India is having 7,500 kilometers sea zone. And we locate fishing zone and we inform to fishermen.